So good morning everyone. Thank you for being here. Can we please start with the national anthem now? Maybe all rise for the national anthem.
Jana Mana Adhinayaka Jaya He Bharat Bhagya Vidhata Punjab Sindh Gujarat Maratha Dravida Utkala Vanga Vindhya Himachala Yamuna Ganga Uchchala Jaladhi Taranga तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you everyone. So bonjour, suprabhat and good morning. Thank you for being here and thank you everyone present over here. Surat Biz Fest 2022 के दूसरे दिन पे आप सबका स्वागत है. We have a lot of BNI members here and also a lot of people from corporate connections. Thank you again for being here. Surat Biz Fest 2022, initiative of BNI Greater Surat, presented by Torrent Wealth Management, powered by BCL Laboratories. We found a circle in association with Life Gain, Pick a Book Surat and Fortunate Pens. We had a very eventful day yesterday with our Home Minister coming in, with some powerful speakers in the house, a house full of exhibitors and visitors, a successful corporate empanelment, and similarly, आज का दिन भी हमने कुछ ऐसा ही eventful plan किया हुआ है. But wait a second, where is my co-host? Neerav? Neerav, where are you?
पलक यहाँ पे हूँ.
वहाँ क्या कर रहे हो नीरव? Please join me on the stage.
थोड़ा नेटवर्किंग करा था. कल हम स्टेज पे थे तो कोई चांस नहीं मिला, तो सोचा आज दबा के नेटवर्किंग कर लेता हूँ.
मुझे भी बुला लेते यार, मैं भी थोड़ा सा नेटवर्किंग कर लेती.
तो चलो ना हम सब साथ में मिलके एक पावर नेटवर्किंग करते हैं, क्या कहते हो?
That's a wonderful idea. So let's do one thing. यहाँ पे since we have a lot of BNI members and corporate connection members also, we know what is power networking, right? That is what we do in our sessions. So let us all do one thing. हम सब अपने cards exchange करते हैं अपने fellow mates के साथ. Let us know what their category is. And we'll do this for 2 minutes. At the end of it, जिसके पास भी maximum number of cards है, we'll give them an opportunity to come here, join us on the stage and introduce themselves. So can we do it? Can't hear you. Okay, I think the music will get you going. So can we please have the music? Everybody, please get set, go. You have 2 minutes. सबका नाम और कैटेगरी पता होना चाहिए. Keep going, quick, 1 minute to go. Seconds to go. Okay, the time's up. I hope you're all warmed up now. Now let me ask, who has the maximum number of cards? Anybody more than 20?
More than 20 cards.
Okay, we have few, so let me ask, more than 25? More than 25?
More than 25 cards.
Okay, sir, can we please have you
या
on stage?
दीपक जी आ जाइए.
But you have to know the name and category of everyone. Can we hear it for him, please?
25. 25.
Okay, बोला एक बार. ठीक है, I have 25 cards. Just introduce yourself. थोड़े नाम दो.
Good morning. दीपक इंजीनियर फ्रॉम दीप इंश्योरेंस कंसल्टेंट. जिंदगी के साथ भी और जिंदगी के बाद भी वन मिस्टर नितिन परिश्रम प्लाई, मिस्टर सलून, अब्बास वंडेली वाला एडवोकेट. ओके, थैंक यू.
You can give your introduction as well. Thank you very much. We had one more gentleman here. No? Okay. Thank you very much. That was indeed wonderful. Networking is the core of BNI. That is what we all are here for. So, moving on for today's agenda. We know what the agenda is today. It's about startups and the ecosystem of startups. So, we all know that India has emerged as the third largest ecosystem for the startups globally. As on March 2022, India is a house to 94 unicorns. Wow, guys, can we please hear it? 94 unicorns. We stand second in innovation quality. Yes, we have recognized startups solving in 56 diverse industrial sectors like IT services, healthcare, life sciences, education, professional and commercial services, agriculture, food and beverages. While every startup has its own journey to becoming a unicorn, we have amongst us today a person who is the only angel investor of India who has 4 unicorns in his kitty. And to introduce him further, may I please call upon stage Ms. Amanat Kagsi.
Good morning, BNI. Good morning, BNI. अरे breakfast किया है ना? So we have a very renowned Mr. Sanjay Mehta, who is a technology evangelist and entrepreneur turned VC. He is known as the 100x investor with the Midas touch. Sanjay invested in Oyo Rooms, Black One, CoinDCX, and Axiom Space, and these are the 4 unicorns in his portfolio. He has been a TIE board member before founding 100x VC in 2019, which is SEBI registered fund sponsored by Mehta Ventures Family Office. 100x goal is to invest first check in 100 seed stage Indian domiciled startups every year. Through 100x VC, he pioneered the revolutionary iSafe note, which is India's simple agreement for future equity. With simplified seed stage fundraising through 100x VC, Sanjay has invested in 70 startups till date. In the past, as a private investor, he has invested in over 150 plus global startups, and he has an outstanding portfolio performance with 103%, 103% IRR on all funded startups to the date, versing the industry average of 30%. This is awesome. His last exit in 2020 as a lead investor was Loginext, where Sanjay created a deal syndicate which generated multiples of 16x returns for all of the angel investors included in his deal. We should clap for this, guys. So besides investing, Sanjay is also a partner at the Core Media, which is India's largest IT media company. Sanjay was also a part of the reality show Pitch Right, Season 1 and Season 2, in which the founders pitched their ideas to him for 45 seconds in the Bombay Stock Exchange elevator. These 26 episodes got over million views. Lastly, he was also a part of first 20 episodes of the Winning Pitch series on the Leaders of Tomorrow ETV Now channel. For any founder, Sanjay is first a friend, second an advisor, and then an investor. Sanjay is now looking to make the startup world 100x better, bigger, and brighter. Sanjay is an engineer and has done his executive education from ISB Hyderabad and venture capital from Wharton. He was also honored with a TIE Hall of Fame in Jan 2020 for his outstanding contribution to angel investing. He has been honored by being awarded Angel Investor of the Year by Lest Venture, has made the Forbes list of investors, and named as a super angel and one of the top Twitter voices by the Entrepreneur magazine. Last but not the least, Sanjay is also a loving husband to Shilpa Mehta and a proud father of Smeet Mehta. Let's have a warm round of applause for Mr. Sanjay Mehta here.
I request BSPES Chairman Mr. Atul Gupta and BSPES Co-Chairman Mr. Pranay Agarwal to please come forward and welcome our guest, Mr. Sanjay Mehta, with a token of love on behalf of BSPES 2022. So I request you to share your success story and journey in brief 10-15 minutes. Thank you.
Sure.
Stage is all yours.
Sure. Thank you all for coming all the way on Sunday. It is heartening to see so many people on a Sunday morning, early morning. So I think Surat has that enterprising spirit in that sense to, the way I would see across, typically it's difficult to get such a huge crowd on a Sunday morning. Hopefully next 10-15 minutes I would be able to share some thoughts on how to build a great business. I'm going to speak with Gaurav on how to invest, so I'm sure we can take that stuff. I remember across a small anecdote, when I was in college, a lot of the, friends whom I used to work across with typically say that, I will become an entrepreneur. Suddenly क्या हो गया भाई entrepreneur बनना है, धंधा करेंगे, kind of. So बोले teacher ने बोला, that sparked me, saying that I will become an entrepreneur. बोला क्या बोला teacher ने? तो बोले तुम fail हो गए, तुमको आगे नौकरी तो मिलेगी नहीं, तो तुम धंधा करोगे. So that's the mindset with which I think more or less कि भाई जो पढ़ाई कर and who are good at studies will be doing jobs, and those who are not good at studies will be ending up becoming an entrepreneur. And this is, I'm talking across 25 years back. But today, entrepreneur is not a bad word. People lovingly want to become an entrepreneur. People worship entrepreneurship. इनफैक्ट मैं कॉलेजेस में जाता था ना, तो दे विल गिव मी स्टैटिस्टिक्स फॉर एवरी कॉलेज कि हमारा 100% प्लेसमेंट है, यानी 100% लोग जॉब जा रहे हैं. Nobody is becoming an entrepreneur. Now they have started across saying that, you know, कि भाई हमारे उधर से ये entrepreneur निकला, इसने ये startup किया. And the whole goal or mindset is now changing, and that's great to see all of you guys being here in Surat on a Sunday morning. And thank you, Gaurav, for inviting me. It is an exposure to me, a learning in terms of how a city like Surat is thriving with entrepreneurs. I mean, I wouldn't have imagined myself sitting in Mumbai. Surat can have so much energy, kind of. Hats off to you guys and way Gaurav is building across. So I had a very good, rich friend. I would say super HNI, काफी पैसे वाले लोग हैं. So उसका लड़का आया, बोले I want to become an angel investor. सडनली क्या हो गया भाई, एंजल इन्वेस्टिंग बनना है, यू नो. बोले नहीं, मेरे फादर ने बोला कि तुम एंजल इन्वेस्टर बन जाओ. बोला क्या हो गया भाई, क्यों फादर ने ऐसा क्या बोल दिया? बोले तू लायक नहीं है धंधा करने के लिए, तो बोले एंजल इन्वेस्टर बन जाओ. सो आइडिया हियर इज लॉट ऑफ टाइम एंजल इन्वेस्टिंग इज नाउ बिकमिंग लाइक अ ग्लैमर कि भाई मैं भी एक एंजल इन्वेस्टर हूँ, काम कुछ करना नहीं है, जस्ट राइट अ चेक. And then we on the sidelines see how it works across. There is a saying which is called spray and pray, you know, कि हर जगह पे छोटे छोटे चेक्स लिखो, बाद में इसमें जो चल गया तो फिर जाके बोलने का अरे देखो मैंने ये कंपनी ढूंढा था. You know, that's how the stories have begun across. But you know, building company, you guys who are building companies as an entrepreneur, it's a very different and a tough journey. And hats off to a lot of these entrepreneurs which are now building India, right? And we as an investor are a very small part of it. We believe that we are contributing to the nation through this entrepreneurship. And a couple of points, you know, if you are looking to build a visionary company, यानी एक कंपनी बनाना है जो build to last है, यानी you want the company saying that it works perpetually for generations, then it requires a very, very different thought process, right? It is not about a company which is going to build a product, कि मैं ये काम करता हूँ, या ये product हम बेचते हैं, right? Typically it is always going to be saying that मैं एक अच्छी institution बना रहा हूँ, अच्छी company बना रहा हूँ. And it is a very different thinking process कि मैं एक product बेच रहा हूँ, और दूसरा है कि मैं एक बड़ी कंपनी बना रहा हूँ. And it requires a very different rigor of building a company, right? Because you are not just out there selling a product, you are creating a legacy which is going to, जैसे अभी एक भाई साहब आके गए जिंदगी के साथ भी बाद भी, you know, so you want a company which is going to sustain and build across, right? And that's where the way you should be looking upon is what can you be best in the world, right? What will you dominate? एक domination चाहिए in your space, right? In terms of monopoly, control, saying that this is a solution which you have created across and you are able to dominate the market. Secondly is what drives your economic engine. You know, you as an entrepreneur, you are not Santa Claus, के charity करने बैठे हुए, right? So idea is you need to have economics in place, making money kind of stuff, and that's where you can build a enduring institution. What are you deeply passionate about? एक purpose तो चाहिए life में. When you are building a company, it cannot be without a purpose, right? What kind of problem you are going to solve? What is going to impact people? What's going to impact the society? क्या it is very, very important कि क्या problem आप solve कर रहे हो और किसके लिए कर रहे हो. Once you have that in mind, everything around that will start working for you, right? So need to have, this is all about if you are building a visionary company. अगर एक कंपनी बनाना है जो, you know, you are a transaction driven person, कि भाई एक बार transaction हुआ, थोड़ा profit हो गया, आराम से life जीना है, then it's a different story. This is for entrepreneurs who are looking to build a visionary company, a visionary business, right? So couple of points when you are hiring people. We don't give so much time, right, on hiring. जब भी हम कोई आदमी को हायर कर रहे हैं हमारे टीम में, एंड व्हेन वी आर ट्राइंग टू गेट देम ऑन बोर्ड, वी थिंक दैट हाँ इसमें कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, इसको हायर कर लेते हैं. That's not the way to hire. You always hire for skills. So giving an example, right? आपको एक सेल्समैन आपने हायर किया है, and that salesman is coming on time every day, filling the rooster, सब कुछ एक नोट पे लिख रहा है, CRM में fill कर रहा है. They are doing everything as what process is required, but sale नहीं हो रहा है. दूसरे साइड पे you got a salesman which is not coming on time, is not reporting to you, but is giving you sales. Whom will you hire? Right? A person who is going to give you sales. So you hire people for skills. Unless you are becoming a very large company, at the starting point, you have to give a short-term thinking to create success, and from that success you have to build a culture, and from that culture it brings in processes. Yes, if you get the best of both the worlds, nothing like it. And when you know that ये बंदा काम नहीं कर रहा है ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में, फायर वेरी क्विकली, राइट? सो हायर स्लोली, फायर वेरी क्विकली. At very early stage, it is very difficult to do these jobs, but once you learn this, it's very, very effective. And another mistake which I have seen across in early stage entrepreneurs is they put across the teams, the best team or a best person on the worst customer. अरे ये प्रॉब्लम देने वाला कस्टमर है यार, इसके उधर अच्छा आदमी भेजो. And that's a very wrong way to look at it. You should be having the best team working on your biggest opportunities, right? Feed the winners, starve the losers. Feed the winners, starve the losers, which means that जो आपका कस्टमर बेस है उसमें जो भी आपको मैक्सिमम रेवेन्यू दे रहा है, put the best team forward and create more winning customers rather than salvaging those wrong things. I'm not saying that के poor service को आप correct मत करिए, but the idea is to put the best teams on the winning customers. In the marketing side of it, you need to try lot of stuff and keep what works, right? Small experimentations. How do you build that experimentation and try multiple things and see what works and what does not, but keep trying, right? It's like what we call fail fast. So when you do experimentation, you don't know what will work, but keep trying, right? And keep the stuff that works across. One of the major stuff which I've seen across in early stage startup is when there is a team, दो founder है, दो entrepreneur है, साथ में धंधा कर रहे हैं, या दो या तीन है, एक team है, या एक family है, right? And suddenly the discussion starts across in terms of who is right, right? Who is right in taking decisions in the power rather than what is right for the company, right? एक courtroom type drama हो जाता है कि मैंने बोला था ना ये करना चाहिए, right? Rather than thinking across what is right for the company. At early stage, especially when you are growing across an early stage doing the business, what is right for the company is very, very important when the processes are not established kind of. And many times problem होता है कि you start something new and it fails, तभी एक दूसरा partner बोलता है मैंने बोला था ना ये नहीं चलेगा, right? Those are like hindsight stories which happens across every day. See, when you are starting across, when a decision is taken, everybody should be about it. Before taking decision, जितना झगड़ना है झगड़ लो. But एक बार decision लिया, everybody has to work to make it right, right? So how do you ensure that you are doing that right stuff? Second is high performance entrepreneurs, right? Which are going to deliver big outcomes and big successes. Typically try to achieve something which is impossible, which is where they are going to take a big aim. Suddenly एक बड़ा contract लेंगे या बड़ा hire करेंगे, या they will take up a stuff which is difficult to achieve. Then only you are going to be successful and create a big outcome, right? Unless you aim big, and if you don't have an exponential thinking, it doesn't work across. So start working on saying that what are those challenges which are large enough for you to take it up, kind of. So couple of thoughts, right? Be conservative or be bold. क्या होना चाहिए? Be conservative or be bold. एक सक्सेस स्ट्रेटजी अगर बनाना है तो शुड वी बी सेविंग कैपिटल, प्रिजर्विंग कैपिटल, और टेक अ बोल्ड स्टेप और रिस्क लेना है? यू हैव टू थिंक अक्रॉस. और डू यू गो फॉर लो कॉस्ट और हाई क्वालिटी, राइट? इफ यू सेल समथिंग चीप और बिल्ड अ वेरी हाई क्वालिटी प्रोडक्ट. So again, you need to think across what strategy you need to. Creative autonomy, right? आपकी टीम को creative autonomy है, या you will have a control and consistency as a process, right? What do you want to put in? Invest in future or look at short-term goals and short-term profits? How do you want to build a business? Invest in future or short-term goals? Be value-driven or be profit-driven? How do you want to build a company? A value-driven company or a profit-driven company? So these are all the questions at early stage all the entrepreneurs face, and many of the things are right or wrong are seen across in an hindsight, right? वो बाद में पता चलता है कि ये decision अच्छा था या गलत हुआ, whatever it is. But I always tell my portfolio companies which are at early stage, never become an or company, which means never take one-side decision, always be an and company, which means conservative and bold, which means value-driven and profit-driven. You know, when you try to create an and company, there is lot of upside and protection to the downside, right? Both of them works across. So there is a risk-taking ability which we look into every step what we work across, right? So typically we try to, at early stage, we try to ask our portfolio companies and entrepreneur to be inch wide and mile deep. Inch wide and mile deep. And what does that mean is, be laser focused. Be a monopoly in one product, one SKU, one revenue. Most of the time we try to work across and create multiple products, multiple revenues, multiple line items, and never dominate a space. Once you start dominating and create a monopoly in one stuff, that's where capital chases you, and lots of capital will flow into your business once you are dominating in one sector. So be inch wide and mile deep. Be a laser focused company solving one problem, one big problem, but be dominating in that sector, you know. Many of the entrepreneurs have a tendency not to take risk. They are risk averse, and ये करते इसमें कुछ loss नहीं होएगा. They try to take decision basis on के ये काम करते इसमें कुछ खतरा नहीं है, right? इसमें loss नहीं होने वाला है. Let's do this work. Rather than thinking across, if this goes right, how big it will become across? कितना बड़ा होएगा? What is the success outcome? How can I measure success which is going to be a mega success, right? And take that risk. So risk muscle development is something very, very important, right? How do you start taking risk? And the best way to take risk, which I have learned across, is to own small equities in multiple business. That's the smartest way of creating wealth, right? And that's where I started across angel investing and started taking small bets in lots of companies. And the outcome has been very, very rewarding. And I think you got Gaurav and Neeraj who are building this V Founder Circle, a great angel network, and I'm sure they are going to give lots of opportunities to own across that small equity to lots of you guys who are aspiring to become an angel investor, right? And investing in startup, I've learned across, is not about regrets. It's about continuous learning, right? Losses hote rehte, but you are a forever apprentice. Naya technology aaya, new stuff coming across, and you learn so much on that, and you are always ahead of the curve, right? And that's where I think it is very, very exciting for me to become an angel investor, right? And when I've invested in the same founder multiple times, which means एक founder को पैसा दिया, he has worked across, he has failed, and again I invest into the same founder. The reason is I believe it is the idea which has failed, not the founder. Right? Idea नहीं चला ना, founder तो अच्छा ही था, and that's why you invested into it. So you look at those founders who are taking their career risk and back those entrepreneurs, right? And last stuff which I would like to leave with it is हम innovation disruption बहुत बात करते हैं startups में, and as an entrepreneur कि भाई you need to build a disruption, innovative ideas. But I always say to all my companies, do not innovate in legal and finance. जो legally lawful है, please focus on that and do not innovate in legal and finance. बाकी कुछ भी innovation करोगे, it's fine, right? Your reputation in the market is the most important. Your personal brand is most important, right? Never do any short changing. Your personal brand, your reputation, your trust is the maximum value, right? And never try to do anything where you are innovating in legal and finance. अरे थोड़ा adjustment कर लेते, थोड़ा इधर दिखा देते, किसको क्या पता चलेगा, थोड़ा tax चोरी कर लेते. Doesn't work long term. If you want to build a thriving organization, a company which is a visionary company, just try to focus on building an enduring institution where you can leave a legacy kind of stuff. And thank you so much, Gaurav and the team at BNI for having me. Appreciate. Thanks.
Thank you so much, sir. It was really very informative. And thank you again for taking us through the startup ecosystem and what are the do's and don'ts of an early stage of a startup.
Thank you, sir. One thing which has stuck in my head is be an inch wide and a mile deep. That laser focused, and that is how you're going to build your market. Thank you very much again. So, can we please hear it for him? So Nirav, tell me one thing. जब आप नीचे मुझसे छुपके networking कर रहे थे, लोग क्या बोल रहे थे? What was the response like?
यार, मैं जब से बात कर रहा हूं, हर कोई नए आइडिया की बात कर रहा है. कैसे कोलैबोरेट कर सकें, कैसे कुछ नया स्टार्ट करें. बस एक ही चीज मुझे लगा था, इनोवेशन वाज इन द एयर. ओके, सो सिंस सबको यहाँ पे कुछ नया करना है, नए कोलैबोरेशंस करने हैं, नए आइडियाज लाने हैं, सो वी आर नॉट गोइंग टू डिसअपॉइंट यू. We have already called up here the startup gurus themselves who are going to enlighten all the young entrepreneurial minds. And just to talk more about it further, let me please call upon stage our event co-chairman, Ms. Dhara Shah.
Good morning, everyone. So let's hear a cheer from everyone. Good morning, everyone. So friends, today, it's a day when we are going to give Surat a new light on these startup ideas. And to have this wonderful fireside chat, who better than the person जिनको startups fondly कहते हैं that he is the father of startup culture in the Surat city. So friends, to make this fireside actually happen here right now, let me invite on stage the moderator for this wonderful chat. He is a man who is a serial entrepreneur and an active angel investor, founder of Financial Supermarkets, an Indian-focused international advisory group, executive director of BNI Greater Surat, national director of Corporate Connections, India, Sri Lanka and Nepal region. Friends, hear this loud. He has made investment in 84 plus startups. Can we have a huge round of applause for this? And a wise man knows when to enter and when to exit. So this is most important. With this entry, he has made a successful exit in 17 plus startups. Mr. Gaurav Singhvi has established himself as a strong supporting pillar in the startup ecosystem. He is the co-founder of We Founder Circle, which is a digital-first global community-based investment platform. He is also a national director and a stakeholder of Venture Catalyst, which is India's first incubator for startups. He has not only shown support to young entrepreneurs, he has also launched Provis, which is a co-working space in Surat. He adds value to the startups and he has invested and successfully mentored more than 7+ startups. So with huge round of applause, let us welcome our Executive Director and the moderator for the day, Mr. Gaurav V.C.K. Singhvi, with a huge round of applause. I would request our Senior Director Consultant and Assistant Area Director Badoli, Mr. Ashwak Kalkatala, to felicitate him on the stage. Friends, तालियां बजती रहनी चाहिए.
Our first panelist is none other than Mr. Sanjay Mehta, who just shared his ideas on startup. To introduce our second panelist, Mr. Neeraj Tyagi, let me call upon Ms. Jyoti Dora, Director Consultant for BNI Greater Surat.
Namaste, friends. Can I have a namaste from all of you? It's my privilege to introduce Mr. Neeraj Tyagi. Welcome, sir. Neeraj is an entrepreneur and an angel investor with a personal investment portfolio of 30+ startups. He is instrumental in fostering the startup ecosystem by actively investing and mentoring entrepreneurs. In last 6 years, he has curated over 100 startups and raised funds for 50+ of these from India and overseas angels. Apart from investing himself in 30 of these, including Router, Zip Electric, Incubate Hub, Supply Note, Home Capital, Bellora Paris, Kuch Loot, and Clear Dekho, to name a few. Currently, as a co-founder, he is expanding V-Founders Circle as a global community of successful founders and strategic angels, offering seed capital, business, and networking support to early-stage entrepreneurs. He has formed partnership and brought in capital from all major startup capitals like London, Hong Kong, Singapore, Beijing, and Dubai. He is regularly featured as mentor, speaker, and panelist across corporate, industry, chambers like PhD Chamber of Commerce and premier education institutes, including IITs and IIMs. He is professionally skilled management graduate with executive education from MIT Sloan School of Management and is well versed with media technologies and loves creative ideation, designing, and direction. Friends, let's have a huge round of applause for Mr. Tyagi. Sir, can we have you over the stage? Thank you.
I request our BizFest co-chairman, Mr. Divyesh Lakhani, to quickly come and welcome Mr. Neeraj Tyagi with a token of love. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. May we now begin with the much-awaited fireside chat. Thank you.
Yeah, so friends, it's a very interesting, session. I think one person to whom I look upon, for angel investing is Sanjay Mehta. I always follow him from almost about 7 years. I follow Sanjay ji, and closely observe that the way he's building the organization, the way he's doing things, I'm always looking upon him. And Neeraj is a dear friend, co-founder with me in a company. So, I want to, start with you, Sanjay ji. You have invested in Oyo Rooms. That was your big win at that time, and it was founder coming from a Odisha, very, very remote, tier 3, 4 kind of a place. And then what did you see? What was your vision? Because it's almost about 10 years before you invested in that company. What have you seen in that company, and what was your decision? How you, on the basis of what you took the decision of investing in that company?
Hello. Yeah, hi. No, thanks, Gaurav. I think if I knew Oyo would become Oyo, I would put all my money over there. So it would be, I would be, fibbing across and making a false statement. I knew Ritesh Agarwal will become such a big success. But definitely there was if I have to go back in history, when Ritesh was pitching, he was 16 years young, 16 साल का लड़का था, but his focus as as a student entrepreneur, he was a dropout at the young age, was amazing. The clarity of thoughts, the way he was thinking about the business. When he pitched us, it was called homestays.com. It was not Oyo Room. Original pitch 2013 में homestays.com था. And he was trying to digitize all the homestays, and he had got around 3,000 homes in NCR region. So in that sense, very focused, as I mentioned, across inch wide, mile deep. So एक ही sector में he wanted to build his success. Once we funded across, he changed into those as a branded homestays called Oravel Inns, and that was Oravel was the first stuff, and then the first round of funding happened with Lightspeed, and that's where the change from a budget homestays to Oyo happened across, and then more funding happened, and rest is history. But if I have to share across, today Oyo is a 10 billion plus company valuations, and one of the founders who actually bought back VC stakes by almost like $1.5 billion, right? 10 billion यानी 70,000 करोड़ plus का company एक बनाया हुआ है. Let me ask a question, right? If somebody can get it right, उसको जो पहला check हम सब angels ने दिया था, how much equity and what was the check size? If somebody can take a guess, what was the check size of first check which Oyo raised, and how much equity did it dilute? Somewhere near. Take a wild guess.
Yeah, anyone from the audience, please. Yeah, Amanat, please.
No, nothing near, but it was 30 lakhs what Ritesh first check, and he diluted 10.91% for 30 lakh rupees. And from there, that journey, he has built a $10 billion enterprise. So I think many of the times, unnecessarily, I've seen entrepreneurs who worry about equity dilution. Arey, itna equity ho jayega, itna equity. You guys can always buy back equity. No investor wants to run a business. किसी को धंधा नहीं करना, किसी को मेहनत नहीं करनी है investor को, right? So idea is, end of the day, धंधा आपका ही है. You can always claw back your equity. But धंधा बनना चाहिए. Most of the time, entrepreneurs end up starving their company for capital. Rather than, saving on that equity, you should be raising capital. And that was the big learning which I had with Oyo Rooms.
Thank you, Sanjay ji. And friends, when Oyo Room came, everybody was thinking that it's just a copycat of a Airbnb. But it was not, because the European culture and there is a very different environment where the homestay is very comfortable. He did a very different thing, which was available in India. Now China also become big, that budget hotels are there who are looking for a branding. And that the kind of a problem which was there in the local geography, and he made it, big. So that he solved it in a big way. So that's the reason. Sanjay ji, I wanted to ask you one more question, because, Surat is a tier 2 city, and I wanted to, it's being believed that tier 2, tier 3 cities are driving growth of India, and it's a Bharat of India. How far you agree to that, and what's your take on that?
No, so I think the engine of the growth lies in tier 2, tier 3 cities, but I don't see across lot of tech talent happening and coming from tier 2, tier 3 cities. So a lot of work needs to be done to create a technology, because see, future is all about tech. Every business, it's like we say, software is eating the world, right? So every business is either going to be tech or tech enabled. So a lot of tech talent needs to be there in tier 2, tier 3 if this growth has to create a multiplier effect. If this whole tier 2, tier 3 movement has to happen across, tech has to be growing across locally. You need more engineering colleges. You need more people who are driving that entrepreneurship success within tier 2, tier 3 cities.
Quite true. I was just chatting with one unicorn founder, and he was having the same observation that where we are lacking is servicing the technology companies or service as a product as a BPO company is very good, but being a very deep tech companies is missing fun. And then second, tier 2, tier 3 are not working on technology that much. So I think that's a. So Abhishek, I would request if you can bring a Sido and we can check with the audience that how do they feel about startups? What's their take on startups? That as an asset class, how's it? You can bring it on this. So there are three options, friends. You feel that it's a high risk asset. You can scan this QR code. Please scan this QR code, and you can put your poll on this. High risk, high return, or both. What's your take? How do you see? What do you think? Because from audience, we should know that, as an audience, what do you think that it is, from your perspective, it's a very high, yeah, both is winning up till now. Yeah, we can have some. We'll wait for another 2 minutes to see that more people can, vote on this. I think absolute winner is coming.
It's great to see an end answer always. I'm not a great favorable of or, so it's good to see. But I don't agree on this question itself. While it's a high return one, but I don't see this as a high risk class.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to really check with you.
This is the only asset class, Gaurav, if I have to tell, where you can influence an outcome, right? आप listed equity खरीदते हो, you can't do anything, right? Share ऊपर नीचे जाएगा, you can't influence an outcome on a share price or a real estate. You have to just buy and hold.
Yes.
This is the only asset class where you can invest money and work with the founder to scale it up and create an outcome. So I don't see this as a high risk kind of. In fact, risk is 1x, upside is unlimited. आपका risk क्या है? जितना capital डाला है. There is no more risk. It's capped. You know what the risk is. It will never, it's not like saying that मैंने वो call put option लिया है futures का. The risk is only about that capital, but the upside is unlimited.
So I have put this question for this reason only, because I wanted to know both of you. Neeraj, I wanted to take your, because a lot of people think it's a very high risk. As Sanjay ji said very correctly, that downside is only the capital which you have invested, and upside is multiple axes, which is there. Sanjay, Neeraj bhai.
So I perfectly agree with what Sanjay bhai is saying, because जितने भी बाकी asset classes हैं, you can only invest and wait and watch. चाहे वो stock हो, gold हो, real estate हो, you cannot influence the outcome. आपका कोई participation ही नहीं है. Startup में you can really help the founders to grow fast and minimize the risk. तो hedge करना, risk को cover करना, I think you have the power. और उसी लिए I think I'm a firm believer that angel investing is actually a strategic investing. आप वो डोमेन चुनिए, वो फाउंडर चुनिए, वो बिजनेस चुनिए जिसमें आपको लगता है कि आप फाउंडर के साथ कुछ मदद कर सकते हो. एंड यू डोंट हैव टू हैव अ नॉलेज ऑफ द डोमेन एज सच. बट अगर आपका इंटेंट भी है ना, लाइक फॉर एग्जांपल हमारे बहुत सारे ऐसे फाउंडर्स हैं जो सूरत में आके उनको ऐसे लोग मिले हैं हु आर नॉट ओनली इन्वेस्टर्स इन दोज बिजनेसेस, बट उन्होंने यहाँ पे उनको नेटवर्क कराया है टू राइट सेट ऑफ पीपल, कंज्यूमर एक्विजिशन में उनको बिजनेस दिलाने में, पार्टनरशिप दिलाने में, डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन उनका दिलाने में. सो आई थिंक दैट वे दिस इज द ओनली एसेट क्लास जहां पे यू हैव अ एक्टिव रोल प्ले, एंड दैट्स व्हाट मेक दिस एसेट क्लास स्पेशल. तो मुझे लगता है रिस्क आप कंट्रोल कर सकते हो इसमें, एंड दैट इज व्हाट इज मोटिवेटिंग फॉर इन्वेस्टर.
Yeah, quite true. So a lot of people, in the tier 2, tier 3 especially, feel that it's a very high risk asset class. Friends, no. If you are knowing your downside, and if you are knowing that if this is the budget which I wanted to invest, and this is the annual check I want to write, I think that's the only risk which you have, but the upside is unlimited. And no other asset class, like Sanjay ji said, gold, property, listed assets, mutual fund, no asset class gives you an opportunity to work with the business and to make it large. This is the only asset class which gives you that opportunity. Neeraj, I wanted to ask you, because you have incubated a lot of companies, and you will always in the curation side and always identifying new companies. And you have built, you have seen some companies growing like YPay, Vidyakul, where you have invested also in a very small check, and then eventually they become good companies now. So what do you think? How do you help them? What's your strategy on that? How do you identify? And then, what's the journey of that?
So let me just put this in the context of tier 2, tier 3 city, जो आपने पहले question पूछा था. And because both of these founders come from a very remote places. विद्याकुल founder रोहतक के पास एक छोटे से गांव से आया है, और YPay founder, they are there in the crowd, they are exhibiting here also. They have come from a small city like Bareilly. Now, you do not expect those people to come up with a technology-enabled business or tech business, but both of them actually have created tech business. YPay is a digital payment solution company. They are creating a neobank. They have a digital card which is meant for teenagers. It's a great company. Just in 15 months, from 12 crores to 250 crores, that's a journey these guys have seen. Vidyakul e-learning platform बना रहा है vernacular languages में. हिंदी से start किया था, आज वो गुजराती कर रहा है. It's a complete technology product. Live streaming होती है, almost 200 live classes every day. Thousands and thousands of students are learning, and Gujarati में imagine basically there is no one such platform. So I'm just putting this in the context of कि छोटे शहर में ऐसा नहीं है कि वहाँ पे vision नहीं है. इनफैक्ट मुझे लगता है टेक्नोलॉजी का एक्सेस का प्रॉब्लम है, आई अंडरस्टैंड दैट, बट ऑन द अदर साइड देयर इज अ वेरी बिग अपसाइड विच इज हंगर फॉर सक्सेस. वो शायद एक टियर 2, टियर 3 सिटी में बहुत ज्यादा है, एंड दैट मेक्स दिस सिटीज वेरी वेरी स्पेशल फॉर एंजल इन्वेस्टर्स. और अब आप देखेंगे, आई थिंक स्टैटिस्टिकली मोस्ट ऑफ दीज गाइज आर कमिंग फ्रॉम दो सिटीज. सो उनको जो हेल्प चाहिए मेरे ख्याल से वो टेक्नोलॉजी में डेफिनेटली चाहिए. उनके पास एक अच्छा बिजनेस मॉडल होता है. उनके पास एक एडवांटेज पॉइंट ये भी होता है बिकॉज दे स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम देयर ओन सिटी फॉर एग्जांपल. सो इनिशियल 0 to 10 की जर्नी या इनिशियल फर्स्ट फ्यू कस्टमर्स लाने के लिए आई थिंक दे हैव अ स्लाइटली एडवांटेज ऑन देयर साइड बिकॉज वहां इतना कंपटीशन नहीं है. एंड दैट्स हाउ आई थिंक पीपल कमिंग फ्रॉम इंदौर एंड सूरत एंड बिलासपुर, छत्तीसगढ़, रांची, आई थिंक ऑल दीज गाइज हु आर कमिंग फ्रॉम स्मॉलर सिटीज, लखनऊ, जयपुर, they are making very very big because उन्होंने experimentation सारा अपनी सिटी में कर लिया होता है. तो they have a product market fit जिसको हम बोलते हैं कि भाई initial आपने experiment करके you reach to a level जहाँ पे the business is solid and hunger is very very high. Then you move to the bigger cities, you make networks with people like Sanjay bhai or we found a circle, या आपके जैसे लोगों के पास आते हैं who are like actively investing in, who are not biased about the background of the founder के वो कहाँ से आया है. See, किसी भी फाउंडर के पास, चाहे वो आईवी कॉलेज से पढ़ के आया हो, आईआईटी आईएम से पढ़ के आया हो, इफ देयर आर 10 थिंग्स टू बी डन इन अ बिजनेस, नोबडी हैज आंसर ऑफ ऑल 10 थिंग्स. दे मे बी गुड इन 5-6, बट देयर लाइक 4 पजल्स येट टू बी सॉल्व्ड. टियर 2, टियर 3 फाउंडर्स के लिए कुछ अलग तरह के चैलेंजेस होते हैं, मोस्टली इन टर्म्स ऑफ विजन एंड स्केलिंग एंड टेक्नोलॉजी, बट आई थिंक वो सबके साथ ही होते हैं. इट्स द अगेन इज द अपॉर्चुनिटी विद द इन्वेस्टर्स टू पार्टनर विद देम, हेल्प देम and grow them. तो मुझे लगता है कि this is in last 2.5 years I am seeing that lot of very good founders are coming from smaller cities and investors from best of the biggest of the cities are very very eager to partner with them and help them. तो investing बहुत ज़्यादा हो रही है वहाँ पे, and which is a good sign I feel. I can talk about my own portfolio, मतलब आप साथ में हैं उसमें. So out of 50 companies that we invested in last 15 months, 70% of the founders are coming from tier 2, tier 3 cities. So that's the statistics basically.
Great. So Sanjay ji, I wanted to check with you that, if a founder from tier 2, tier 3 city is coming and if he's solving a local problem, what do you think that whether will be having an advantage of solving that problem, or somebody coming from a metro city will be having an advantage on solving that problem? How do you see that?
No, if there is a problem which a founder is solving, and if they are building something which a customer wants, nothing like it, the first problem is solved. The challenge which comes across from a tier 2, tier 3 city and vis-a-vis the metro is their access to people who can help them build a exponential vision. You know, they are limited by, they are happy with what they are doing. There is no dissatisfaction, right? They are happy where they are. They are happy solving that basic problem, making some money of it. They don't have a global vision. The challenge which I see across, or the opportunity for somebody who is in tier 1, is that their vision is very large. They think big. The scale of thought process is very, very different. That I think needs to be addressed across, and I think rightfully so what you are doing across, it's a great momentum. You are a catalyst to that, but this needs to be more, right? And somebody who can bring in that exponential thinking, that you are not limited by your geography, right? Geography doesn't dictate a vision. You are limited by your imagination. So once there is a larger imaginations, you can create multiple wonders.
Gaurav, I just wanted to add something here. See, classification of founder के उसका origin क्या है? It's a very thin line, just to understand. And I want to exemplify this with one founder who is here in the crowd. Okay, so अन्वेषण की मैं बात करना चाहता हूँ. अन्वेषण is an organic food processing company, oil, ghee, spices ये सब बनाते हैं और टेक्नोलॉजी यूज कर रहे हैं उसमें, ट्रेसेबिलिटी फैक्टर जो ऑर्गेनिक फूड प्रोडक्ट में होता है. नाउ ऑल द 3 फाउंडर्स कम फ्रॉम अ वेरी हम्बल बैकग्राउंड. दे कम फ्रॉम सिटीज लाइक कोटा, मथुरा के पास एक छोटी सी जगह है, वहां के गांव से एक है, और देन थर्ड इज फ्रॉम अ पंजाब का छोटा सा टाउन से. ऑल 3 फाउंडर्स आर फ्रॉम स्मॉल सिटीज, बट ऑल 3 मेड इनटू IIT. सो दे वर इन IIT गुवाहाटी, और वहां से द फर्स्ट जॉब दैट ऑल 3 ऑफ देम गॉट वाज इन गोल्डमैन सैक्स. अब एक मतलब दैट्स अ ड्रीम होता है कि यार गोल्डमैन सैक्स जैसी एक बड़ी ग्लोबल कंपनी में जॉब मिले. जस्ट दे वर देयर ओनली फॉर 2 years. सो देयर जर्नी इज लाइक दे कम फ्रॉम अ हम्बल बैकग्राउंड. तो उनका कनेक्ट वो भी था एक छोटे शहर का. देन दे मेड इट टू अ बिग यूनिवर्सिटी एंड कॉलेज लाइक IIT, एंड देन दे स्टार्टेड अ बिजनेस विच इज नाउ दे आर बिल्डिंग विद फार्मर्स. सो इट्स लाइक आई थिंक द रूट्स जो है ना, that can become your advantage if you really want to leverage on that. And I think वही हो रहा है. छोटे शहर से आके लोग अपनी रूट्स और अपने उस प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट को, जो लोगों को लगता है कि इनके पास एक्सपोजर कम है, मुझे लगता है वहां पे एक इतना बड़ा ऑडियंस भी तो है ना, कंज्यूमर बेस, जिसके पास कोई जा ही नहीं रहा. सो इफ यू कैन लिवरेज योर वीकनेस, सो कॉल्ड वीकनेस, इनटू अ स्ट्रेंथ, that transformation can be done. And I think Anveshan like stories are there in front of us. They are now funded by, I think, top VCs of the country. Multiple investments, Bar DSG Ventures is invested in them. We were the first check, then DSG invested, then Kunal Bhel invested, and now, I mean, they have checks for next round also right now. Then they're doing 2.5 crores last month they have done as a revenue. So great company, great vision. Just an example.
No, that's really wonderful. Sanjay ji, if I ask you, because I see that tier 2, tier 3, founders face a very interesting problem of hiring right people. And and mentors, because the city doesn't have that kind of mentors who can coach them. What is your advice, if I can ask you, what could be your advice to these founders who are coming from tier 2, tier 3, how they can find a right mentors for them, and how can they hire right? Because now in a new environment of a digital, work from home and a distance working environment, last 2 years have taught us everything, So what do you think, what should be the strategy for a tier 2, tier 3 founder in these 2 cases?
No, I'm a strong believer that, when somebody is ready, right, वो बोला जाता है ना, बुद्धा ने बोला हुआ है कि when a disciple is ready, teacher is always available, right? So when an entrepreneur wants founder, and entrepreneur wants a mentor, there will be enough and more people to help them. It's just how do you channelize that energy, that raw energy, into the right direction. It's very, very important. I mean, ideas are very fragile, right, at an startup level. And the challenge is that if you don't give right nurturing, it can die, right? So idea is many of the so-called successful people within the city, if they create a angel network or join an angel network like yours and do that right mentoring about sharing their experience, opening up their network of connections, I think it's a great story to be built across.
Sanjay, because you have invested in multiple from the fund and now individually you have, any one or two companies which you would like to share, which is coming absolutely from very, humble background or from tier 2, tier 3, which you feel that has exceptionally done well in last few years and which you feel proud of, any such company?
No, quite a lot of them. I mean, there's no limitation. As I mentioned, ये हम लोग का सोच है कि हम tier 2 से, right? There's no limitation of a geography. Once you open up that imagination, it's just, the world is your playground, right? So let's say, for example, we had a company called Smiles.ai, which was in our class 1 at 100x.vc, started from Indore, created an dental chain. Now they've grown so much that the last round was $23 million, which they raised across as a Series A funding. The company is growing, scaling. But what is happening? The talent is not available in Indore. While they started from there, they have now moved to Bangalore. So that is continuous challenge which we will see across, right? And unless that is being solved across, I think we will see a lot of challenges. As the companies, like for example, we had a company from Calcutta, Jadavpur University, students, young kids, never worked anywhere, out of college. They had built a great algorithm on location intelligence. We loved the team. They had no revenue, pre-product, just an idea, some proof of concept to show. We wrote the first check. They recently raised a Series A round, but they've now moved to Mumbai, right? Idea here is Calcutta is also not giving them enough talent. They are supposed to. So we need to nurture from an India perspective. If we want a large geographical spread, we need to nurture more talent emerging out of this space.
Yeah, and I think, for all of the entrepreneurs who are sitting here, I think it's very important that, if you are from small towns like Surat or anywhere, maybe Indore or any place, you can very well build a big company and you can always find a talent outside. There is no limitation to that. You can always find talent in Bangalore, in Mumbai or anywhere. That there is absolutely no limitation which is stopping you from doing that. And I think that has to be done. Neeraj, I wanted to ask you this. It has been seen that a very small fraction of tier 2 and tier 1 startups are able to raise funding compared to startups in metro. You certainly mentioned that out of your portfolio almost 70% is there, but I wanted to ask a general question. What could be leading to a, what is that? Why is this gap increasing? That, metro cities or the large cities are being able to attract more capital and the smaller cities that many, capital is not being deployed.
So I think it's the sheer amount of people who are ready to take that risk, okay? So I think angels, as we call them, who are individuals who wants to invest in young startups, I think उनका number metro cities में हमेशा historically ज़्यादा रहा है. People are there who are working in bigger companies, global companies, who have seen the West. उनको they have more confidence on this whole concept. So I think the movement started from bigger cities, but it has been changing, and it is changing rapidly, especially after programs like Shark Tank. Although I'm not a very big fan, but yes, this has really ignited the new aspiration. Families को समझ में आया है कि entrepreneurship क्या होती है, हमारे बच्चे जो कर रहे हैं, तो I think they are now supporting it. संजय जी ने उसकी example दिया था, तो I think for the first time even the college institutions, they are talking about how many entrepreneurs are coming from their institutes. Families are talking about कि नहीं ठीक है, अगर business करना है तो करो, let's give it a try. So I think थोड़ा change तो आया है और हम वो देख रहे हैं. I think from angel investor perspective also, almost every month hundreds of people are joining our network from those smaller cities who wants to come and work with founders, write checks. That shift is there and it is very visible. And I can tell you that this will go and start, I think, on a very, very big level in a year. आप सूरत की बात कर लीजिए. I think you were the first one like who started.
But Neeraj,
Yeah.
you know, there's a question is very different that check coming from Surat is a different thing. But how much check is going to the Surat startup? That's a bigger question. I think that's what is a difficult question, and that's a more interesting question.
So I think this will also come, okay. So there has to be a start from somewhere. अगर यहाँ की local business community at least have started taking notice of this asset class और invest करना शुरू कर दिया है, so then that's a first good sign. अब यहाँ के startups भी अगर ऐसा कुछ अच्छा काम करेंगे, I think they will have at least access to 50, 100 such active investors in the city itself. So I think वो change तो आया, it's not.
So Sanjay, I wanted to share a very interesting story about it. 2016-17 when I started writing checks, 2015 started hearing the pitches and on all. You know, everybody was asking me, there is no startup in Surat, why are you doing that? So I said, there in ecosystem there has to be two people, startups, investor. So I have an ability to build an investor network. Let me build that. If capital will be enough in the city, the startups will be coming all the way from any city to Surat, looking forward a right capital. And they may not mind shifting here if they will find that.
I don't agree that.
You don't agree that?
I don't.
Okay.
It is always capital which chases entrepreneur, not other way around. Right? Good ideas are being chased by capital. There is enough and more capital. Right? It is always, you always fight for good deals. Right? So the capital always chases good idea.
Yeah, I think in 2015-16 that was right, but yes, I fully agree to you that now capital is not a limitation, opportunity is. You know, if you don't have an opportunity, there is a huge capital which is available in the market. I think from last 5 years the tables have turned and that things have dramatically changed, that capital is enough now, enough opportunity is not in the market. So from there only I wanted to ask you one more question.
अब ये देखिए, एक छोटी सिटी से अगर एक big success story is the only thing basically which we are waiting. इंदौर से जब 2-3 अच्छे फाउंडर्स आए हैं, सो नाउ इंदौर कल्चर इज चेंजिंग. जयपुर में जब कार देखो आया तो उससे आई थिंक द एनवायरनमेंट इज चेंजिंग. लखनऊ से कुछ अच्छे स्टार्टअप्स आए, बियर्डो आप ही का गुजरात का ही स्टार्टअप है. आई थिंक वंस वी स्टार्ट गेटिंग 1-2 सक्सेस स्टोरीज, शुरू में गैप ज्यादा होता है, मतलब इट टेक्स सम इयर्स टू बिल्ड दैट इकोसिस्टम, बट वंस दैट स्टार्टेड आई थिंक उसके बाद का चेन रिएक्शन अपने आप काम करता है.
So, संजय जी, मैंने कई बार आपके इंटरव्यूज को सुना है और देखा है, तो आपको साल में 20,000, अभी मतलब अपन बात कर रहे थे और यू वर टेलिंग दैट ऑलमोस्ट अबाउट 20,000 डील्स हैव कम टू यू एंड आउट ऑफ दैट 80 यू हैव इन्वेस्टेड. सो what's your basis? Because I have heard your few words like power law, you know, invest in painkiller, not in the vitamins, you know, and those kind of things. So what do would you like to explain those terminologies and those things, that or what's your investment thesis? How do you select a startup?
Sure. So I invest in early stage. मेरा तो बहुत छोटा check है. So when I invest across, I look at companies which are solving painkiller ideas, which means मेरे को immediate solution चाहिए. That solution, they are building what customer wants and customer is ready to pay for it. It's a painkiller idea. Vitamin requires a lot of capital, which means a consumer behavior change has to be there for that idea to become successful. And there is something which is called candies, right? So painkiller, vitamins and candies. Candies are the idea which are like more luxury brands, which takes huge amount of patience, right? 10 साल लगती है एक brand बनने के लिए. So idea is, what are you investing? For me, because my capital is limited, I invest into painkillers. Nothing wrong with investing in vitamins, but that requires lot of amount of capital like SoftBank, which can do a consumer behavior change. So that kind of capital is required. For my capital to become successful, I look at painkiller ideas where it is solving the problem there and there right now, and customers are waiting for that problem to be solved across. The systems are broken, the monopoly can be created, and that's where you start looking at it. From a power law perspective, the whole thesis is saying that, you don't look at frequency of success, कि कितनी बार मैं right था, you look at magnitude of success. Whenever I'm right, how big right I am, right? So you invest not because this will go wrong, You invest because if this goes right, how big it will become. So the power law is very, very prevalent in VC ecosystem, where your one or two investments are supposed to give you that mega success, right? So it is not about failures. It is success which matters, right? Failures are going to be the part of the whole journey, and we know that. And the idea is we push that envelope with entrepreneurs. We push them to do impossible, and there will be failures, and that's part and parcel. That's why I said it is not typically the entrepreneurs which fail. It is the idea which fails, right? And whenever the idea becomes successful, it gives you mega outcomes. And this is the only asset class where you can think across 1000x kind of returns.
Quite true. So, for the better clarity of all of our audience, can you tell what's the difference between power law and a spray and pay? Because when we are writing more checks, when you're saying that don't look at number of checks, look at one check which has become a very large, you know, or...
No. So what I'm saying is power law is whenever I look at every deal which I invest across, it should create a mega success. So in a baseball game in US, it's called Babe Ruth effect. What it means is whenever I'm hitting across, I'm hitting for a home run. Har ball pe chakka marna hai, right? There's no averages. I'm not here for 1x, 2x return. Agar mere ko 5x, 10x mila, to it's not going to move any needle. Every time, whenever I am investing, I want a large outcome. And every deal which I invest, so more deals I invest, more chances of success are there, right? It's like more balls to hit across sixes. So if I write only concentrated, big checks, my chances of success is very limited. Right? What I'm looking, so momentum investing, when I'm doing across, let's say, $1 billion check, or let's say if I've got a large fund and I'm writing a $100 million check, possibly my 5x is okay with it. Mereko 500 million mila, it's a good outcome because I'm doing 5x. But when I'm doing a small check of 20 lakhs, 50 lakhs, 100 lakhs, 1 crore, I'm looking at, 100x minimum kind of returns.
Quite true. And can you give an example of all the three that what is from your perspective, because for people to understand it better, what is a painkiller company, what is a vitamin company, and what is a candy company? If you can, from your example, any of the example, if you can.
Sure. So painkiller is something where, like for example, Swiggy, right? मेरे को चाहिए वो food का. It was a painkiller idea. Anybody who solves it typically will give huge amount of opportunity and continuous growth, continuous traction, because it was a painkiller, right? It was a problem. The system was broken. Nobody was helping me deliver that food on a click of a button, right? And that worked. Taxi, Uber, right? Ride sharing. That was one of the painkiller ideas. So you would like to look at those kind of ideas. Now, if I'm looking across, let me, for example, take the same idea of a ride sharing. What problem does a ride sharing do? It solves a taxi moving from one location to another, and that's where it works across. Now, Meru Cabs was solving the same problem, but was asset heavy, which needs lot of capital to go into it. Meru was not successful, right, as what Ola could. So again, between that whole problem solving also, you need to pick something which is exponential. So, startup investing, while it looks very simple, it requires some bit of understanding how you pick deals, right, to invest across and what will become scalable. Vitamins is like something where you are trying to change consumer behavior. For example, e-commerce. It took lot of consumption of money to change behavior. Ke kapda bhi aap mobile se kharid sakte ho, right? And you can buy shoes on mobile. How do you create? It took lot of cost of customer acquisition was very, very high, right? And when you talk about branded stuff, these are all luxury brands, big brands, which takes a lot of time and patience to build across and do something kind of valuable. So each one has its own different set of capital requirements.
Perfect. And if I ask you, what do you see in a founder? What all elements do you see in a founder, and how do you evaluate a founder? For you, who's the best founder to be investable? Who's an investable startup founder for you?
So startup is a multi-variable problem. यानी एक खाली founder देख के नहीं होता है. So if I have to simplify everything, I always say to all Whenever I look at pitch, right, एक startup का pitch आया, and they are giving me all the insights about what problem they are solving, what is the market size. So एक simple दिमाग में आता है, इसमें पैसा बनेगा या नहीं बनेगा. Next, वो founder बोलेगा मेरा domain expertise ये है, मैंने यहाँ से पढ़ाई किया है, this is what I have expert on. एक दिमाग में ये आता है, ये आदमी से पैसे बनेंगे या नहीं बनेगा, ये टीम पे मैं भरोसा कर सकता हूँ पैसा बनाने के लिए. लास्टली उनका एग्जीक्यूशन प्लान कि भाई ये हम करेंगे, ऐसा ऐसा पैसा लगेगा, मंथ ऑन मंथ ये ग्रोथ होएगा और मेरा ये वैल्यूएशन है. सो टर्म्स एंड फाइनेंस, इसमें कितना पैसा बनेगा. सो तीन चीज, इज देयर मनी टू बी मेड, आर दिस पीपल हु विल मेक मी मनी, हाउ मच मनी आई कैन मेक. सिंपल. Every investor is a greedy person, right? Our fiduciary responsibility is to make money and create an exit. We enter at a valuation, exit at a valuation. Unless we do all this stuff, we are just a donor, a charity कर रहे हैं. Exit नहीं हुआ तो हमारा charity हो जाता है.
Quite true. But any two qualities which you really, in last so many years, you have invested in so many checks. So one or two qualities which have stand out in all the founders, those who are successful founders.
Somebody who is very hungry for resources and capital to grow. एक founder, so first time founder है, शायद जिंदगी में 20 लाख रुपया भी खर्चा नहीं किया है, right? And suddenly उसको 2 करोड़ मिल रहा है, 20 करोड़ मिल रहा है. They don't know how to use that funds. They've never seen. Do they have that hunger for capital and resources to grow? वो suddenly बोलता है अरे अभी 2 करोड़ मिला है ना, अपना तो life set है. You don't want to fund that companies, right? वो because those founders are not going to create an exit. That is one which is a big. Second is when a founder starts looking startup as an income generating vehicle. Startup is a wealth creation, right? A founder has to think of creating a wealth. A mindset of a wealth creation is very different than a mindset of an income generation, right? Wealth is all about creating something future and big and large. While income is saying that मेरे को आज कितना पैसा मिल रहा है. So thinking is very different. So when a founder says that okay मेरे को 20 लाख का salary मिलेगा तो मेरा life अच्छा जाएगा, we would like to avoid those founders because they are income generating mindset. We would like to focus on somebody who is going to be a wealth creating mindset. So these are two qualities which make them stand out, and that gives us skin in the game, saying that how much they believe into that ideas. So that's where it attracts a lot of the VCs like us.
Perfect. So I have few more questions, almost about four more questions. So how, so if I ask you angel investments myths, so, this question is to you, Neeraj. So what are the angel investing myths you have heard?
See, from the investor's perspective, one definitely a myth is about the quantum of the money that is required to invest. So मतलब लोगों को बाहर से लगता है कि I should have basically a crore of rupees to invest. What I have seen, I think even if you have say a small amount, but if you invest in a diverse portfolio approach, that means even if you have just 20 lakh to invest, and you invest that in say 5 different companies, just 3 to 4 lakh rupees in one, those smaller checks also is a possibility. And this is like a huge possibility, is a reality check right now. There are a lot of networks who can help you. You can invest alongside with a successful investors. Like मुझे अगर संजय भाई के साथ invest करना हो, तो मतलब this possibility is there with a small ticket size also. And so is basically with V Founder Circle. अगर आप किसी को भी 3-4 लाख से भी start करना है, the journey can be started, okay? So this is one myth about the quantum of the monies. Then one more thing that needs to be demystified is that लोगों को लगता है कि it's all about technology. So it's technology enabled businesses. So बात जब healthcare की हो रही है या education की हो रही है, जैसे हम विद्याकुल के example बोल रहे थे, he is solving problem for the people who are writing exams in Gujarati language. 2.5 लाख लोग हैं जो 10th और 12th के boards लिख रहे हैं, उनको तो सिर्फ पढ़ाई चाहिए. So they're using technology, but they're solving a problem of education. Real, मतलब एक life situation है. So it's not so difficult to understand. It just basically if they are more eager to understand the business models, तो समझ में आएगा कि यार मतलब core में जाके देखो तो धंधा solid ही हो रहा है. And I'm talking about the serious investor, serious founders. So this whole myth about कि सिर्फ technology है, कोई ऐसी चीज है जो उनको समझ में नहीं आएगी, ऐसा नहीं है. और मेरे ख्याल से जो दूसरी बात जो मैंने पहले बोली कि पैसा बहुत ज्यादा चाहिए, नो, विद अ स्मॉल मनी इफ यू आर मोर इन्वॉल्व विद द फाउंडर्स, थोड़े स्ट्रेटेजिक माइंडसेट से अगर आप आते हो, तो इन्वेस्टिंग इज अ वेरी गुड एसेट क्लास टू क्रिएट वेल्थ.
Thank you. So, any two sectors which you feel that has got matured, and any two sector which you feel are sunrise factors?
I think EdTech is more or less solved. Not much headroom in the EdTech business. Second one I would say across is nearing kind of stuff is FinTech. A lot of stuff has already been done, but still there is an headroom over there to grow across. And I believe the emerging sector will be Web3. Lot of opportunities in the Web3 space. Agri-tech is growing very rapidly, so I think agri-tech is something which people are looking very actively into investing. And I think deep tech continues to rule the roost. D2C brands are growing rapidly in India, so I think new challenger brands are coming up. So a lot of D2C brands. Alternative foods, plant-based meat, plant-based foods are growing across. That's a new sector. Driverless cars, anything around that will be very, very useful to look at as a startup. So these are a couple of places where I think there is an active engagement.
Great. So,
Gaurav, I just wanted to add EV in this, okay, because that's one sector which is very hot right now. We already invested in that sector, and so as I think everybody is quite optimistic about that.
So if I wanted to ask you quick, Neeraj, what are two sectors which you feel are matured and two sectors which are sunrise?
So I definitely go with the new age technologies, the Web3s and NFTs and crypto. I think that will be, I think from here onwards will attract a lot of money. India context की बात करूं तो agro is a very huge sector. I think जहां से मेरे ख्याल से there is possibilities of at least like 50 unicorns in next 10 years. That kind of such a huge sector. हम सबकी life उससे जुड़ी हुई है. EV, we are very, very optimistic about that because uska adoption on a very large level is possible in the remote. It's already happening. So EV, agro, and new age technologies, Web3 के around जो है, blockchain, crypto. I think these are like few sectors that we are very optimistic about those things. EdTech और की जहाँ तक बात है कि हाँ ठीक है, new opportunities in terms of somebody coming absolutely fresh and making something very big is difficult.
We are running out of time, so
yeah.
Last two, only two matured sectors if you can name.
EdTech I feel is yes, definitely, or FinTech में भी दोनों. I agree with Sanjay. FinTech and EdTech are two sectors basically, which is quite, there's so much of crowd there.
Perfect. So Sanjay, this is question from my side. You get an exit. You are in a doldrums, you should take an exit or you should not take an exit. What's your take on that as an early stage investor? If you're getting an opportunity to stay in the company and there is an exit coming in, you know, what should be the strategy? What should be the way, you know, you look at exits?
So exits are, it's a personal appetite about taking risk. So let's say you are getting 10 crore as an exit value. Now, do you have an appetite to reinvest that 10 crore into that company? There was a cash on the table, which you didn't take, and now you want to reinvest that 10 crore into the company. Would you invest 10 crore again in that company is the question you need to ask yourself. If yes, continue riding that wave. If no, then take the chips off the table. And couple of decision-making points here is, how is your relationship with the founder? Is it cordial, or founder is pushing you to go out of the cap table? Second is, how are you seeing the business growth in that company and take a call on that? Next is, who is the incoming investor, which plays a big role, right? And within that incoming investor, who is the partner over there? You should know that. If you know the history of that partner, that he can make the company successful, you should force yourself to ride the wave. Because a lot of time, in mind well, all the businesses in VC world are driven by personalities which are individual. While we talk about capital, it's all about
Quite true.
individual personalities. So if you know that XYZ partner is driving this deal and he's going to be on the board, and you believe on his investment thesis, his or her, you go ahead and continue kind of doing it. Again, these are all individual decisions. Exits are arbitrary. So if I have to give you a math, take an 80-20 kind of stuff. In the first 3 to 4 years of investing, take 80% of the
Exits.
chips on the table and 20% continue it. Rest 3 to 4 years, you exit the balance into that.
Quite good. Last, friends, we are now going to be having a very interesting session in just few minutes. You know, that's Dare to Grow, and everybody is excited in this room to see our, you know, so-called sharks to be coming here and you know, interacting with the founders. Last question, and on which I am just completing. Any 3 tips you wanted to give to angel investors? You know, any last 3 tips you wanted to give to angel investors?
I mean, if I have to share across my notes, one is, you know, be a good VC. It's very important. See, I've seen across people with capital not being humble, and people with capital being arrogant and thinking as if they've bought the company. You know, mera company kaise chal raha hai? The questions they ask founders, sometimes it make me wonder, saying that, you know, you are not an owner of that company. You are just one of the shareholders, right? So behave like a good VC. Good deals will come to you. So that's like first kind of note which I have to share across. Secondly, you know, your reputation plays a big role while you are getting deals. So when you say that you are going to write a check, बहुत सारे deal आएंगे, right? These are unsolicited deals which you get across. Next is you get referred deals, which means एक investment banker या कोई network लेके आएगा कि भी हमने ये deal खोली है, आपको join करना है, but they have an interest into that because there is a fee which they earn across. Third one is कि आपका कोई fellow who is there is going to say that मैं इसमें पैसा डाल रहा हूँ, आपको डालना है क्या? Those are endorsed deal, and that comes to you only with reputation. And those deals are called proprietary deals, which are not out there in market. Very few have got access, and those are great deals to work on. So that's the second one. How do you get access to proprietary deals? So you need to have that reputation for yourself as a VC. Third is keep taking exits, right? You can't be patient saying that as an angel investor, मैं 5 साल 7 साल रुकूंगा. Keep taking exits, keep churning across the capital. Those are the 3 ones.
Great. Neeraj, if you wanted to share 3 and then we'll complete the session.
Yeah, so I think just adding 1 or 2, I think he already covered good part of it. So I think being persistent is one thing. You cannot think this asset class के आज मैं पैसा डालूं, मैंने बहुत सारी stories पढ़ी हैं और मुझे 6-8 महीने में पैसा मिल जाएगा. Because if you are investing with that mindset, तो आप actually founders के लिए problem ही खड़ा कर रहे हो. Because if you are constantly chasing him कि यार अभी क्या हुआ, अभी क्या valuation हुआ, अभी कितना बढ़ा and all that. So you have to be slightly patient in that approach. You invest and then basically keep a horizon of at least like 2 to 3 years minimum is what is expected from a investor. Second is a diversified portfolio approach. That means money has to be diversified across companies. It cannot be just कि मैं 2 में invest करूँगा और फिर देखूँगा कि क्या outcome होता है, फिर सोचूँगा. ऐसा नहीं हो सकता इसमें. तो allocate the money जितना आप risk ले सकते हो और उसको 3 से 5 कंपनी में एटलीस्ट 1 साल में that much you need to invest और portfolio build करिए. और जैसे संजय भाई ने बोला, I think the approach should be founder friendly. आपको उसके साथ मिलके उसकी हेल्प करके it's like building venture together with them. So जैसे हम लोग अपनी लाइन बोलते हैं, don't just invest, create businesses with founders. तो I think उस approach से अगर आप काम करेंगे, you will be very successful.
So thank you both of you. It was a great session, great interaction with both of you. Sanjay bhai, aap please बैठे because next session is with you only. And thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Panelists, thank you very much. That was a very insightful chat, and I'm sure all our brains have already started secreting those creative juices by now. Thank you for sharing that. If anybody here wants to invest in startups, then which is the right opportunity for you to be in. And a very powerful quote said by you, Sanjay ji, that build painkillers and not vitamins. So, Neerav, tell me something. आपने Shark Tank India देखा है क्या?
हाँ, वही शार्क टैंक ना जो समुंदर में जाता है शार्क देखने के लिए.
क्या नीरव, you are not at all upbraided with the trend. वो स्टार्टअप वाला शार्क टैंक.
अरे वो मीम वाला शार्क टैंक. मुझे आपका आइडिया बहुत पसंद आया, बस सिंस ये मेरी एक्सपर्टीज नहीं है, फॉर दैट रीजन आई एम आउट. वो क्या बोलता है, अरे मैं दे दूंगा, आप टेंशन मत लो, मैं दे दूंगा.
ये सब दोगलापन है नीरव, जिंदगी बर्बाद हो जाएगी ऐसे तो आपकी. But on a serious note, as Neeraj ji also said, that Shark Tank India has ignited that conversation about startups. हर household में इसके related अब बात हो रही है. And so, without wasting any further time, here we are at Surat Biz Fest for the very first time, organizing a Shark Tank-like event, which is called Day-2, and we have our sharks here for the same. So, let me just take a few minutes and call upon stage Ms. Bhavna Bhatnagar, who is going to be taking this event forward. Everyone, first time in BNI Shark Tank-like event. Can we please have a huge round of applause? Introduction. Thank you. So, just a few lines for Ms. Bhavna Bhatnagar. She is currently working as a co-founder and a venture capitalist in V Founder Circle, an investment platform focused on investing in early-stage startups. With 8+ years of experience in product development, operations, strategy and internet technology sector, she's worked in China, the US and India as an early team member for global expansion team in ByteDance and Cheetah Mobile. Former co-director of Startup Grind Beijing, where she was a volunteer, Army built the most active startup community in the world, mentored and judged startups from several geographies at various community and university events. Bhavna, can you please come on stage and take this event forward? Please, let's give her a huge round of applause.
Hello everyone. Glad to be back in Surat. So before we begin, I just want to take some thoda idea of the room, like how tired or excited you guys are. So, Kim Cho, Majama? Glad to know. Aja, so as it was explained, this is हमारा Surat version of Shark Tank. Pretty much a very live version. आपने तो televised देखा होगा. So what we are going to do is, मैं judges को पहले एक-एक करके introduce करूँगी. फिर हम startups को introduce करेंगे एक-एक करके. ठीक है, तो अभी हमारे जो एक शार्क तो इधर है ही. Hello Mr. Sanjay. I mean, I hope take 2 minutes का break before I again ask you to start off. ठीक है, so Sanjay is already here. Next, I think I want to invite Dravya Dholakia to stage, and Dravya is the founder CEO of Dholakia Ventures. He has invested in 30+ companies in 15 months, and I would request Dravya if you could come on the stage, and Himanshu Tanera if you can felicitate him. Now it's time to introduce shark number 3. I would love to welcome Jignesh Madhwani onto stage. He's founder of Torrent Wealth Management. He's been labeled as an investment guru by different media. He has 10 years of corporate experience. Jignesh, please come onto the stage, and Akshi Chopra would be felicitating you. Shark number 4. I would love to welcome Gaurav Juneja onto the stage. He is CEO of Ruchi Twister. He's a very, very active angel investor. He's invested in 40 plus companies. Yeah, Gaurav Juneja, please be on the stage, and I would request Ankit Patel to felicitate him. And last but not the least, I would love to invite Ankur Jain onto the platform. He's the managing director at Eminent Group, India's largest auto dealer. He has sold 45,000 plus cars in a year. Wow. Ankur Jain, please come on the stage, and Jinay Thaparia would be the person felicitating him. So now that we have all our sharks here, it's time to introduce the guidelines to how exactly are we going to replicate Shark Tank here. So basic है, हमारे पास 4 startups हैं, 4 incredible startups who will come one by one. हर एक startup को हम देंगे 15 मिनट, ठीक है? तो 5 से 7 मिनट startup अपना आइडिया बताएगा जजेस को, sharks को यहाँ पे, और 5 से 7 मिनट हम देंगे sharks को to ask them any kind of question that they want to and decide if they want to fund them or not. ठीक है? तो 15 मिनट पर startup. टाइमिंग का हम इधर साइड में there's going to be a team who's going to check कि भाई ज़्यादा टाइम तो नहीं ले रहे हैं, क्योंकि हम चाहते हैं सारे 4 startups को equal टाइम मिले. आपसे ऑडियंस से I would request, please keep encouraging our startups. Do applause every single time a startup comes here. And yeah, I mean, looking forward to this amazing show. So with that, I think it's time to begin. Sharks, all set? So here I would love to invite our first startup. आपने उनको असली Shark Tank में भी देखा होगा, ठीक है? तो I would love to request the Ranodeep from Rare Planet. And I'm sure you've seen Rare Planet on many airports. So with a big round of applause, please welcome Ranodeep. He's just setting up his mic.
Is it audible?
30 seconds.
Okay. Ishita, the video needs to be played. Sure. Namaste, Sharks. I hope I'm audible. Namaste, everyone. It's such a wonderful morning here in Surat. I remember coming back to Surat 3 years back when I was raising my first round, and today I'm here in the Shark Tank. So I'll pitch, and before I pitch, I want to play a video and then go ahead and then do the pitch. So if you can please play the video.
मेरे देश की मिट्टी है प्यारे, बस मिट्टी नहीं कहलाती है. कुम्हारों के हाथ लगे मिट्टी सोना बन जाती है. देश के कोने कोने की कहानी ये सुनाती है. कला ये भांति भांति देखो देश की शान बढ़ाती है. पूरब पश्चिम उत्तर दक्षिण देश के हर एक कोने से पूरा भारत ले आए हम अजब गजब इन कुल्हड़ में. पंजाब की फुलकारी से महाराष्ट्र की वारली, गुजरात की थोड़ा घोड़े भागे. कमाल की कला बंगाल की पटुआ में, ओडिशा की रौनक पटचित्रा में. चित्तारा भी खूब जचे कर्नाटक की हर चौखट पे. यूपी की सांझी देखोगे तो कागज में है फूल खिले. कुल्हड़ है या कला कोई तुम पूछो इन कुम्हारों से. आजादी की मिट्टी में एक अलग सी खुशबू है प्यारे. ये देश की मिट्टी है प्यारे, और आजादी देश ये हमारा है.
तो इस बार जब देश फिर से आजादी का जश्न मनाए, आओ करें सम्मान उन कुम्हारों का जिन्होंने बनाया ये चाय का अजब प्याला, जो है इस देश का सबसे निराला. ये है देश की चाय का सलाम अपने देश की मिट्टी को।
So sharks, so मिट्टी का कुल्हड़ तो हर जगह मिलता है 3 रुपए में, बट ऐसा क्या खास है इस कुल्हड़ में, और जो कुल्हड़ आपने देखा कि हम 450 में बेचते हैं, और हमने सिर्फ एक नहीं अराउंड 15,000 पीसेस बेचे हैं since the day we started in 2016. So my journey starts when as a college student in 2014 when I was struggling to pay my college fees. It is at that point of time I went on to see different कारीगर्स across the city. तो मैं बंगाल से हूँ, कैलकाटा से, और मेरे शहर में बहुत कारीगर हैं, मिट्टी के कारीगर हैं और डिफरेंट टाइप के कारीगर हैं. एंड आई वांटेड टू अंडरस्टैंड कि ये जो अपना कारीगर का बना हुआ प्रोडक्ट है, ये क्यों ड्यूटी फ्री शॉप या प्रीमियम एयरपोर्ट्स या मॉल्स में नहीं मिलते हैं. इट इज़ एट दैट पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम मेरे को लगा कि अगर हम लोग उसी सेम प्रोडक्ट को इनोवेट करें, एक बेहतर प्रोडक्ट बनाएं और उसको लेके जाए, तो इट विल सेल. एंड दैट्स हाउ वी स्टार्टेड रेयर प्लैनेट. सो बैक So 2016 में we started with a small shop in a bookstore called Oxford in Calcutta. In the first month itself, we had a revenue of close to 1.5 lakhs, and we slowly growing from there. So we started the online thing in 2015, but sadly, as a fresh college engineering student, hardly did I realize कि online किसी चीज को चलाने के लिए बहुत पैसा चाहिए, in order to advertise it, in order to bring it to the customer. वो चला नहीं, but हमने कारीगरों के साथ मेहनत जारी रखी. And that's when we innovated the products and came up with a lot of products. We started with a small shop. From first month onwards, we realized कि अगर एक shop इतना अच्छा कर सकता है, हम other bookstores के साथ भी आगे चल के कर सकते हैं. By 2017, we had almost 25 bookstores where we were selling our products. तब लगा कि bookstores तो अच्छे हैं, but हमारे जो products हैं, वो airports में और अच्छे बिकेंगे. And that's when we tried to collaborate with W.H. Smith and Relay in India. We started with a small 30,000 ka order in W.H. Smith, and today we're the largest suppliers for any handcrafted product you find in W.H. Smith or Relay or any other travel retailer in India. I graduated in 2018. I raised my first check in 2019 from Venture Catalyst. And since then, I got my co-founder. So I was very young when I started. My co-founder, Mr. Vijay, who's sadly he's not here today, he had an extensive retail experience of 30 years, of which 10 years only at airports. While we were doing wonders with W.H. Smith and Relay, we always wanted to understand how could we get inside airports. Pre-pandemic, market was very difficult. Airports were saturated, and it was very difficult to find a space. As soon as the pandemic happened, for us also things shattered, and we made D2C strong. It is at that point of time when Tata's came to us and we did Desh Ka Kullar, consecutive 2 years. This is the third year we are doing with them. And we built a robust D2C structure. But then we kept on seeing that we were still burning money in D2C. Back in 2019, we again raised another rounds of fund, and it was in the middle of the pandemic. And it was at that point of time when we used the entire year of 2019-20, the entire year of pandemic, to get all the licenses. And we started with our first airport store. Today, as we speak, we are 13 airports. In last 2.5 months, we have opened 9 airport stores. Prior to that, we were only at 4 airport stores. With 4 airport stores, we are at a 1 CR monthly revenue run rate, net monthly run rate, with zero investment in marketing. Airports is such an amazing place to sell. We call it the airport D2C. And we want to create the legacy with across any airport you travel to, you find an Air Planet store where we empower close to 50,000 karigars to build their amazing products and sell it. Talking about gross margin, we have a gross margin of close to 70%, and we have been EBITDA positive year on year. Also, we closed our 31st March recently, just 2-3 days back. So I'll give you the figures. FY 19-20, we were at 1.43 crore. FY 21-22, which we closed at 8.5 CR. So it's a huge jump, and the year going ahead, we look at 40-45 CR to close the coming year. The ask is we are raising a 15 crore round at a 75 crore pre-money valuation, of which we are already have commitments of 14 crore. We got the due diligence and everything done. We have received almost 12 crore in our bank. We are raising last 1 crore here, and I would be more than happy to have all of you on the cap table. Thank you so much.
Hi, great stuff which you are building. How many SKUs you are managing at one time?
Sir, currently we have close to 2000 SKUs because जो कारीगर वाले products होते हैं.
Right. And how do you, what's the inventory cost?
So sir, in the airport model, the turnaround for stock is very, very fast. The
Just give me numbers. Let's be very precise.
So with 13, right now we are at 13 stores. With 13 stores, we approximately hold inventory of close to 1.5 crore.
So 1.5 crore worth of inventory is locked with that.
Yes, sir.
And what's the inventory turnover?
It's close to 31 days.
31 days.
So inventory moves very fast. In airports, a 24-hour model. And the best part is there is no dead stock. Because हर दिन एयरपोर्ट से नया आदमी फ्लाई करता है, तो हर बार उसके लिए प्रोडक्ट नया होता है. अगर कोई लोकेशन अच्छा नहीं चल रहा होता है, जैसे हमारे पास पहले 4 थे.
Do you have a D2C model?
Yes, we also have a D2C
What's
model.
the online sale?
So today, last month we were at 1.8 CR in revenue in March.
Online sale.
Total sale 1.1 crore and 80 lakhs, of which 30% is from digital.
30% is from?
Digital. D2C.
Online.
Online.
You sell on marketplace or your own
We
website?
sell mostly on marketplaces. We are not we have our own website, but we sell on marketplaces more. The reason behind that is in order to acquire customers in our own website, we need to spend heavily on customer acquisition. So we are mostly focusing on marketplace, but going ahead with all the stores, we have close to 28 stores planned in airports. We'll have a very steady cash flow and positive cash flow. Which
So you want to continue building an offline brand?
We want to be an omni-channel brand. In next 5 years, it has to be 50-50.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you so much.
Hi Ronadev.
Hi sir.
Well, I am one of your customer. I've seen your store at the Goa airport. Just few things that I want to understand is,
yes,
currently your model is precisely heavily on airport, right?
Yeah.
So what is your contribution of airport that you have currently in your total sale? And what is the average billing size, and most important, what are your contracts with the airport that you do? What is the tenure that you do, and what are the renewal policy that you have with your airports?
Okay. So the average ticket size for any airport, so if we take average of all the 13 stores, as of yesterday, we get every day different data coming in. So as of yesterday, the ATV is close to 1300 rupees. Majority of the airports which we sign are a 7-year contract, except for a few airports where there's a 1 or a 2-year contract, which is very, very less. It's always a 7-year contract with the airports. And about the contribution from retail, so in retail we don't have any other retail stores other than airports. So if you consider that 30% coming from digital, 70% is coming from airport retail. Also, it is not our only our own airport stores. We also work with WH Smith, Relay, and couple of other players at the airport too. Also in the offline space, we are there with Crossword and others. But that contributes very less. We are building a separate team just in order to grow that business as well.
So apart from airport, will you be growing to in other cities, malls and everything, or?
The idea is to conquer the airport space first and then slowly get into malls. But in malls, we don't look at bigger stores more than 200 square feet. Before malls, we want to make our D2C very, very strong. With airports and D2C, it's a very good combination, and then slowly come into malls. Also at malls, only 200 to 250 square feet stores, because making very big stores will make it capex and opex heavy, which will create a difficult to turn around a store. So very small stores, just for the sake of presence and better revenue transaction from that specific location. But our first target after airports is to grow D2C big time.
Okay, I'll come back, I think, after once they...
How did you survive in your COVID period when you said that you only had a presence in the airport? I just wanted to ask this journey.
So sir, the story, I have been doing this for last 6 years since when I started. Okay. So sorry. Yeah. So pre-COVID, we were mostly dependent on B2B and a bit on marketplaces. When COVID happened, we grew our own D2C channel in the best possible way. And by the middle of COVID, we had Desh Ka Kullar, and then we were very heavily dependent on growing the D2C channel. So आज जो 30% contribution D2C से आ रहा है, वो D2C तब बना है, main COVID period पे. फिर धीरे धीरे जैसे airports खुलने लगे, we started growing our own stores. So in Jan of 2021, we opened our first airport store in Calcutta. In April in Goa. In April, if you remember, the second wave had come in, and we survived the second wave, we survived the small third wave, we have been cash positive every time. So there's a very unique concept at airports as well. जब भी कोविड आता है और अगर आपका खुद का स्टोर है, जैसे ही एयरपोर्ट का पैक्स घट जाता है तो आपका रेंट भी घट जाता है. So the whole rent now with government of India has come up with a rule कि जितना पैक्स फ्लाई करेगा उसके अकॉर्डिंग you have to pay the government. So there are new rules that are coming in, and so airport retail is the only form of retail that has grown year on year. So government is also taking initiatives with the new aviation minister and everything. There are very good initiatives for airport retail today.
Why have you not anything you in future are you planning to go with? अभी तो आपके कारीगर जो होते हैं वो कर रहे हैं, but machines can replace this art very easily and probably very much faster.
Sir, if you see our total range, the story which we are selling to the customer is the story of the karigar. That is the USP of the brand. Okay. We don't want to dilute on that. Might be there will be 20-25% or 30% of machine-made products, but the whole ethos of the brand is coming from the karigars. Like if you look at Fab India, it is surviving because of the ESG and what they have been doing for karigars, and I am here to stay. I want to build a visionary company. So the karigars will be always a part of this.
So what's the ratio right now in machine work to artisans work?
Today, even if you look at a copper bottle like this, it might look like a machine made, but the layer, the chemical layer that has been applied on this is done by a कारीगर. तो इसमें भी कारीगर का हाथ यूज हुआ है. तो हमारे जितने भी प्रोडक्ट्स है कहीं ना कहीं कारीगर का हाथ यूज हो रहा है.
So basically the base product is being made by the machine and then the artistic work is being made by the artisan.
Only in case of this, certain products machine थोड़ा use होता है. Certain products it's full handmade. So if you look at the cooler, it's 100% handmade. From the basic material of the cooler to the painting to everything is done by a karigar. So there are different karigars doing at different parts. So suppose let us take an example of a keychain maybe. उसमें भी different parts, different कारीगर बना रहा है.
Okay. On this similar note,
Yes.
as you mentioned, your USP is, uplifting rural artisans. If you can share some,
Insights on
statistics
that.
on how the upliftment happens, what do they get out of, your unit economics?
So sir, there are three parts to this whole thing. First is we don't sell products which were already available. जैसे आपको handicraft सुनते ही ना लगेगा कि emporium वाला product है. अपने देश में handicraft बोले तो emporium products. We don't sell anything that is available at an emporium. So our team, so the core of Rare Plant is a design team which sits in Calcutta. Their work is to find a product from emporium, bring it to the office, modify it in and out, create a product which will be possible for a modern day customer to use, and then that product is taken to the karigar. So suppose a basic cooler was built by a karigar at a 50 rupees. When we bring in that modern product to be built by a karigar, right away we start paying with a 70 or a 85 rupees. So there's a growth in the payment which he was getting. Also, what we are looking at today is we want to partner with a new age fintech fund to come up with a fund for these karigars. See, अपने देश में ना, I know the next question which you'll ask कि आप इतने सारे कारीगर्स को रोकोगे कैसे? ठीक है? नहीं, लाना is not a problem. India is a land of कारीगर्स. You have 12 million कारीगर्स here. बहुत बड़ा पूल है कारीगर को. आप retain कैसे करोगे कारीगर को? That is a bigger agenda. So, okay. So how do you retain the कारीगर? So अपने देश में तो वो contract हो नहीं सकता कि आप सिर्फ मेरे लिए बनाओगे और किसी के लिए नहीं बनाओगे. So what we are trying to do is, we are trying to collaborate with a fintech fund and try to give karigars whenever they need a loan or a working capital, so that they become a part of the family. So कारीगर को बहुत टाइप के लोन जरूरत होते रहते हैं कि बेटी का शादी है 10,000 रुपए चाहिए, उसके लिए 10,000 is a very big thing. So if that fintech fund which we collaborate with gives him a 10,000 rupees, we know that every month he is going to supply us products, and through that we can deduct and complete that loan in suppose 2 years or 3 years. And he becomes a part of the family and he will never leave us. So that is the strategy which we are doing. Also, we are building cooperatives at different levels where we are trying to figure out how we can transfer certain percentage of shares so that they also grow when we grow very big. So if we are looking at a 15-year spectrum from here to build a revolutionary organization which is present across the globe, these karigars have to be affected today and for a long term.
So your karigars are from specific area?
No. So when I started, they were only from Bengal. Today, as we speak, we have 18 clusters across the country, from Kashmir to Karnataka. They are spread across the country depending on what product it is. So for example, if you're looking at copper, the cluster is based in Uttar Pradesh. If you're talking about ceramics, it is in Uttar Pradesh. Terracotta in Bengal. Steel painting in Kashmir. So जहाँ पे जिस product पे हम focus करते हैं, उसी cluster को पकड़ते हैं. And we start with very less spectrum. कि पकड़ लो 5 कारीगर से पहले शुरू करते हैं. अब 5 कारीगर को बैंक का अकाउंट खुलवाना हमारा काम है. और हम सिर्फ उसके नाम पे नहीं खुलवाते, उसकी जो घर वाली मतलब see in a village when you go to ना, the entire family works. So we get the bank account in the name of the female member of that family, and the money is transferred through bank always, no cash transactions. There's a head of that cluster who collects the stock, brings it to our warehouse. मतलब उसका काम है transportation करवाना. And when you do all this, the whole economics looks very proactive from there onwards.
So Sharks and Ranodeep, I'll interrupt. So I think 15 minutes are over. So if any of the Sharks want to show their interest, let's say in investing in Rare Planet, please do, let us know. I mean, because we have to sort of do it Shark Tank style.
Just one more question, please.
Yes, please.
So what do you see yourself in the next 5 years?
So I can tell you what I want to see in the next 15 years and not 5 years.
That's good.
So in the next 15 years, we want to be a global company. So when you walk down an airport in US, or you walk down maybe Times Square in New York, you have to see this Indian brand selling Indian products next to a foreign brand. And that's what we want to do.
Okay.
I'm out. This is an inventory-led model, so I wouldn't like to. It's too much high touch, not a scalable model. So I'm out.
So good. Thank you so much, sir.
Well, Ranodeep, I'm in. I see certain things in the product, and it is as supporting the the country's artisan as well. And yes, I commit 10 lakh rupees to you and take it forward, and
Thank you so much.
like to see the journey together at Times Square.
Thank you, sir.
I'm out as well for different reasons, since it's inventory heavy, asset heavy, and there are a couple of other reasons as well, but constraint of time. Thank you.
Even I am out for multiple reasons, but I'm too late for you, probably. I would have been met you before.
I wish I was here in Surat almost 3 years back when I was raising my first round at a 6 crore valuation. And I can say when I was in Surat, I was in Gaurav sir's office when I was pitching for the first time. I was very young back then. And I had a couple of 4 or 5 investors from Surat. Surat has been a lucky city for me. After that,
I was one among them. I invested in the seed round.
So Gaurav sir was my first investor in the seed round. So I still remember those days when I was raising back then. The vision was not this clear. It was a pure bet on the founder. As Sanjay sir had said, it's a bet always on the founder. But now we have a clear-cut vision to go ahead and do it.
Both Gauravs are big sharks. They catch you before me.
So I am already invested in your company, and that's it.
Thanks to all the Sharks, and congratulations, Ranodeep. You managed to get one offer. So yeah, good work. Now I'd like to invite our second startup. So Suchit from Uma Robotics. I think give us 30 seconds. Yeah, please welcome our second founder, Suchit.
Hi Sharks, I'm Suchit Sharma from Uma Robotics.
Hi.
We are building Maruti car for mobile robots. So just to give information to everyone, mobile robots are like small cars which can carry weights in a factory from point A to point B. And we want to take it to every small and medium-sized factory of India. That is our vision. So before I move forward, I want to take you back to the future. So in 1980s, we saw movies like Terminator, which used to show Arnold Schwarzenegger cyborgs moving around in 2020s as robots. And now we are already in 2022, and what we see, I want to ask you, how many robots did you encounter in last 1 week? Or maybe in 1 month? So if you are not working in a big automation factory, or you are an investor who is getting pitched by a lot of robotic startup, most probably your answer would be close to 0. So why is that? That we are at the convergence of technologies where robotics is possible, but we don't have mobile robots available for factories. So I want to focus this problem. So the basic reasons, 4 reasons why mobile robots are still not easily available is, first of all, the time and cost of deployment. So on an average, a mobile robot costs 15 lakh rupees. But that's average. But the deployment cost is up to 10 times the cost of the hardware. Plus the deployment time often reaches around 1 year. So for companies, it's a huge investment. Also, the floors of the Indian factories, if for the normal mobile robots, if there is an inclination of 10 to 20 degrees, or there are bumps in the ground, these robots have problems. So Indian factories, they are not ready, all of them, small scale, are not ready for these solutions. The users and the deploying people, they also need a lot of knowledge. You have to train them, tell them how is it useful for them. And also, there are no solution for outdoors. So for example, if you have to transport your material from inside parameters to outside or between the buildings, if you are manufacturing between buildings or in assembly line is in other building or warehouses somewhere else, there are no solution for outdoors. So that's what we want to cater. We want to make robust, autonomous, that are not only autonomous indoor but outdoor, and fast to deploy, up to 10 times faster deployable robots that can be easily used in affordable costs for India. So I want to show you some videos of what we have already built, and then I take it forward. So this is one of our robots here. It's running autonomously completely outdoors, maneuvering over people and cars. Also running autonomously indoors. But laser-based solutions are often expensive, so we also came up with cheaper technologies like line following and person following, which are very easy to deploy and reduces the cost. So the robots can also be integrated to existing infrastructure of the factories that we have. And as I mentioned, the line following technologies, they are so simple that even uneducated users can manipulate the path of the robot without knowing much about it. And robots can follow persons, but robot can follow also other robots. That means you can make a train of robots following each other. And they run very good in uneven surfaces. And also the software is modular, so you can deploy it on small platforms, big platforms, anywhere. So basically, especially with the person following, as I show, they are like very easy to deploy. Even a small child can start using a robot, and the robot can start following it and take heavy weights from one place to another. How we want to sell these robots? So not only we want to sell as a one-time direct cost of 3 to 10 lakh rupees, but we also bring robot as a service model, where you can buy a robot for 30 to 50,000 rupees per month. You can subscribe for it, and normally the cost of robot, the return of investment is 3 to 5 years on average. But because of our simple models, our return of investment is within 1 year. So within 1 year, you can get back the cost of the thing. So we incorporated last year in August. We are working on this for last 2 years, and we got selected for V Founder Circle Accelerator. In January, we also got selected for STPI grant under Chunauti 2.0 scheme for from Government of India. And next month, we are delivering our first robot to a big IT company, which is also Fortune 500 company. And they are also giving the second purchase order within next 2-3 days.
Name of the company, please. Name of the company. Here.
I can tell you later, maybe it's confidential. They also have a teaming agreement with us for long term. So because they want to take our technology to their customers. We as a team, we are the best team to build this because we are, so I have 12 years experience in robotics, machine learning, software engineering. I have worked in Germany for 8 years and I'm building robots for last 8-9 years. I also worked in German Aerospace Agency and a company called Hella, which is automotive part supplier for Audi Mercedes, where I also learned how robotics can quickly make their process more robust in autonomous in their assembly line and in their manufacturing areas. We have Molin, who is taking care of business development, Sonali, who is doing machine learning and software engineering, and a fabricator with us. And to make this thing happen, to make this vision happen, we need your help. We need your advice, and we are asking for 50 lakh rupees at a valuation of 10 crore rupees for 5% equity in our company.
So, please.
So what's your current cap table?
So currently, like, I'm a sole co-founder, so apart from what we gave to accelerator and incubators is around friends and family, we have 11% for that, and 89% is still in the founding.
And what kind of capital you have invested?
So what we have invested by bootstrapping is around 25 lakh rupees, plus now we recently got around 40 lakh from grants and accelerators.
Okay, and what was the equity investment, or what was the grant? What's the split?
Total 10% for 40 lakhs. So one was 5% for 15, 5% for 25.
What's your education? Where did you study?
So I did my master's from Germany in robotics and machine learning, and bachelor's in computer science. And I also worked in India for 3 years before going there.
And what's the cost of this one robot?
So the robots start from 3 lakh rupees, and for completely autonomous up to 10 lakh rupees.
And what's the weight carrying capability?
Right now 150 to 300 kilograms, but we are increasing to 500 and 1000.
Okay, thanks.
What is the competition scenario in your industry, just to understand? I'm not an tech
There
person.
are almost like hundreds of AGV companies around the world. I think you have also invested in Akio last year. So there are a huge number of AGV companies. Most of them, they are working for Industry 4.0, for big companies who already know what automation is and who have big budgets for it. We are like Aam Aadmi Party of robots. So we want to invest, we want to bring this automation to small companies, your companies next door, which don't even think of automation because it's out of their reach. So, yeah.
And what is the life cycle of, let's say, a one robot? How do you put it? You know?
So currently we have tested our robots for 2-3 years, and without any problems they are running. But we usually give it with guarantees, monthly, like 6 months guarantees, and you can buy guarantees over the time. So we give like flexible model, and based on that your cost also increases or decreases.
And say, for example, you are replacing a manpower, so you might have done some metrics. So what is the cost it is replacing? And you mentioned that your ROI is 1 year.
Yeah.
So is that for a particular industry, or that is how you put it across?
Yeah, it's more like an average. I can give you 2 answers for this. So one is like average, what the industry report says. Average cost that is reduced is 5 to 15% from a robots. That's why return of investment is very long. But the second answer is why we are called UMA Robotics. People ask me like, auntie ka naam hai kya? UMA. So it's not like that. UMA is also means in Sanskrit enabler or helper. So we are not replacing people. We want to enable, that's what I learned in Europe, that they use machines for everything to have more efficiency. So we want to enable the laborers to do 10 times, 20 times what they are doing right now. And that's how we want to bring more efficiency in manufacturing in India. So we are not replacing them.
And can the cost of a robot be funded by banks? Does it come into the equipment list? It can be funded?
So we didn't research on this, but we were thinking of having financing companies to finance the robots of this monthly model. That's definitely, but I didn't go to banks to ask this.
Okay.
Just to touch upon the ROI part, if you can explain, like, what are the testing statistics numbers you've done, how much, I mean, how does the cost of 3 lakh, 5 lakh of a robot, you cover it up in a year?
Yeah, so basically like how ROI is calculated is over the salaries of the people, and if you replace one person for that, so like one of the videos I showed there, 2 people are carrying a heavy sack, and if you put a robot there, either it's person following or it goes autonomously, you replace 2 people there. So that's how it calculates. Like it makes 10,000 per person, 2,40,000 per year. Oh, sorry, 1,20,000 per year, so 240. So that's how you get the return in 1 year. But again, as I said, it's not about just replacing people. It's about bringing efficiency because people make mistakes. These sacks fell down. There is always hassle that, okay, will it come on time? Will it not come on time? Here you just press a button and the thing reaches there. So that's what we want to bring. It's not just replacing people.
So my question is, do you create a product or do you create a solutions for the factories?
So we are creating right now complete solution, like end-to-end. We give a robot that transports thing from A to B. So we are making the hardware ourselves, software, everything is in-house made. We tried this model where we were giving just the hardware. So in that case, mostly the customers are software companies. Software startups, robotic startups who want to take the hardware and build something on it. But usually they don't have the budget. So it's not a good model. And same is with the software. If you start selling the softwares, the customers usually, the hardware manufacturers start building the software themselves. So they will one day replace you. So you have to give a complete solution, and user needs a complete solution. They don't need parts.
So your robots are tech-enabled, and basically one person will be operating from the app, kind of, or there will be physical
web interface. Right now we are also in process of building the app. But for some models like line following, you don't even need that. You can just press a button and the robot just do A to B, or person following.
So in which industry have you specifically targeted, and in which have you tested?
So we have done demos with manufacturing, especially manufacturing, shop floors and assembly line areas.
Which sector in manufacturing?
So like this iron parts they manufacture where there are heavy parts, wherever there is a heavy load.
So in iron industry, the load bearing capacity should be more than a ton, and as you said, it's only less than 300 kilos for your.
Yeah. That's what we got feedback from people, and that's why we have to increase the load carrying capacity because that's.
So have you tested for textiles division? Yeah. So have you tested for textiles division?
Yeah. Yeah. So we one of the videos showed we tested for textile as well, but they were also carrying things in bigger sacks. So that's why we got a feedback that okay, make it 300 kilogram. We also got some demo requests from rice mills and all these lower level mills where they want to carry like things in sacks because big factories already have this pallet system, forklifts, and this is already a standard. But there are many companies which don't have these standards. They want to carry things in normal sacks, and that's where our robots could be very useful.
So currently the sale is 0. That's a pre-revenue model right now.
Next month it will be, yeah.
How much?
The first robot is around 3 lakh rupees, but the second PR is coming. We are already starting making it, so it will be total like 5 lakh rupees.
And what's the target for the next financial year?
So for 1 year we want to sell 50 robots, and we want to make 1.5 crore rupees.
So whom are you targeting right now?
These mills and mid-level factories.
Okay. And as you said that the price of the robo is from 3 lakh to 10 lakhs. So any plan where you can cut down the price and bring it to under 1 lakh?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, right now we are manufacturing under 1 lakh rupees, but we are selling it 3 lakh because we want to test how long we can. Like there can be guarantee problems, servicing problem and everything. So that's why we have increased the price to see what is possible. And when we do more mass manufacturing, we will definitely bring down the cost.
So the wear and tear of the robo will be very much high because there will be daily usage, maybe 24/7 usage will be there. So how we will tackle that part?
So most of the expensive components like batteries, like electronic components, these are things which will not go under wear and tear. And the other components like wheels and everything are very standard. Like the wheels we are using is from e-rickshaw. So these are easily available components, and also every motor and hardware part. So that's how the wear and tear will be taken care.
Okay. And as you have a very technical background, do you have anyone in your team who is having a sales background or who's having a marketing background?
No, that's what we have to hire. But my wife is helping right now on the sales and marketing side. So we want to hire some people on sales, but until now we have done everything like from this team.
So apart from you, who are there in the founders list?
I'm the sole founder, but we have like my wife who is doing on the business development, plus my sister-in-law, she's on software and machine learning. She has a lot of experience with startups in the last 5-6 years.
So basically you have the product ready and all the things you will have to sort it out later on.
No, we are, yes and no. So we have the product ready, but like right now we have to go to sales, and we need like sales team, we need marketing budgets, we need to go to customers, and people are asking for demos, and we don't have budgets to go 200 kilometers, 500 kilometers carrying heavy robots and this kind of things. And yeah.
So Sharps, do we have any offer for Suchit?
Hi. How would you compare to AQ?
To?
AQ Robotics.
Yeah, they are going for big factories, that's what I said. They are going for Industry 4.0, and we are going for Industry 1.0, 2.0. Companies, like 69% of the companies don't even have a single unit of automation, if you take an average. And we are not even counting like small size companies. So we are going for these small size companies, and they are going for like big company FMCGs and for the like retail stores. And we are going for normal mid-sized companies.
Thanks.
No, I don't have a question. In fact, I am out of it. The reason it's a very much capital intensive and probably a lot of competitions and challenges let the product get built. I will be going on upper side.
Interesting space, but yeah, I am out as well. But yes, I think you're doing quite well. All the best.
Similarly, I'm out as well. Heavy working capital requirement, and I see too many things. You're doing hardware, software, IoT, and I don't see a differentiator yet. Maybe it's too early, but good luck.
I'm out as well. Good luck to you. Try to build a team is one unsolicited, but it looks like a family-run business. Thanks.
I can be in the next round.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to all the Sharks. Thanks, Sujit.
So friends, from audience also, if anybody wanted to write a live check, you can always stand and commit the amount. You can always stand because यहाँ पे pitch हो रहा है. The judges are asking very right and relevant questions. So we are not looking for any questions from your side, but we are looking forward for any interest. So if any one of you feel that yes, I am interested and I wanted to write any 5-10 lakh rupees check or any big check also, you can always say. Thank you.
Thanks, Gaurav. So with this, we come to our third startup. I would love to welcome Abhinav and Rahul from Motorzyte.
Before the next startup comes, maybe I would like to get connected with the robotics team. I would like to offer my expertise in industrial automation and robotics, and can be a co-founder with sales expertise of 10 years and an experience of technical in 15 years. So maybe the equity can be discussed later on with the amount of investment. Thank you.
So if marketing is sorted, then I can be in the game. If marketing is sorted, then I can be in the game.
Sir, I have 10x years experience in industrial automation sales. So, and with my company is working in 20 years in industrial automation. So maybe can work out in another round of discussions.
So I can be in the game, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely fine, sir.
Great. Suchit, I hope you heard what he said. So I think you guys can maybe, discuss this together now that Neerav has shown interest to be, let's say the marketing side of your business. So yeah.
And
great.
Suchit,
and yes, Gaurav also of course showed interest in coming in the round. So yeah, let's do a handshake then.
Yeah, sure, that'll be good, that'll be good. And Suchit, if you want anything in textiles, so if you want to promote your product in textiles, then I'm the right guy for you.
Definitely, sir.
Yeah, so I think now it's Abhinav's and Rahul's stage. They are here representing Motorzite.
Hello, Sharks.
Jai Shri Krishna.
Can you play the video, Bhavna?
My name is Rahul Tiwari
and our startup is
Motorzite.
At Motorzite, we are building a digitally enabled, seamless customer journey for luxury car customers. At present, a customer has to go through multiple resources online to research, take advice of friends and family, visit multiple dealerships, interact with allied service providers such as finance and insurance. In a nutshell, the journey is time-consuming and requires tremendous effort. Motorzite is providing customer a one-stop solution where customers can not only buy a new or certified pre-owned car, but also sell or trade in their existing cars. In addition to that, customers can compare and buy allied services such as finance, service packages, extended or used car warranty through our partners, all at a click of a button. We are developing our product with a vision of future of automotive retail, where journey of a customer would be digital, seamless, and most importantly, service-oriented rather than product-oriented. So, are you ready to embrace the exclusive? I'm Abhinav.
So, Sharks, as you could see, buying a luxury car, the road to buy a luxury car is not that smooth. Customer journey में, okay, thank you. So customer journey में there are almost 26 touch points. Touch points जहाँ पे customer एक brand से interact करता है या किसी एक resource से interact करता है. Now इस 26 touch points में से 21 active हैं. Those points where customer has to reach out to a stakeholder or a resource online. India में almost there are 40 online resources for customers. इन resources में आपकी कंपनी की वेबसाइट आ सकती है, डीलर्स की वेबसाइट आ सकती है, थर्ड पार्टी वेबसाइट्स आ सकती हैं, and there are YouTube channels. There are 16 YouTube channels with more than 1 million subscribers. And out of this 40 channel, customer at least 15 to 20 channels को serve करता है to get information. So as per a survey, there is 14 hours a customer spends in just gathering the information of the car. वो कम से कम 4 dealership visit करता है, or it can take up to 2 months for a customer to actually buy a car from the point they started thinking of buying it. Now translate it to the used car buyer. Don't ask me, बहुत मुश्किल है. Used car, especially luxury में एक बहुत unique inventory है. एक Mercedes E-Class 2018 model driven less than 30,000 kilometer, black color, is not like a mass segment Baleno white color available in numbers. So जब यूज कार की बात करते हैं तो ये जर्नी और टीडियस हो जाती है, एफर्ट रिक्वायर्ड ज़्यादा हो जाता है. दिल्ली में ही हमने जो काउंट करे हैं मल्टी ब्रांड यूज कार डीलर्स जिनके फिजिकल स्टोर्स हैं एंड दोज हु हैव एटलीस्ट 2 to 3 लग्जरी कार्स टू सेल इन अ मंथ, कैन यू गेस 100 से ज़्यादा हैं. और हमारे जो कस्टमर सर्वे हमने किया है उसमें कस्टमर कम से कम 7 डीलरशिप पे जाता है. और यूज कार में प्रॉब्लम क्या होता है? यूज कार में 3 कैरेक्टरिस्टिक है. एक होता है पास्ट, एक होता है प्रेजेंट, एक होता है फ्यूचर. पास्ट होता है कि उस व्हीकल की हिस्ट्री क्या रही है, प्रेजेंट होता है उस व्हीकल का प्राइस क्या है, और फ्यूचर होता है कि ये व्हीकल रोड वर्दी है कि नहीं आगे. और आज की डेट में मल्टी ब्रांड में ये तीनों चीजें कस्टमर आर नॉट श्योर. सो अगर मैं समराइज करूं लग्जरी कार मार्केट स्पेसिफिकली, वी आर फोकस मोर ऑन लग्जरी कार, देयर आर 3 क्रिटिकल प्रॉब्लम्स. नंबर 1, देयर इज अ इंफॉर्मेशन गैप. सारी इंफॉर्मेशन अवेलेबल नहीं है. ऑनलाइन रिसोर्सेज आपको सिर्फ प्रोडक्ट का स्पेसिफिकेशन एंड फीचर्स बता रहे हैं, ओनरशिप सॉल्यूशन कोई नहीं बता रहा है, ना आपके पास ऑप्शन है खरीदने का. देयर इज एक्सटेंडेड वारंटी ऑप्शन, देयर इज अ वारंटी ऑन यूज्ड कार आल्सो व्हिच इज अवेलेबल इन द मार्केट. You don't get to know buyback value, buyback programs run by BMW, Mercedes or Audi. These kind of programs you are discovering in basically, when you are actually going to the dealerships. उसके पहले आपको ये पता नहीं पड़ रहा है. दूसरा प्रॉब्लम है कि जर्नी बहुत टीडियस है, बिकॉज एक कस्टमर जर्नी करने के लिए कम से कम 10 से 15 डिफरेंट लोगों से बात करता है और तब जाके उसको सारी इंफॉर्मेशन मिलती है. तीसरा जो है वो सबसे बड़ा प्रॉब्लम है ट्रस्ट का, और स्पेसिफिकली एज आई सेड इन द यूज्ड कार मार्केट, बिकॉज वहां पे ना हिस्ट्री पता है, ना वहां पे प्रेजेंट वेदर प्राइसेस राइट पता है या फ्यूचर पता है. दिस इज वेयर वी आर कमिंग इन. At Motorzyte, we are actually building a digitally integrated ecosystem. इस इकोसिस्टम में हम 4 कैटेगरी ऑफ स्टेक होल्डर जो हैं इंडस्ट्री के एक प्लेटफॉर्म पे ला रहे हैं. पहला ऑफ कोर्स कस्टमर्स, दूसरा ब्रांड डीलरशिप्स ऑफ BMW, Mercedes, दोस काइंड ऑफ, तीसरा मल्टी ब्रांड डीलरशिप्स, एंड चौथा allied सर्विस प्रोवाइडर्स लाइक वारंटी प्रोवाइडर्स, सर्विस पैकेज प्रोवाइडर्स, इंश्योरेंस, फाइनेंस, टू नेम अ फ्यू. इससे क्या होगा, कस्टमर विल गेट अ वन स्टॉप सॉल्यूशन और अ प्लेटफॉर्म वेयर दे कैन नॉट ओनली बाय अ न्यू और अ प्री ओन्ड कार, बट वो अपनी यूज कार भी बेच सकते हैं या उसको एक्सचेंज कर सकते हैं न्यू कार से. टू टॉप दैट, इसके अलावा जितनी भी सर्विसेज हैं ओनरशिप से रिलेटेड, उसकी वो ना केवल इंफॉर्मेशन देख सकते हैं हमारे पास, बट वो खरीद भी सकते हैं थ्रू अवर पार्टनर्स. हमने 2 प्रोडक्ट हम लॉन्च कर रहे हैं और बाय द एंड ऑफ दिस ईयर, विच इज आवर ओन प्राइसिंग इंजन एंड इंस्पेक्शन पोर्टल. इससे हमें 2 कॉन्सेप्ट लाने में मार्केट में हेल्प मिलेगी. एक, अगर कोई कस्टमर अपनी कार सेल करना चाहता है तो हमारी टीम विल इवैल्यूएट इट एंड वी आर कमिंग विद द कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ 7-day डिजिटल पार्क एंड सेल. उसमें कस्टमर की कार इवैल्यूएट एंड वैल्यूएट करके हम उसको अपने प्लेटफॉर्म पे रखेंगे, जो कि हमारे डीलर पार्टनर 7 दिन में खरीद सकते हैं. Why 7 days? Because लग्जरी कार में कस्टमर doesn't want to sell it in 30 minutes or 1 hour. They want to get the best price and they want to get it to best person who is buying the car. Then we are also looking at, tapping the unorganized market, which is 85% in used car held by the multi-brand dealers. These tools will help us in certifying those cars and, help customers get, confidence on buying those cars. These are the 2 critical things we are working on. So, creating a one-stop solution for our customers.
सो साक्ष, हमारी ये जर्नी 6 महीने पहले स्टार्ट हुई. लास्ट सितंबर में हमने स्टार्ट की और तब से हम तकरीबन 22,000 यूनिक यूजर्स अपने प्लेटफॉर्म पे ला चुके हैं. तकरीबन 850 यूनिक लीड्स हम जनरेट कर चुके हैं और 33 कार्स बेच चुके हैं और हम 5 लाख का हम रेवेन्यू भी हम क्लॉक कर चुके हैं. इस साल हमारा टारगेट है बाय द एंड ऑफ दिस ईयर हम 300 गाड़ी करेंगे और हम रेवेन्यू क्लॉक करेंगे तकरीबन 1 करोड़ 50 लाख का. नेक्स्ट ईयर हमारा टारगेट है तकरीबन 3,000 गाड़ी करने का और रेवेन्यू होगा एटलीस्ट 10 टाइम्स. जैसे ही हमारे ये 2 पोर्टल आ जाते हैं, प्राइसिंग इंजन और इवैल्यूएशन, हम अनऑर्गेनाइज मार्केट को भी हम हॉकीस्टिक ग्रोथ देख के हम इसको हम एक्वायर करेंगे.
So Shak, my name is Abhinav Verma. I have total of 15 years experience in automotive industry and management consulting. I have expertise in sales operation, dealer profitability improvement, dealer management. Before working with EY, I worked with brands like Honda, Renault, Hero MotoCorp and international sales.
My name is Rahul Tiwari. I have total 17 years of experience. Worked with brands like Ford Motor Company, Volvo Cars in India, and in my last stint, I was with Ernst & Young.
So, Abhinav, कार देखो या बाकी जो प्लेटफॉर्म्स है ऑनलाइन, उससे आप क्या अलग कर रहे हो? आप सिर्फ बेसिकली पर्सनलाइज सर्विस दे रहे हो, दैट्स ओनली डिफरेंस, या और कुछ भी है उसके अलावा?
So, जितने भी कार देखो प्लेटफॉर्म है, these are more of discovery platform for our customer. Okay, these are in case of new car, they are a discovery platform. In case of a used car, they are marketplaces. We are not creating a C2C marketplace. We are creating a C2B business, customer to business, dealerships, and dealership to customer. And there's a very big involvement of the relationship management, which is completely missing in the market. So any digital place you see is a very transactional in a nature. It connects you to the seller or the buyer. We are not looking at doing that.
But big boy stores हो या फिर the car mall दिल्ली हो या फिर वैसे बहुत सारी और हैं, तो ऑटो बेस्ट टेम्परियो हो दिल्ली में, तो वो सब भी ये चीज पर्सनलाइज में कर रहे हैं, चाहे वो टेक प्लेटफॉर्म के थ्रू हो या फिर ऑफलाइन हो. So how will you be a different entity? How will be a different person, promoting your business to the customer? How will you do that?
So number one, Big Boy Tours or AB or TCM in Delhi, for example, they are not our competition. They are going to be future partners with us because we are going to showcase their cars on our platform as well.
Okay.
Number two is, we have to think from the customer's perspective. If there are 10 players doing 10 different things, somebody is saying, I have digitized my brand, my customer journey is digitized. That customer journey is digitized from the perspective of brand, not from the perspective of customer. customer still has to go to 1 brand, 2 brand, 3 brand, 4 brand. So digitally they have to travel 5 different journey if they are looking at 5 different brands. And this is what we are trying to do, that you don't have to go to 10 different websites or 10 different apps. You want to buy a new luxury car, you want to trade in your luxury car, you want to buy only pre-owned car, you want to only sell your car. It is all at one platform.
अभी ना मुझे Q7 लेनी थी, मैंने ऑटो बस ड्राइवर में फ़ोन करा और उन्होंने बोला कि उनके पास में अवेलेबल राइट नाउ नहीं है. I told them मुझे वाइट कलर की चाहिए. And they told me that within 20 days they'll get me the car. And within I think 15 days they called me and followed for the car. So वो personalized service जो आप बोल रहे हो, वो already मिल रही है market में. So how will you be a differentiator?
So you were able to contact one person only for QC when you got a car at a certain price in 15 days. At Motorsai you could have got a 4 options and you could have gotten a car in a 2-3 days. Because
Maybe a lesser price as well?
Or maybe a better price, can't comment. But the point is, talking to Motorsai you would have reached out to 10 players who are selling the same car that you require at a price that is beneficial to you.
So you mean to say the inventory which you hold will be of the best price, that's the only difference?
No, it's not the only difference. See, there are 2-3 things that we need to understand. Number one is the effort that customer would actually, the lessening of the effort that we are providing. So we have 800 customers, out of which we spoke to 500 customers regarding the used cars. The biggest pain point, people are looking for 2.5 months. Why? So, like you said, you have a relationship. But how many people like you are there in the market who know an owner? Or
जिसने 50 लाख की गाड़ी खरीदनी है, उन सब का रिलेशन होता ही है पहले से.
That's what I'm saying. Now you look
उसमें कोई फर्क नहीं होता.
Sure. I totally agree. I'm not denying that. But that could be 5 to 10%. Look at the customer segment that is growing up now. Look at the millennia. We have corporate customers, and there's a POC we had today morning only. I met a founder who said, I'm looking for a car in 25 to 35. But I checked, every car is above 40 lakhs. So what about pre-owned car? So if you segment it, the customer segment, if you look at it, definitely there's an HNI segment which has a relationship going on over for years. But if you come down, so we recently closed a deal for SVP of very big MNC in India. We also closed a deal for 2 people who are at the level of, GM in the, again, and not an Indian, but multinational company. These are the corporate people.
जो गाड़ी बेची हैं वो सिर्फ दिल्ली एनसीआर में बेची हैं. अभी हम नेटवर्क फुटप्रिंट बढ़ा रहे हैं अपना.
वो मेरा नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन था.
So by the end of this year हम टॉप 20 सिटीज में होंगे जो हमको 80-85% मार्केट एक्सेस कराएगा. और अगले साल we'll be present in 25 cities which will cover almost 98% market. And one more answer to the question that you said. So the analysis is whatever luxury cars are getting sold in India, almost 55% are corporates.
Do other sharks have any questions?
So I like, because I understand this is a pain area for the corporate world. I understand that businessmen will have it, but ये ज़्यादातर metros में ही हो पाएगा, क्योंकि ज़्यादातर अगर आप सूरत जैसे शहर में देखो तो वहाँ corporate बहुत कम है, as compared to Ahmedabad, Mumbai, Bangalore. Okay, so my question is, I have a different question on this. I have got 2-3 questions. How are you driving customers to your acquiring customers?
So currently we have explored 2 digital options. One is Instagram and Facebook. It has given us good result in terms of number of leads that we have got. We got almost 850 customer leads so far. The cost per lead is very minimal. It is 180 rupees so far. And if we talk about customer of acquisition, so the customer who actually transacted through us, it is coming out to 4,000. Going forward, we are looking at 2 different aspects. One is just going to be offline, and as you mentioned and Rahul mentioned, the corporate segment. These are the segment. We are already in talks with, so the customers who have bought are from already corporates. We are talk with Amex, we are talk with Nokia Solution, Usha Internationals, where customers have already taken. Bulk deals happen, and we have actually closed up, one bulk deal last month as well. So this is going to be a major segment. And in terms of online, we are now going into SEO management and social media management and influencer marketing as well.
Have you invested in telecalling marketing? Because there are, how will you bridge the gap between the customers and your company? 1, 2, how will you also bridge the gap between you and the dealers? Because I am having a very great relationship with few big dealers. They will not allow you to enter. I have a straight questions for to you, Mr. Jain. Will you allow Ankur Bhai to allow?
Well, good question. But there are certain things. The challenge of the industry today is not about selling the car. you need to understand. It's about buying the car. So there is a scarcity of people who want to sell old cars. You know, so if I as a dealer, if I'm getting an opportunity to buy a car, I would like to sell it myself. Now go to a segment below this, you know. So for me, the biggest challenge for them is the pool is so small, you know, and because the pool is so small, they would be fighting with numbers. If I may ask, you know, what are the numbers that you have done currently, you know, in last month or 2 months?
So we stand at, sorry.
Yeah, I know you are a starting stage, but that is the challenge that I face today. So I tell my team, you know, I'm playing in the luxury space, okay, go and buy 10 cars in the market. But are there 10 cars in the market for me to buy? They are not. Because, you know, the way it is churning, and today's scenario, the new car price has gone up considerable. So people who want to sell their old car are holding back. So again, the industry, there is a gap, you know, because they will hold themselves. Second most thing is you were telling, you know, Gaurav, that you would have given him 5 options. Now taxation is India is, you know, a spoiled sport. So a customer sitting in Delhi who wants to sell a car has to sell it in Delhi. It is difficult for him to sell it in Mumbai. So if you have 4 options in Delhi, then, you know, or maybe in Surat, then Gaurav is your customer, otherwise he's not your customer.
Absolutely. That's what we are trying to bridge.
So 5 cars when we meant it is within the state only, because otherwise it doesn't make sense to buy a car.
Yeah.
So when we are saying 5 cars, like 100 dealers in Delhi NCR, and I mean 15, 20 are really good. They have cars which I could not find at a BMW showroom in pre-certified cars. So that's where, you know.
One thing, you know, although you are in the right space, but I still feel it is too early because of the last 4 years, the luxury segment has not grown. So the market has been stagnant, or it's, you know, gone below. All right. The next 3 years, I presume, being in the business, are for, you know, automobile and for luxury segment particularly. Now all manufacturers are pushing their own website. Can you find a way where you can combine not only the dealers, all the manufacturers as well, and put their stock onto their website, because then that will give you a hold of having inventory, which is the most important part of your business model.
So in the longer run, we also see that our partnerships
gone to buying cars. Why? Because the marketplace company is, I see in future you have to, because each car is unique. If you don't have the stock, there would be no customer, you know, in your place to buy that car. So they have changed their plan from a marketplace to inventory model. And that is what you have to do it in long run as well, which requires a lot of capital to be into this business, because we are a direct competition to you, or maybe the dealer fraternity. Yeah.
So yes, in a long term, yes, but you know, eventually, you know, right now the problems are so much that they need to be resolved using the tech. And as again we said, you know, we don't see you as a competition or any dealer.
We see as a partner.
The idea is to basically, you know, serve every stakeholder in the system, which is customer, dealerships, multi-brand dealerships, and even for that matter, allied service providers. Because if I'm not able to grow my partners, then how would I grow? So there's no competition as such. It is more about integrating the ecosystem and, you know, giving every hyperlocal business a presence over a, you know, pan-India kind of a basis.
And now we are starting with luxury cars, but again, going forward, the scalability part, we'll be integrating the premium segment as well, which is affordable luxury, and then of course, if things go good, mass segment would be coming as well.
We are building. We're not building any inventory-heavy models. Scalability in tech is once you have achieved, you have proved your business model and you achieve that your tech is sustainable, then the scalability will come easily. And then the market is open. I mean, if we have to even go after 4 years, look at the, you know, two-wheeler market, there's a possibility. We can look at that. But right now we want to be laser focused, you know, as on our luxury, you know, luxury car customer, because these are the customer who's going to respond very quickly to the product that we are launching in the market.
So can we have the expression of interest from the sharks?
Before that, please Sanjay bhai, please.
So for me, the market size is very small. Can't build a large business, and it's a very high-touch business where every customer you'll have to spend time, and this is like candies for me. So tough to invest. So I'm out.
No, sir. Thank you.
So before that, I want to ask two more questions, please. So how will you scale up to different cities, and what's your plan for reaching to customers post you reach multiple cities?
So we already have all the brands onboarded in Delhi NCR. Our target
Leave
is
it Delhi NCR. That's very cluttered.
Our target is Mumbai, Hyderabad, Chennai, and Bangalore in next 6 months. This will give access to almost 60% of market because market is highly concentrated in these cities. By the end of this year, we'll also expand to Ahmedabad, Surat, Chandigarh, Jaipur, and Kochi. So that will be top 10 cities that we'll be covering, across this.
कैसे?
So we are onboarding dealers. We have agreement with our dealers. We are.
अभी आपने किया है कोई dealer?
Yes.
हाँ
yes.
सर, हमारे
दिल्ली
साथ
में?
या दिल्ली में 7
दिल्ली
dealers
में?
onboarded हैं,
Yes,
7 dealers onboarded हैं.
dealers onboarded.
Jubilant Group onboarded है. EVM Autographed जो केरला के डीलर हैं वो onboarded हैं. So ऐसे बहुत सारे डीलर्स onboarded हैं. हमें सिर्फ
वो डीलर की क्या रैंकिंग होगी अगर मैं बात करूं जैसे आपने बोला BMW का है कौन सा है
BMW
उसका इंडिया का रैंकिंग में क्या आता होगा मतलब इन टर्म्स
So see, that's why I said the value proposition we are giving is not only to the customer but dealers also. Currently the lead generation platforms in market are giving you subscription package kind of a lead bundle where you convert or not doesn't matter. What we are doing as Motorsite, we are first qualifying the leads. So we are, there are two things. One, as a customer, and we are holding the customer throughout the journey, whichever brand they want to buy. Second is for dealer, we are qualifying the lead and supporting dealer also in converting that lead throughout the journey. And our fees is based on transaction, not on the number of
conversion
leads.
based.
So our motto is when our partners earn, then only we earn. And that is what is going well with our dealer partners because they don't have anything to lose with us.
बट स्केल कहां से लाओगे
So that is where the tech would come in, So there are two.
आप एक बाजू बोल रहे हो टेक लाके ये करोगे दूसरी बाजू बोलो कि डीलर के जो हैंड डीलर के हाथ पकड़ना बहुत मुश्किल है क्योंकि मैं उस इंडस्ट्री से आ रहा हूं एंड दे विल नॉट अलाउ यू टू एंटर
सर हमने ऑलरेडी सर पीओसी हो चुका है हमने दिल्ली एनसीआर में डीलर्स ऑनबोर्ड किए हुए हैं दिल्ली के बाहर भी किए हैं
So good thing is Rahul and I in entire career have actually worked on dealerships only. And we know in and out how the dealership functions, what are the, pillars of profitability, what are the pillars of, efficiencies and all. That is why we are coming up with a model. We are also coming up with a dealer panel, and we are not limiting to providing lead. In a longer term, we are going to provide digital analytics to our dealer partners, which would help them in planning and managing the supply and demand, both for new as well as, pre-owned car. So we are developing a panel which will be free for dealers. Those panel is where, even we are building a digital instant chat for customer to directly chat with the dealer personal sales consultant and the video demo that we are including for a car of a demo. So we are providing a proper lead management plus inventory management plus kind of a CRM solution small to our dealer partners which they will help. So we are doing it. Our operations right now in Delhi is like we are interacting with 7 dealerships and we are interacting with 14 stakeholders at the dealership, where we are assigning the leads and helping them convert also. So this is very inefficient right now because the tech is not place. Once the artists come,
So अपने आप को आज से 5 साल बाद कहाँ देखते हो, and what's the vision of the company?
So the vision of the company is, we are looking at customer if they have to buy any car or sell any car in India, they know only one name, Motorsite. Second is, we are also looking to expand globally in the markets like UAE and Southeast Asia in next 5 years, not beyond that.
You lost me on the global expansion. I'm out.
Global expansion is limited to only UAE because the market is very good there. The luxury car market is almost 10 times of India, which will give us access.
I'll be out. Thank you.
No worries. Thank you.
Abhinav and Rahul, although I'm not investing, but I would like to onboard my company onto you and understand the whole customer life cycle, and would like to connect with you, off the, once we are done here, and let's see how we can, take it further and probably have some kind of, partnership or collaboration in future.
If Ankur is going to sit with him and we can sit together.
Okay.
And we'll try to understand. I can go forward if everything goes well.
Absolutely.
I want to go with this industry in a very different shape. But me and Ankur will sit together.
Okay. Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think, Dravya, do you want to tell them if you're not?
No, I'm out as well, but just a couple of points I had, so I thought I'll share. I think the market is very small, as Sanjay Bhai said. You're selling like about 7 cars, so even with the same model you have, you sell about 7,000 cars. It's still, 10, 15 crores of your revenue. So market is small, I see, plus it's a very people-intensive business, plus, Indian consumers need like very personalized care, for which, again, you'll need a lot of capital and manpower. And I see you're trying to build a brand, and marketing is outsourced completely. And this fund is all going into marketing. So, it's a red flag there for me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Just to, yes, marketing is outsourced, and that's why we are looking to raise fund and build in, in-house marketing team, because branding here is the most critical aspect, as you said.
In this industry, the branding is one thing which you actually...
Yeah, so thanks Abhinav and Rahul. We can have this discussion after the last pitch as well. And thank you Ankur and Jignesh. So glad to have your support, and I think you guys will be talking to each other, I think, after the pitch, right? Thank you all the Sharks, and thank you Abhinav and Rahul. Now, last but not the least, please welcome Nishma from Zoyven.
नमस्ते शार्क्स, मेरा नाम निश्मा सिंगल है. मैं हेड पेट मॉमी हूँ at Zoyven Pets. So before I begin and explain you what Zoyven Pets is all about, मैं आप सबसे questions पूछना चाहती हूँ. आप में से कितनों के पास यहाँ पे पेट है? You have a pet. आप लोगों के पास क्या sort of problems जो है as a pet parent, new pet parent, आप face करते हैं? So would you like to tell?
I mean, we have it, but someone else manages it. We're just enjoying the privilege of having it.
Okay. So few years ago, मेरी niece Soumya, जो कि 10 years की थी, she faced a similar sort, like, what sort of an issue she faced, I'll explain you. They had adopted a Shih Tzu, उसका नाम Oreo रखा था. तो 3-4 महीने रखने के बाद they had to give him away. क्यों? क्योंकि वो potty train नहीं कर पाए थे. हर जगह पे urine and potty हर जगह पे. Then a typical odor used to come जहाँ पे वो रहता था गाड़ी में. So 3-4 महीने के बाद her parents decided they had to give it away. Then after seeing her sad face, I thought, can we solve these sort of issues with grooming, my cosmetics knowledge? The answer was yes. So we launched potty training spray, and I'll tell you how it is used. Can we have the video, please? After getting amazing response from this potty training spray, we are the only Indian company who is manufacturing this. हमने अभी recently launch करा है stay away spray, which helps आपको जहाँ पे चाहिए pet सुसु या potty ना करे, या आपको चाहिए वो for example मंदिर में enter ना करे या kitchen में enter ना करे, demarking के लिए वो use कर सकते हैं आप product. Then we have a urine smell remover as well, जो कि हमने Europe certified perfumer है, उनके साथ collaborate करके launch करा है, which is completely water based. And but in order to increase the lifetime value of pet parents, हमने जो है approximately 250 retailers, pet parents, groomers उन सब से बात करी, and we understood कि market में क्या gap भी है when it comes to grooming products. So what market gap we found was कि international products जो है वो 700 and above हैं, but उनकी amazing quality है, मतलब natural active ingredient use करते हैं, ingredient quality बहुत अच्छी है, but expensive है. But when it comes to Indian products, वो 200 and below हैं, उनकी quality पे इतना focus नहीं है, ingredients पे इतना focus नहीं है, result oriented भी नहीं है. So we thought there's a huge market gap. Why don't we take out grooming products as well, जो कि help करेगा हमें increase करने के लिए lifetime value of the customer. So we have 13 plus categories and 40 plus SKUs like shampoos, conditioners, powder, healing balm for dogs and cats. So now we sell on online, Amazon, Nykaa, Myntra, Flipkart, Meesho. But currently we are focusing on Amazon. Then अभी हमने start करा है to get traction on Flipkart. We are selling it offline as well. So we have 300 plus retail stores जिनको हम supply कर रहे हैं across 23 plus cities. So Sharks, आप में से कौन interested है to make happy pets happy us? Thank you.
I already have an investment, so I will be out. It will be a conflict.
Thank you so much.
Hi, Nishma.
Hi.
Well, I'm not a pet parent yet, and I don't understand the industry, to be very frank with you. So, yeah, I see a huge culture, a lot of friends, among my circle owning pets, but for investing, I will be out. Thank you.
Thank you.
I've heard you before, but I could not be able to ask the question at that point of time. I wanted to understand the size of pet grooming market.
Okay. So in India at present there are 34.4 million dogs and cats, and worldwide we are expecting by 23-24 to have approximately 1200 million dogs and cats. So out of like the entire tenure, you can say 30 to 40% market is by grooming, and 50 to 60% is the food industry.
Okay. I think what are the you said something that you are have a monopoly, you are the first person in India, or you are the only person in India. What was that? Can you repeat?
So we are also launching those sort of products which help pets to get easily adapted into pet parents' life. For example, potty training spray, stay away spray, and the urine remover.
What is the current sales out of this so many products? Which are the two top products which you have been sold in your kitty, from your kitty?
So the first one is the potty training spray. 42% of the sales come from that. And then we have more or less from shampoos, ditch to itch, tick and flea powder, tick and flea shampoo.
Market online, offline, kitna sales hota hai? Differentiations?
Yeah. So we wanted to have an approach जहाँ पे हमारा minimum जो है हम marketing पे spend करें. So that's why we focused on early days to get that traction on offline. So 70% is offline, 30% is online.
Margins?
Okay. So gross margin for offline is 30% and online is 50%.
Competition?
Competition, when it comes to that adaptation, we don't have much competition, but when it comes to grooming range, there are two major players, which is Captain Sack and Himalaya.
And Himalaya.
If you can talk about ingredients, how healthy it is, non-toxic, chemical-free for the pets.
So what we have done is, we have used natural active ingredients. So for example, if someone have a dandruff, we have used tea tree for that. So if someone wants conditioning, we have used milk protein for that. If we have tick and flea, we have used citronella essential oil for that. So instead of focusing the active ingredient range, we have kept it natural, but we have tried to keep the product like the base. It is chemical, but it will become very it won't be cost effective if we don't keep the chemical base. But whatever chemicals we are adding, we have made sure that they are not harmful to the pets.
How do you compare yourself with Captain Zek? I'm sorry.
How do we compare ourselves?
Yeah.
So in the shampoo range.
Shampoo range.
Yeah. So in the grooming range, we are competing with them.
The market share between both of them, if I want to ask?
So they started 3 years ago, so they are definitely ahead of us, but slowly and gradually we are trying to grab, so they're one of the best seller is Dish2H. They were top seller, so we have started it slowly getting conversion. So on Amazon we have 50% conversion ratio for Dish2H shampoo, which is their top seller.
What is the repeat sales?
For offline we have 40% recurring sale.
So how much inventory do you hold?
Pardon me, sir?
How much inventory do you hold?
Inventory around 11 lakhs.
And your last year revenue was 17.8 lakhs. So what's the target for the current year?
So this year we want to get up to 12 CR.
From 20 lakhs per annum to you're targeting 20?
No, sir. So till I'm talking about the April, like this year, 2022 and 23.
So last year revenue is 20 lakhs, I'll repeat, 17.8 lakhs. And the current year revenue which you are targeting is 20 CR.
So 22 to 23 we are targeting 12 CR. So last year we did was 1.34 CR. When we begin in 1920 it was 17.
Okay. And the inventory is, you said 11 lakhs which you have right now. And what's the inventory turnaround?
So we did the entire sale of last year we did 1.34 CR.
No, the turnaround inventory. And how many months do you replenish the inventory?
So 45 days.
Okay. And as you said, the GP is 30% for offline and 50% for online.
Yes.
So what's your next target? Do you want to build a brand online only or offline majorly?
So for next 6 months it's online. We want to focus on online, get our sales geared up, get the revenue. Then after that we are slowly and steadily in order to go offline. So what sort of a support we need? हम कैसे increase कर सकते हैं? How we can penetrate even further? How can the entire structure? We are studying that.
How many SKUs do you have?
So we have 50 plus SKUs.
And what's the price of this potty spray?
400 rupees for 200 ml.
So that's an expensive price according to the competition, or that's a reasonable price?
International products are available. They normally are 1700 rupees.
Okay. Fine, that's it.
Thank you.
So, Sharks, any expression of interest?
75 lakhs that you raised last round. When exactly was that and at what valuation?
Okay, so we raised it in December, and it was at 16th year valuation.
So where do you look at yourself after a couple of years, maybe 5 years, and what's the vision of the company?
So the vision is very simple. जहाँ पे कोई pet की problem है, we want to be the first leader in that. We want to get there, and we want to be among the top 5 brands in pet supplies.
In pet supplies?
Yeah.
Which are the top 2 brands? Name them.
It's included in that, the entire.
No, I'm asking which are the top 2 brands? Name them.
Of pet supplies?
Yeah.
So they are food basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
Done. I'm out. Sorry.
Thank you so much.
Since the last round was in December, I'd like to offer, your ask at the last round valuation.
Okay. Your funding?
So at 25 lakhs at 16 crores.
12 lakhs.
I think clapping for that.
Okay, me and Dravya will sit.
Great.
Okay, we'll discuss and we'll go ahead.
Great, sir. Thank you so much.
Great. Ankur, do you want to just confirm if you're in or out? Around, okay. So I think that's it, guys. Thank you so much. Great work, Nishma. Thank you, Dravya and Jignesh. So what we'll do is, those founders who've been given a check, we'll do a photo of presenting the check to them. So if Jignesh and Dravya, if you have an amount, we could do the check thingy. You'll discuss later? Okay, cool. So I think for now, what we can do is, if Ranodeep is here, Ankur, would you like to present the check to Ranodeep? Ranodeep, come on the stage, please. So again, thank you to all the sharks sitting here. Thanks for the patience and listening in to all the founders. To all the founders, awesome pitches. We will be in touch with you. If anyone in the audience still wants to express their interest, they can always reach out to us. And yeah, let's do a photo op between all the investors here and the founders. Please come onto the stage. Thank you. Thank you, all of you.
Wow, what an experience. Thank you all for letting us have first-hand experience on how things work inside the tank. Thank you, Sharks, and thank you, Startup, for your participation.
Let's hear it from the audience. Audience, how did you find it? A loud cheer, please. Thank you so much. So thank you, Sharks. Thank you, Startups, for being here. So we have two amazing sessions post this, where one of them is a real life hero and the other one is going to come here to make your life a hero. I would request all of you to please gather back in the hall at 3 p.m. and meanwhile you can enjoy the exhibition. Thank you all. See you at 3. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. So, we are very lucky that we here have amongst us Shri Paresh Patel ji, the Standing Commissioner of Surat Municipal Corporation, and to felicitate him, can I please invite on stage CA Gaurav Singhvi ji and our Chairman of the event, Atul Gupta ji.
Standing Committee Chairman of SMC.
Rakshit bhai, please continue.
हेलो तेज तेज पेलू दिल है के पछी बीजो आवे पेलू चालू राख दिल है के मानता नहीं वाला चलो बीजो राती अटकायो तेज लेने दिल है ईमानता नहीं मुश्किल बड़ी है रस्म मोहब्बत ये जानता ही नहीं ओ दिल है ईमानता Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rakshit bhai. It was very, very soothing, and we all really needed that change today. So for our next session, Neerav, can you take it from here? Thank you.
So before we listen to our real life hero, let's see and learn some techniques of self-defense from Mr. Rusiraj Parekh. Friends, our friend Mr. Rusiraj Parekh is a member of Sardar chapter from Badoli. His category is
is in gems and semi-precious stones, and company name is Rusis Crystal. This self-defense is his passion, and he is here to demonstrate us with some techniques of self-defense. Over to you, Rushiraj bhai.
Hello everyone. મારું નામ ઋષિરાજ પારેખ છે. દાદી બુલસરાજ કરાટે આશીર્વાદ કાયકાન કરાટેમાં મને 25 વર્ષ ચાલે છે. 25 વર્ષનો એક્સપિરિયન્સ છે ને મારા 25 વર્ષનો એક્સપિરિયન્સ તમને શેર કરું તો એવો અનુભવ છે મારો કે એટેક ઇઝ ધ બેસ્ટ સેલ્ફ ડિફેન્સ. ભગવાનને આપણને બોડીમાં 40 જેટલા હથિયાર આપેલા છે જે આપણને ખબર નથી, જે અમે અમારા કરાટેમાં યુઝ કરીને પોતાનો બચાવ કરીએ છીએ અને સામેવાળાને ડિફેક્ટ કરીએ છીએ. તો 40 હથિયાર કયા છે એ હું તમને બતાવું છું. ઓકે વિની, અમારી ટીમ છે ભાર્ગવ, વિની, અંજલિ. આ મારા 3 સ્ટુડન્ટ છે, 3 રેકોર્ડ હોલ્ડર છે. એ લોકોએ ઇન્ડિયા બુક ઓફ રેકોર્ડમાં નામ લખાવ્યું છે, પોતાનું એબિલિટી સાબિત કરી છે. ઓકે, તો વિની બતાવશે આપણી બોડી પાસે વેપન કયા કયા છે. ઓકે, એક આપણે ટોપ ટુ બોટમ ચાલુ કરીશું. મારી એક ગેરંટી છે કે જો તમે મને 5 મિનિટ શાંતિથી સાંભળ્યો તો લાઈફમાં બીજું કોઈ પણ સેલ્ફ ડિફેન્સ સેમિનાર એટેન્ડ કરવાની જરૂર નહીં પડશે, એની ગેરંટી આપું મેં તમને. ઓકે, હા. વિની પ્રજાપતિ બતાવશે આપણા બોડી વેપન્સ ટોપ ટુ બોટમ. ફોરહેડ, ચીન, શોલ્ડર્સ, એલ્બો, બેક સાઈડ એલ્બો, ફ્રન્ટ સાઈડ એલ્બો, ફોરઆર્મ્સ બ્લેડ, બેક સાઈડ, ફ્રન્ટ સાઈડ બ્લેડ. ઓકે, વેરી ગુડ. પામ, નકલ્સ, ફિંગર્સ. હા, હવે હાથના હથિયાર પતી ગયા, હવે નીચે આવીએ આપણે. ઘૂંટણ, ની, શિનબોન. પછી પગની ઉપર એક ઉપસેલું હલકું આવે, સ્લીપર્સ પહેરીને અહીંયા ત્યારે, તો એ છે એડીની નીચેનો ભાગ, એડીની પાછળનો ભાગ અને ટો બોલ. અંગૂઠાની નીચે ગાદી જેવો ભાગ આવે છે ને એ ટો બોલ કહીએ છીએ અમે લોકો એને. તો એનાથી અમે ડિફેન્સ, આટલી વસ્તુ અમે ફાઇટમાં સક્સેસફુલી યુઝ કરીએ છીએ. હવે જેમ બોડી વેપન્સ આપણને આપેલા છે એમ આપણી પાસે વીક પોઈન્ટ્સ બી છે બોડીમાં. અકોર્ડિંગ ટુ કરાટે ટેકનિક્સ 600થી વધારે વીક પોઈન્ટ્સ છે બોડીમાં, પણ આપણે 5 મિનિટના ટાઈમમાં આપણે બધી વસ્તુ કવર નહીં કરી શકીએ. તો જનરલ યુઝમાં જે વીક પોઈન્ટ્સ આવે છે એ હું તમને ઇન્ટ્રોડ્યુસ કરાવીશ. આને પણ ટોપ ટુ બોટમ લઈશું જેથી તમને યાદ કરવામાં ઇઝી રહી. અંજલિ બતાવશે પેલેટ, તાળવું. નીચે આવીએ, આંખ, આઈઝ, ઇયર્સ, ટેમ્પલ પોઈન્ટ્સ, નોઝ, લિપ્સ, નેક, ચેસ્ટ, શોલ્ડર, કોલર બોન, 2 હાડકા. ત્યાર પછી આવશે સેન્ટર ચેસ્ટનું બોનનું સેન્ટર. હા, ત્યાર પછી સાઈડ ચેસ્ટ, હા. ત્યાર પછી રિબ્સ, બધી રિબ્સ આપણી વીક પોઈન્ટ ફંક્શન કરે. સ્ટમક મીન્સ લીવર, પર્સનલ એરિયાઝ, થાઇઝ ઇનસાઇડ પાર્ટ, થાઇઝ આઉટસાઇડ પાર્ટ. એન્ડ આપણા બોડીના જેટલા પણ જોઈન્ટ્સ છે એ એઝ અ વીક પોઈન્ટ ફંક્શન કરે છે. બેક સાઈડ ફરી જઈએ તો આપણે નાનું મગજ, આખો બેકબોન એઝ અ વીક પોઈન્ટ ફંક્શન કરે છે. ઓકે, હવે થોડીક ટેકનિક બતાવીશ જે આપણે રૂટીનમાં, મારું એવું માનવું છે કે હથિયાર કોને કહેવાય કે જે આપણી પાસે હોય ને ઉચકીને મારી દઈને આપણે બચાવ કરીએ. ઇટ્સ કોલ અ વેપન. તો આપણે રૂટીનમાં જે વસ્તુ યુઝ થશે એ વસ્તુ એઝ હથિયાર તરીકે આપણે યુઝ કરવું. વિની અને ભાર્ગવ ડેમોન્સ્ટ્રેટ કરશે. સપોઝ આપણને કોઈ ગળું, આજે તમને વેપન્સ બતાવ્યા અને જે વીક પોઈન્ટ્સ બતાવ્યા એનાથી જ ડિફેન્સ કરવાનું છે એ બતાવશે તમને. સપોઝ કોઈ છોકરો છોકરીનો હાથ પકડી લે છે તો કેવી રીતે છોડાવવું? આપણે જનરલી જોયા હશે કે આપણે જોતા હોઈએ છીએ કે આપણે કોલેજમાં કે સ્કૂલમાં સેલ્ફ ડિફેન્સ બતાવવા માટે આવે તો આમ ફરાવો તેમ ફરાવું કરવાનું કહે છે. ફરાવવાનું કામ શું કામ છે? એકદમ ઇઝી કામ થતું હોય તો શરૂઆત કે ના કરશું. ફર્સ્ટ આઈપોક, આંખમાં આંગળી ગોચી દો, હાથ છોડી દેશે. નો સ્પંચ. એવું કહેવાય છે કે ફર્સ્ટ લવ ઇઝ અ સેલ્ફ લવ. આપણે કોઈને ઇન્જર કરીએ ને તો એ પહેલાં પોતાની જાતને જુએ છે કે ભાઈ મને કેટલું વાગ્યું, પછી એ બીજા પર ધ્યાન આપે. તો આપણે એને ઇન્જર કરી દઈએ, નાક પર મારીએ, હલકું ટચ કરીએ તો બ્લીડિંગ થાય, તો એને એવું લાગે બહુ બધું વાગી ગયું, બ્લીડિંગ થતું હોય છે. તો એ છે. then after lips punch, neck punch, solar plexus punch, and last private area kick. તો આટલી ઇઝી રીતે છોડાવી શકાય છે. હવે તમે ફરાવવાનું જરૂર નથી મારા હિસાબે. જનરલી લોકો કેવું કરતા હોય છે કે હાથ પકડો હોય તો ફરાવીને છોડાવો. ભાઈ છોડાવવું જ છે તો આંખમાં આંગળી ગોચી દો ને. કોઈ નહીં બચાવી શકે, કોઈ નહીં બચાવી નહીં શકે તમને. નેક્સ્ટ ટેકનિક છે, અંજલિ અને ભાર્ગવ બતાવશે. નેક કેચિંગ ડબલ હેન્ડ. પહેલાં એક હાથે નેક કેચિંગ કરી, હવે બે હાથે નેક કેચ કરતો કે ના છોડવાનું. હા, હાથ ખુલ્લા છે. સેમ અગેન હું કોઈ પણ ટેકનિક નહીં બતાવીશ. આંખમાં આંગળી ગોચી દો. નેક પંચ, નોઝ પંચ, લિપ્સ પંચ, નેક પંચ, સોલાર પ્લેક્સસ પંચ એન્ડ લોઅર કિક. આ 5 વસ્તુ તમે યાદ રાખી, હું ગેરંટી આપું છું કે લાઈફ ટાઈમ તમારે આ 5 વસ્તુ રાખો તો સેલ્ફ ડિફેન્સ કરવાની જરૂર રહેતી નથી. તમારે શીખવાની જરૂર નથી રહેતી. ધેન આફ્ટર નેક્સ્ટ સિંગલ નેક કેચિંગ. કોઈ એક હાથથી ગળું પકડે તો સેમ, બધામાં સેમ વસ્તુ જ આવશે ફોલો કરવા માટેનું. હાલો, હા, એક હાથે ગળું પકડેલું છે તો છોડાવવા માટે જસ્ટ છોડાવવું હોય તો ટેકનિકલી એક સ્ટેપ પાછળ લઈને છોડાવી શકીએ છીએ. વિની બતાવો, એક સ્ટેપ પાછળ લઈને. હા, પણ કોઈ ગળું આપણને ખાલી છોડવા માટે નહીં પકડ્યું, આપણને ઇન્જરી કરવા માટે પકડેલું, મારવા માટે પકડેલું હોય તો સેમ આઈપોક, નોઝ પંચ, લિપ્સ, નેક પંચ, સોલાર પ્લેક્સસ પંચ એન્ડ લોઅર કિક. ધેન આફ્ટર કોઈ આપણે બિયર હક લે, રીચ પકડે એને બિયર હક કહેવાય એને. તો સપોઝ ફ્રન્ટ સાઈડ કોઈ બિયર હક કરે તો કેવી રીતના બચાવશો? આઈના કોઈ જબરદસ્તી પકડી લે તો સેમ ટેમ્પલ સાઈડ પર. હા, આઈપોક, લોઅર કિક. રેન્જ ઓછી હોય છે એટલે બધી વસ્તુ નથી મારી શકાતી. નેક્સ્ટ ટેકનિક બેક સાઈડ બિયર હગ. પાછળથી કોઈ પકડી લે તો બેક સાઈડ કોઈ બિયર હગ કરે તો. ક્રાઉ માગા ઇઝરાયેલી આર્ટ છે, જે એ લોકો એવું કે અમે જો ફર્સ્ટ એટેક કરીએ તો એ પ્રાઇવેટ પાર્ટ હોય, તો પાછળથી કોઈ હક કરેલું હોય તો જસ્ટ તમે તમારી બેક હટાવો, જોરથી પ્રાઇવેટ પાર્ટ મારો ને બચી જાય. પાછું કર્યું તો વેરી ગુડ. ત્યાર પછી નેક સાઈડ. અત્યારે સૌથી વધુ ચકચાર આપણે રોજ સવારે ન્યૂઝપેપર વાંચે છે, ગ્રીસમાં મર્ડર કેસ, જાહેરમાં ગળું કાપી નાખેલું. વિની, ભાર્ગવ પરફોર્મ કરશે. જ્યારે કોઈ નાઇફ થ્રેટ કરે તો પહેલાં શું કરવાનું છે? નાઇફ થ્રેટ કરેલું છે, ગન થ્રેડ હોય ને તો આપણે બચ્ચાને પોતાની જાતને ઘસરકો લાગે તો વાંધો નહીં આવે, નાઇફ થ્રેડમાં કપાઈ જાય આપણું ગળું. તો પહેલાં હાથથી નાઇફને હટાવો. ત્યાર પછી એલ્બો પર જોરથી ધક્કો મારો, હાથને ઊંધો ફરાવો ને એલ્બો શોલ્ડર પર રાખવાનો છે એટલે તૂટી જાય. જોરથી નીચે દબાવો. આ થઈ શકે. પાછું એક વખત પહેલા જોરથી હાથ ખેંચો, દબાવો. હા, જોરથી હાથ ખેંચો, દબાવો, ફરાવો, દબાવો જોરથી નીચે. ઓકે, આ વસ્તુ પોસિબલ છે. મને એક વખત એક મારો સ્ટોરી શેર કરું તો ગન પોઈન્ટિંગ દિલ્હી મને મૂકેલી દીધી, મેં બચાવી લીધી મારી જાતને. એટલે તમારામાં વિલિંગ ને મીન્સ કે ઈચ્છા હોય તો તમે તમારી જાતને બચાવી શકો. થેન્ક યુ. આજનું સેશન પૂરું થાય છે. આ 5 વસ્તુ યાદ રાખશો તો તમે લાઈફમાં તમે છોકરાઓ પણ બચાવી શકશો તમારી જાતને. ઓકે, થેન્ક યુ.
Thank you so much ऋषिराज भाई. Thank you volunteers, you were wonderful. आज के लाइफ में सेल्फ डिफेंस आना कितना ज़रूरी है वो हम सब जानते हैं. होप ये कुछ वैल्यू ऐड किया हो आपके लाइफ में. सो मूविंग ऑन टू द नेक्स्ट एजेंडा.
पलक, क्या आप ब्रिगेडियर सूर्यदेव सिंह को जानते हैं क्या?
नहीं.
अरे वही जो गुंडा स्वामी के रॉकेट से फ्यूज कंडक्टर निकाल के उसे धुआं बना देते हैं.
क्या बोल रहे हो नीरव?
लीव इट. कहानी पूरी फिल्मी है, लेकिन फिल्मी फौजी और रियल लाइफ फौजी में बहुत फर्क है. असली फौजी अपनी जान की बाजी लगा के अपने देश की रक्षा करता है. हम काफी खुशनसीब हैं कि आज हमारे साथ, हमारे बीच में ऐसे ही अपने रियल लाइफ फौजी जो अपनी लाइफ स्टोरी के साथ हमें प्रभावित करने आ रहे हैं. तो वैसे ब्रिगेडियर BS मेहता हमारे बीच हैं.
Let me now call upon our event co-chairman and also our senior director consultant, Ms. Dhara Shah, to introduce him further.
तो फ्रेंड्स, हमने अभी अभी देखा कि हमें जब कोई प्रॉब्लम होती है तो सेल्फ डिफेंस करने के लिए बच्चों ने हमें स्किल सिखाई, बट देन जब हमें हमारे देश में कोई प्रॉब्लम ना आए तो रियल लाइफ हीरोज ऐसे होते हैं जो देश की बॉर्डर पे हमारी रक्षा करते हैं. इट्स माय प्रिविलेज टू इंट्रोड्यूस समवन हु हैज हेल्प्ड अस इन द टाइम्स ऑफ द वॉर. लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, मैं अब एक ऐसे शख्सियत को इंट्रोड्यूस करने जाने वाली हूँ जो एक मिलिट्री फैमिली से बिलोंग करते हैं. 1971 में इन्होंने अपने सोल्जर की राइट फर्ज को निभाने के लिए वॉलंटरीली ईस्ट पाकिस्तान की बॉर्डर पे ज्वाइन किया था. जब 1971 में 21 नवंबर को पाकिस्तान एक मेजर अटैक हम पे लॉन्च किया था, दैट ही वाज द वन हु जॉइंड दैट. उनके कमांडिंग ऑफिसर शहीद हो गए, बट ही टुक ओवर द एंटायर बैटल विथ 45 कैवलरी एंड मेड श्योर दैट वी हैव दैट rare victory over that war. Can we have a huge round of applause for this wonderful thing? Our Shri Prime Minister also said that कि ये biggest battle थी human dignity और freedom के लिए. In 1998, he took premature retirement to serve with the government of Gujarat for 3 years, जहाँ पे इन्होंने entrepreneurship education launch किया for retiring defense personnel at EDI Ahmedabad. During the last 2 decades, he has served as Vice Chancellor of University in Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh. He is long-standing consultant to Jai Jawan Nagrik Samiti Surat, helping the martyr families and dependents. He is also an advisor to Padma Shri awarded Savji Bhai Dholakia, who is the chairman of Hare Krishna Exports Private Limited. Friends, we have one of such dignitaries with us. His public activities, especially efforts to empower and motivate Gujarati youth to join defense forces, and he has been in continuous interaction with Surat Municipal Corporation, local bodies and institutions. इन्होंने अपनी जर्नी के लिए एक बुक लिखी हुई है. That book name is The Burning Shellfish, which is published by Penguin Random House. और इनकी बुक को कन्वर्ट भी किया, ट्रांसलेट किया गया in multiple languages. Friends, we are very privileged कि इस बुक को मूवी में कन्वर्ट किया गया है and will be shortly seeing that movie as well. So without any due dilemma, I would like to invite Brigadier Balram Singh Mehta ji on the stage with the standing ovation. Can we have some music to welcome Brigadier ji Balram Singh Mehta for all the contribution he has done for the society, for our nation. Friends, तालियां रुकनी नहीं चाहिए. I would now request our Senior Director Consultant, Mr. Kshitij Desai and Mr. Ashwak Kalkatawala to come on the dais to felicitate him. Sir, the stage is all yours for us to hear your lifelong journey.
Thank you very much. Is giving me a throat mic or? Throat mic? throat mic. You got a throat mic? Okay. Do you want me to use this?
Yeah, you can use this.
Okay. Huh? It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Even this is okay. Okay. It might give way because of my weight, is it?
No, you don't need that.
Just to be adjusted. Thank you. One is enough. One is enough. Is it clear enough? Or is it too loud at the back? Just. People at the back can hear me? Loud and clear? Thank you. I hope I'm as clear as I can hear you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon and thanks. Thank you very much. It's a great honor and a privilege for a soldier to be coming to BNI Surat, to be greeted to such a warm welcome. I have to thank the BNI Surat management, starting from Gaurav, Atul, Geeta, her dear friend, Dhara, and of course, Calcutta Wala, and a number of other people like Desai, who have been giving me a very warm welcome here today. It's also a big honor to be in the midst of people from Surat who are known throughout the country and throughout the world for their entrepreneurship skills and for being the economy engines of the country. Not taking too much of your time, I want to start off by saying that there is something which is common between the entrepreneurs and soldiers. And that element that is common is the ability to take risk. An entrepreneur, a businessman, is prepared to take risk with his money and with his resources to create wealth for the nation. A soldier is also prepared to take risk, not for any profit, but as part of his duty towards the country. And this particular common feature is very, very important, because as entrepreneurs, you are the future of the country, you are the economic or the economy engine of the country, where peace and prosperity and progress can be ensured. And as far as the soldier is concerned, it is part of his duty and responsibility to ensure safety, peace, and security of the borders. I am grateful because today happens to be a very rare day, because it is very rare for entrepreneurs to invite a soldier and listen to his early life and his life's journey, and in the hope that some nuggets of wisdom from the experience that he's had will be applicable in the world that you people are involved in. It's a lucky day also, because when the entrepreneur fails or when the soldier fails, then we all know what happens to a particular country. That country gets doomed. And we've all been watching on the TV screens and on our mobiles of what is happening in Ukraine. We are also conversant with the breaking news which is coming in from Pakistan, where the army runs the polity, the policy, virtually the entire country. And what happens to a country like that is what will come out in the media in the coming days. I'll try and be brief so that you remain involved. by sharing with you very briefly my early life experience, followed by my journey from being a cadet to captain in the army. I will then briefly share with you the entrepreneurship that exists within the armed forces, within the military, and entrepreneurship in the civilian world. I was exposed to the first one, entrepreneurship in the army, in the 32 years that I served in the army, and the last 20 years that I've been, having retired, having been a civilian, to see what all can be done in the civil environment also. And then towards the end, I will share with you my long association with the people of Surat, who I really admire and appreciate their quality of life and their entrepreneurial skill and their ability to honor their word. Early life. I'll start off by reminding you that it was in 1947 that the country was partitioned. When the country was partitioned in 1947, I was 2 years old. And that is when I first recognized myself as a refugee. Now when I hear about refugees, whether it is Ukraine or Bangladesh or Kashmir, you can understand my empathy as far as refugees are concerned. Because refugee virtually means that your home, your health, your savings, your lifestyle, everything has gone abroad. It's gone out of your reach. And you have to start life all over again and build your life in patches through struggle and through hard work. My own family has gone through that. We were displaced in 1947. We had to move from where I was born, a place called Jhelum, which is now in Pakistan, close to Rawalpindi, and then transferred displaced to Pune. There the family was trying to put its life together again when my father, who was in the Indian Defence Account Service in 1953, he passed away. While he was alive, I remember there is one particular saying that he used to repeat very often, and that was, गिरते हैं छह सवार मैदाने जंग में वो तिफल क्या गिरे जो घुटनों के बल चले. It was also during the same period that my memory as a child reminded me of what my mother used to say, having been displaced from what was home to her in Rawalpindi. And the things he used to often repeat, which got embedded into our minds as children, was that if wealth is lost, nothing is lost. I repeat, if wealth is lost, nothing is lost. If health is lost, something is lost. But if character is lost, everything is lost. In these years, I also remember my father used to read a poem called If, a very popular poem, I think it's by Tennyson. And one of the things that he used to keep talking about was, if you can make one heap of all your winnings and turn it on, one pitch and toss, and lose again and start at the beginning and not breathe a word about your loss. And that is exactly what an entrepreneur is sometimes required to do. That even if he fails, he must try and try again. Because success is waiting for those people who keep trying and never give up. So that is what is part of my early life. As I mentioned, 1953, the death of the father, who was the head of the family, left us again in an area of struggle. And what happened was then, my mother, an educated lady herself, she became the pillar of strength. And she changed all her dreams to a single dream, to look after the welfare and education of her children. We were 5 brothers and 1 sister. And my father's dying wish was his appreciation for people in the defense, their honesty and their level of integrity. And his dying wish was that his children should join the defense forces. My mother was a very practical person. In those days, the pension used to be only for a period of 5 years, and the amount given by the government was 150 rupees, a very paltry amount. However, that was not the reason to lose hope. She put her resources together and, being a practical person, took a quick decision. And the decision was that the boys will be encouraged to continue studying till class 10, after which they will be on their own. And as far as the daughter is concerned, she can study and join a particular profession so that she becomes independent as far as finances are concerned. And that is exactly what she was able to do. So, as far as I'm concerned, Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao is actually something which started with my mother, from my point of view, which came into Gujarat and is now part of the national scene. As far as the boys are concerned, we followed the dying wish of our father and joined the defense forces. So in 1962, I was able to join the National Defense Academy, and that is when China attacked India. I was at that time in the National Defense Academy at Pune. It's a 3-year course, followed by 1 year in the IMA. So in 1965, I was in the IMA when the Pakistanis attacked us again. What I want to quickly share with you is, in my growing up years, it started with partition 1947, 1948 the Pakistanis attacked us, 1962 the Chinese attacked us, 1965 again the Pakistanis attacked us, right? So in that particular environment, here was a courageous lady who still said, my sons will go into the defense forces. And in 1966, I was able to pick up my commission and join 45 Cavalry, which is a tank regiment. Very briefly about the tank regiment, before I get on to the entrepreneur details and something about the war. 45 Cavalry was it was a light regiment which was given the Russian equipment called PT-76. It stands for Palavushi Tanka. Palavushi means a tank that can float and swim in water and in the riverine terrain. It was a light tank. The total armor protection, jo chadar hoti hai iski, it is less than the helmet that a policeman wears. It had a small gun, and our senior officers who had come to that particular regiment were not very keen, because most of them had served in the north with the heavier tanks, which is about 40 to 45 tons, and this was a tank which was only 14 tons, and a light tank. And there was a completely different role, nothing to do with Punjab, but for deployment in the northeast. Now, within that particular unit, comprising of about 800 to 1,000 people, we had a senior people who were not too motivated by this particular tank. But as young officers, it was a challenge for us. We took a lot of interest. We were able to understand the tank inside out. We were able to excel as far as the tank is concerned through the training, advice, and the direction given to us by our senior officers. Now, this particular tank was a new thing as far as the country is concerned. So I want to share a small, light-hearted anecdote that took place. When this equipment came into the northeast, that is in the area of Siliguri, Bengal, in that particular area, we had to give a large number of demonstrations to other units. And one particular day, along a large lake, there were about 1,000 people sitting, and a demonstration was in progress as to how this tank can enter the water and operate in the water and fire and destroy enemy pockets around that particular area. Now that is when a mic like this was on, and a strong, sturdy Punjab a son of Punjab, who was watching this particular thing and who had earlier seen in his own village, in home in Punjab, wo ghee ka tin hota hai na, he had seen that, and in Punjab they call it pipa. So he was standing next to a mic, and when he saw the tank entering water, he could not control his excitement. And what he blurted out was, "Pipa tair raha hai." That means the tank is floating. And that word pipa, from there, where the 1,000 people who were watching burst into loud laughter at the SIECC JCO's observation. This particular word pipa came into the military lexicon. Today, this particular word, pipa, has been utilized by Siddharth Roy Kapoor and Ronnie Screwwala to make a picture based on this particular tank and about the war, which I will soon after describe to you. Now, with this particular experience, 1971, you all know, there was a Bangladesh war, which our PM, Narendra Modi ji, has called the biggest battle for human liberty and dignity of the previous century. This particular battle started on 21st November 1971 at a place called Garibpur, which is a border town near Bongaon, very close to Jessore. In this, the leader of Pakistan at that time, General A.A.K. Niazi, launched his biggest ever attack with a brigade and a squadron of Shafi tanks. Shafi is an American tank. It's called M24 Shafi tank. In this tank versus tank battle, my commander, Major Daljit Narag, he got killed, and I had to take over that particular battle. And by the time the battle finished, the entire squadron of PT-76 had destroyed the Shafi tanks, all 14 Shafi tanks of Pakistan, and badly destroyed the brigade which had put in an attack. The war had not been declared because the war was only declared on 3rd of December, if you remember. But this particular message was picked up by Henry Kissinger when he briefed the president on USA, President Nixon, to say that this is not the Bangladeshis, it is the Indians who started this particular war. But that apart, this particular battle was mentioned by Indira Gandhi in Parliament on 24th of November, and that is what made a major impact on the world capitals, particularly the US, Soviet Russia, as also in the United Nations. This war was started virtually by this particular, or the war virtually started with this particular battle, and it ended on 16th of December 1971. What may interest you is that in the opening battle, I was there as a commander, and on 16 December, when the surrender took place, it was my elder brother, who was also from the Armored Corps, who entered Dhaka with the same tank, PT-76 tank. There was a third brother who got injured during the 1971 war, and the fourth was in the western sector. So in other words, in 1971, this family of Mehtas had 4 brothers on the border and 1 in the rear to look after a widowed mother, which by itself in India is a record of sorts, as far as patriotism and battle scenes are concerned. A little more word about Pipa I will share with you towards the end as to how this movie is being made and how I wrote the book, The Burning Shafis, which has also been translated into Gujarati by Savji Bhai Dolakhia, and a small gift or a surprise to my friends from BNI Surat. And we'll request Mr. Gaurav, if he's still here, to come up and accept the small gift. Thank you. We'll follow that towards the end. So with the Pipa, the war came to an end. Not with Pipa, the war came to an end. 16 December, the war came to an end. But this was a battle taking place in the eastern sector, whereas most of the army is from Punjab and northern India. So this battle did not get the significance that it actually deserved, but nature has a strange way of catching up. And what finally happened was that when this particular book was written, many years later, Ronnie Screwvala and Siddharth Roy Kapoor, they picked up this particular book, and in a meeting lasting less than half an hour, they said, this is a story that needs to be told. And the 50th year of victory over Pakistan, this particular movie has been made. It will release on the 9th of December. The movie is virtually complete. The last bit is being shown, is now being put on camera. And we have Ishan Khattar, who is going to play my role. This is virtually a biopic. And Soni Razdan will play the role of my mother. But a little more of all this later. Coming to the more important subject that is closer to your heart, entrepreneurship. A quick word before that. After this particular war finished, in 1980, I transferred on deputation to RNAW, Research and Analysis Wing. And in 1984, I was recalled to come back and display my entrepreneurial skills as far as the defense is concerned. Soon after the war, there was time, there was break, there was peace in the country. So I decided to get married, and a Punjabi, being an intelligent person like a Gujarati, decided not to marry a girl from Punjab, but he came to Gujarat and married a young lady, daughter of then Major General Ghanshyam Singh of Bhavnagar. The good thing about this marriage is that she knows very little Punjabi and I know very little Gujarati. So it's a marriage of complete bliss and happiness. We have 2 children, a daughter who is now based in New York, and a son who was vice president at Airtel. He resigned and now is looking for a startup to start his own little venture and follow his Gujarati BNI Surat comrades. Now, what is it about raising a regiment, that is entrepreneurship within the army and entrepreneurship that you are all exposed to? I will not go into the details. I will not use any military or management jargon. I'll try and make it as simple as possible, right? And the simple portion is that all of you who are striving as entrepreneurs will agree with me that the aim or the objective or the task in front of you is it has to be crystal clear. What is it that you are gunning for? What is it that you are hoping to achieve? Along with that, there has to be a certain inbuilt passion. Without that passion, without that excitement, it's difficult to achieve your target. You have to be very careful about resourcefulness. This applies to the army also and on the civilian side also. You have to undertake a large number of innovations. You have to take a number of risks. Team building is going to be important. Trust between yourself, your superiors, and your co-workers is again a very fundamental requirement. Then cross-culture. When you come across people from different classes, different communities, different parts of society, how you gel them together into a team again becomes a common factor. And then ability to think out of the box and struggle so that your efforts don't go wasted. This is common to both entrepreneurship and military or civil. But for military entrepreneurship, the example that I can put in front of you is raising of an armored regiment. Some of you may not know what an armored regiment is, so I'll give you a very brief explanation. An armored regiment is about 50 to 60 heavy vehicles like tanks, jisko bolte hain chain gaadi, with a gun weighing about 14 to maybe 40, 45 tons. That is one part of the equipment. There will be another 150 to 180 wheeled vehicles. There will be 1,000 people in that particular unit. And within those 1,000 people, there will be people who are drivers, operators, gunners, tradesmen, of different categories and different standards. There will also be a requirement of training these particular people. You have no choice as to who are the people who are coming to you, right? Some other organization is detailing these particular people to form part of the new unit. And finally, you have to train these particular people as crew members, as troop leaders, as cordon commanders, as combat group, and as combat teams. And like you have to get a certification from the local authority or the business heads of various organizations. In a military system also, we have to get a certificate, then you are declared as fit for war. So we've been through that particular process. But raising of 13 Armor Regiment, and this is what I want to share with you, carried some unique problems. And the unique problems were, this was the first time in the history of Indian Army that 3 communities were being put together under the same unit. Sikhs, Rajput, and South Indian classes. This combination has never existed in Indian Army throughout history. That was one particular part of it. The second part was that the number given was 13. 13, if you see it from the Western point of view, it is considered an unlucky number, and there are various connotations. Like in a large number of hotels, you don't have the 13th floor, right? You don't have a number which is numbered as 13. You don't have a battleship which is given the number 13. So there are a number of superstitions connected with the figure 13. Third element in this was that this raising was being ordered immediately after Blue Star. In 1984, if you remember, many of our Sikhs were upset with the decisions taken by the central government. Also the fact that a raising in the army was taking place after 1971, after 13 years. Why I'm telling you all this is that the group or the set of people who came to us were demotivated because of a large number of reasons, as also this cross-cultural organization being put together. And the equipment that was allotted, then India had produced a tank called Vijanta tank, which had a very good gun, but it also had a bad reputation of a very bad engine, which would stop after every 5, 6, 7, 8 kilometers. So some little greater innovation was required to put this whole thing together. So quickly I'll share with you that when we had our first meeting, and I went around talking to the 80, 90 people who had come, the one person that I contacted, this is what he had to tell me. He said, "Saab, hamari to kismat hi kharab hai." So I said, "Why? Kismat kaise kharab hai?" कहता सर एक तो विजंता टैंक है और दूसरा ऊपर से नंबर जो है इसका 13 है 13. That is a level of superstition. Because amongst the South Indians, they also have Muslims who join, they also have Christians who join. And that is when a Sikh JCO came up and he mentioned something from the Guru Granth Sahib Ji, where he mentioned that Guru Nanak Dev Ji used to repeat 13 as a lucky number, and in the Hindu philosophy, 13 is considered a lucky number, and what he used to say was, "Tera sab tera." So just this particular phrase became the unifying force as far as this disparate group is concerned. Tera sab tera. It virtually became the anthem of raising this particular regiment, 13 Armored Regiment. Other than this, the regiment, we had to go through the entire process, fitness for war, and all these other details had to be covered gradually. Now, as far as the cross-culture is between the Sikhs, Rajputs, and South Indians is concerned, here again a very strange incident took place. This regiment was raised in December 1984, and the first festival which comes is in the month of January, and it is Pongal. And that is when the South Indian JCO walked up to me to say, "Sir, ये जो सरदार हैं, ये हमको तंबी तंबी करके बुलाते हैं, हमको अच्छा नहीं लगता." So this is what happens when you are working within a cross culture. So I said, okay, आप लोग क्या करते हो? So reluctantly he told me, sir, हम भी इनको चढ़ाते हैं, हम इनको काका काका करके बुलाते हैं. ऐसे तो बराबर हो गया. He said, नहीं, this is not enough. ये जो pongal है, we will contribute our own money, and we want to show to these tall, sturdy 6'2", and many of us South Indian boys 5'6", 5'7". He says, we'll show them what is the strength of being a South Indian. I said, okay, I'm with you, go ahead, do it. And they organized a pongal lunch in which they made sure that they put enough masalas into it so that when the Sikhs and Rajputs sat together for this particular lunch, right, they had hell to pay. Because in the military system and discipline, nobody can get up till the commanding officer gets up. And I was party to this particular event myself. So I kept delaying it, waiting for some ishara from this JCO who had got me into this game. And I had the Sikhs and the Rajputs sweating it out on a cold winter morning, but they couldn't just get off, you know, all that pasina getting onto their plates. But finally, it was all over. But this little incident, what I'm sharing with you is, it created that particular spirit of competition, which is very important as far as entrepreneurship is concerned. And I quickly share with you that after this particular event, there was such a competition between these three classes that I did not have to lead. I had to control this particular competition, right? It was become so intense. So a small thing like this can go a long way as far as excitement and entrepreneurship is concerned. That's why I'm sharing this particular thought with you. Then comes the question of identity. Whether it is your civil setup or otherwise, we need an identity. We have to create a flag. We have to create our own badge, right? And for this, we cannot outsource it. We have to utilize whatever manpower has come. We have to pick up on their ideas. We have to interact with them. And we have to create something which is unique, which is going to make each one of them proud of what they are wearing on their head and the flag that they are fighting for. And the concept given to them was that the work that you do on a daily basis is making the flag. Then the regiment was raised, we were declared fit for war, and we moved to Kanpur. From Ahmednagar, we were moved to Kanpur. Here again, I'll give you a small thing, because in the papers you keep reading about Colonel Ketchup, or किसी ने liquor बेच दिया, या कुछ गड़बड़ कर दिया फौज में, because the media quickly picks it up, right, and will blast it all over your newspapers and the social media. But that is not so. The reality is that those are very, very rare cases. And from this example that I'm giving you is that many of units sometimes do the wrong thing as far as the canteen or the liquor is concerned. But unless you have moral authority over your men, you cannot lead them. Therefore, moral principle is very, very important. And here when we were moving from Maharashtra to Uttar Pradesh, right, we made sure that no liquor was carried. No, whether it was an officer or a JCO or, you know, any particular rank, except what was their individual entitlement given by the government of India. And when we landed up at the new place, right, the local formation, they searched around, they questioned people, they asked for free liquor themselves also, but when they got nothing from us, that helped the unit develop a reputation which stays with it even today. So moral principle is also very, very important, and don't give in to this cheap media sometimes which tells you that all is not well as far as the defense forces are concerned. Now, very quickly, I'll just take another 2-3 minutes on this part before I swing over to the next subject, and that is this particular new raising on 26 January 1987 was asked to participate in the Republic Day parade at Delhi, simultaneously a Republic Day parade in Allahabad and a Republic Day parade in Kanpur itself. And as soon as this particular parade finished, we were given orders to participate in exercise brass tacks. And at that particular point in time, the two countries, India and Pakistan, had virtually come to a situation, a very warlike situation. What had happened was that in brass tacks, a large number of our troops had moved, which made the Pakistanis very nervous. So they also moved their troops onto the border. And then, certain diplomatic dialogue and intervention of US and number of other things happened. But during this particular period, there was a lot of tension. However, we still had to participate in that particular exercise. And while we were trained for the areas of Punjab, we now had to move into the desert. And this is where I want to share with you 2-3 small examples of innovation that is required. The Vijanta tank does not have a navigation equipment. And in desert, as you know, most of you would have spent some holidays there. There are virtually limited landmarks, particularly at night, for you to navigate through the desert. And when we first reported to our organization, 14 Strike Rapid, the general of the commanding had 3 small questions. He said, "Are you a new raising?" We said, "Yes, we are a new raising." He said, "Which is the tank that you've got?" So we said, "We got the Vijanta tanks." He said, "Does the Vijanta tank have navigation equipment?" We said, "No, it doesn't have navigation equipment." Now imagine my plight as a commanding officer. Virtually the GOC was telling me that he doesn't have much time for me. But before leaving, I questioned him. I said, "Sir, let me tell you that this particular regiment, while traveling to your headquarters from Kanpur and from Delhi and from Allahabad, I've been able to fit a small compass called 4GB, which is used in the aircraft. I said, I've got that fitted on my tank. I will lead and the rest of the division will follow." So we got into a little argument, and then I made a suggestion to him that there was other semi-gyro compasses that were available lying unused in Pune, Karki. So in that dialogue, I was able to convince him. We were able to get these semi-gyros from Pune, fit them onto the particular tank, and then out of 20 regiments, Vijanta regiments that participated in this exercise, we are the only ones who were able to do 600 kilometers using this particular semi-gyro, which brought about great success and name to the unit. So a little thinking and a little bit of innovation and a little, thinking out of the box can bring a fair amount of credit. Similarly, what happened was, because of the reputation of the Vijanta breaking down every 5 to 7 kilometers, we reorganized our repair and recovery team under the 2IC. And this again had a beautiful impact. At the end of the exercise, after 600 kilometers, when we had 92% of our equipment on road and still running, many of the regiments out of those 20 had come down to levels of 40, 45 and 50. That is how you build up a name, that is how you build up a reputation for excellence. And then the exercise finished. And this was the time when everybody got into a celebration mode. And I knew that all my men had come from different units which were also participating in the same exercise. So I delayed our own celebration by ensuring that all these men went back to their former units and stayed there for 48 hours. That was the leave period given to them. And when they heard about the performance of their new regiment, 13 Armor Regiment, they came back very, very proud of themselves. And that sense of pride, I didn't have to instill into them. But their old comrades who were also participating in the same exercise convinced them that your new regiment is as good, if not better, than your previous regiment. And they remember that little contribution of their life. Now this is as far as the military startup is concerned in the form of an armored regiment. Startup on the civil side. In 1998, I took premature retirement, as Dhara Shah mentioned to you some time ago. I took it for different reasons. But immediately after that, in fact, the very next day, I came and joined the government of Gujarat, and I met the Chief Secretary, who a week later, when he met me, he asked me, "So, Brigadier Mehta, what are you doing?" I said, "I'm learning." And look at his response, Chief Secretary of Gujarat. He said, Brigadier Mehta, you don't have to learn. You come from the army. Take my advice, you have to unlearn. And I followed his advice. What it meant was that in the state government level in Gujarat, the working norms are different than what you have in the military. I understood that, and I quickly got myself to join the Ahmedabad Management Association. I would visit the IIM at Ahmedabad. I would learn up and interact with people to re-educate myself as to what I will be doing in the civil world. And sure enough, within a month of that, I walked across to the EDI, Entrepreneurship Development Institute of India, which is on the road from Hanuman Camp in Ahmedabad towards Gandhinagar, just 4 to 5 kilometers near the Indira Bridge. It's an institution which is supported by 4 financial institutes like NABARD, State Bank of India, and a number of luminaries are on the board of management of the EDI. When I walked in to meet the director, Dr. S.G. Patel, he was a little surprised to see an ex-army man in his office. So he got up and he welcomed me and offered me a cup of tea and expressed his surprise. Anyway, that was a small issue. We got talking. And what he had to tell me is what I want to share with you with a particular purpose in mind. And what he told me was, he says, look, I've done a complete study on the profile of an average army officer. And out of the 21 qualities that I have listed, in 19 qualities, they are good to outstanding. But there are 2 qualities in which they are very weak. Finance, financial management, and understanding of how to raise finance and how to utilize finance. Our further discussions led to an agreement to start an entrepreneurship course for retiring defense personnel. In 3 months, I got 5 lakh sanctioned from the Ministry of Defense. We ran the first course. We ran the first course for 6 weeks at the EDI, which later on became the start point for Indian Institutes of Management across the country. And today, these management institutes run a 6-month course for retiring defense employees. And a large number of people step into the middle management level at the corporate level. They are grateful for what has happened. But all this took a little amount of time, thinking, persuasion, and of course, the research done by Dr. S.G. Patel. You'll be happy to know that the then governor of Gujarat, Shri Bhandari, he came for the closing address, and the opening address was done again by a Gujarati gentleman, Minister of State. I now forget his name. I think his name was, he was the Minister of State at that particular point in time, from the same constituency from when Narendra Modi ji subsequently got elected. So that is just an example of EDI. Another small example I'll give you, because when I met my friend Afsaq Calcutta Wala, he reminded me of a friend of mine called Karkhana Wala, who was with me when I was working with the government of Gujarat. This was in the year 1999. And what happened was, while discussing with him, I'm just giving you an example of how innovation, how, if you are determined to do something, how something new can be built out of nothingness. ISRO was already existing. It was existing there for many, many years. So was the Board of Secondary Education as far as Gujarat is concerned. The Board of Secondary Education Gujarat had nodes all across Gujarat from where televisions were fitted, and they were connected to ISRO. And ISRO had this studio where we went and met them, and we said, look, we've got ex-servicemen spread all over Gujarat. Why can't we put this resource together and conduct the first satellite-based interaction with all the retired personnel of Gujarat using the ISRO facilities and the nodes of the Secondary Board of Education. And in that, Mr. Karkhanawala was of great help to me. And we ran this particular thing, which was a record by itself at that point in time. And the ex-servicemen were very, very excited. And then, of course, the model shifted from Gujarat, like so many other things, from Gujarat to the rest of the country. That's just a small example. During the same period, Kargil War took place, 1999. Kargil War meant a lot of casualties. And it will surprise you to know, those who are less informed, there were 12 casualties of Gujarat at that particular point in time. And we had the Jai Jawan Nagrik Samiti. Okay. We had the Jai Jawan Nagrik Samiti based in Surat, who came up, met me. We put our resources together and we said, yes, we'll do something. And they were able to create a fund. And for the last 21 years, such is the spirit of Surtis, such is the spirit of people of Gujarat. Every year we conduct a function to help martyrs, their widows, and their dependents. In 2001, earthquake in Gujarat. At the Richter scale, I think it was 7.7 or 7.8. A station called Bhuj in Gujarat was completely wiped out. It was an Air Force base. I went and met the senior most officer in Gujarat, Air Force officer in Gujarat, and I asked him, what are you people doing to help out the 40-odd families who've been wiped out in Bhuj? He said, oh, we are putting our one day's pay together. Now look at the spirit of Surat and Surtis. I was in touch with the Jai Jawan people who are essentially diamond merchants and bankers. I informed them that this is what is the situation, we need help. They said, you have to give us an aircraft. So I got an aircraft, they came over to my house, I welcomed them over a cup of tea, I introduced them to this Air Marshal Bhatia, and to cut a long story short, the entire team of Jai Jawan Nagrik Samiti flew into Bhuj, and on the way back on the same aircraft, they took a decision to create 3 crores for those 40 families. In 4 months' time, the 3 crores was put together by Surtis, by you people belonging to Surat. And all those 40 families were called and they were felicitated and given monetary support. That is what is sometimes possible when you work together with Surat, Surtis, and people of Gujarat. I'll quickly switch over to the academic field. I was on a 3-year contract with the government of Gujarat. I moved away after 3 years on the invitation of Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, who is famous across the world for transcendental meditation. The first task given to me was that we have a university in Jabalpur which has been taken over by the workers themselves, because all these people were sitting in Holland at that particular point in time. The administration was weak. So I said, okay, like a military man, I said, I'll first go down and carry out a survey. And I met 300 people belonging to this particular university who had taken over this particular university and their finances and their infrastructure. I spoke to them at a particular meeting and I realized that the only person who was not qualified educationally was me. The rest of them were all Veds and PhDs and, specialists in various fields as far as Veda and life is concerned. But we had to get back. I was able to convince them. They went off to the court. We followed all those things. But I started off by approaching the Chancellor to say, sir, you first have to correct yourself. As per your statute, as per the Act, your university is supposed to be in a place called Pan Umaria, very close to Katni. And you located the university in Jabalpur. And most of the troublemakers were from Jabalpur. I said, I'll take on this responsibility if you remove the university from here and bring it as per the Act. He agreed. In 6 months' time, we had taken over the university, and by the time I left, from level 0, we had 50,000 students in that particular university. I was then given the task to take over the second university, which was in Chhattisgarh, Bilaspur, lying dodo for about 8 years because the government of Chhattisgarh would not agree with the act that has been passed, and they had a number of reservations as far as the other statutes are concerned. Again, based on interaction, discussion, I was able to convince them that the loss is of the people of Chhattisgarh. We were able to convince them. It took about a year or so. Finally, I was able to run that particular university. I was there for about 3 to 4 years as a Vice Chancellor, and by the time I finished, we had 20,000 students. It is still functional under the name of Maharishi University of Management and Technology. So that is as far as the higher education is concerned. Now coming back to 45 Cavalry once again. It was the year 2015. I was still the Vice Chancellor. I had left this particular unit 30 years ago and become part of 13 Armored Regiment. But there's something that Gujaratis understand very well, and that is how to honor your word. I had given a word of honor after the war in 71 that one day I will write a book describing the glory, the sacrifice, and bravery of the people of 45 Cavalry. And that is when I sat down to write this particular book, The Burning Shafis. This was soon picked up by what I mentioned to you earlier, and is now being converted into a movie. So sometimes when you honor your word, nature helps you in taking you to the next high level. But what was interesting was a battle which the Indian army had forgotten, a battle which was virtually forgotten by the country, came alive in the 50th year of the creation of Bangladesh, for which the Bangladeshis are as grateful as the rest of the country and the refugees. Now, my quick association with Surat, I already have a note here to tell me that I've got another 4 minutes left. Okay, so I've taken the liberty of another 4 minutes to share with you my association as far as Surat is concerned. I've already told you through Jai Jawan Nagrik Samiti, I've been in touch for the last 21 years. During this period, I came in touch with Sabji Bhai also, who was very keen to transfer this book into Gujarati, which he's done that. I'm happy to share with you that I brought a set of 20 books which have been handed over to Dhara Shah to do whatever she wishes to do with this particular book. But what I'm trying to share with you is that this particular book, which has been prized as by the diamond merchant himself as Anmol, carries the mantra of success as far as Sabji Bhai Dulakhia is concerned. And that mantra is there in that particular book. You can get hold of the copy of this book, because I completely agree with what Sabji Bhai has to say in those 5 rules that he has stipulated, and that virtually is a route to success. I've been working as his advisor, and quickly to share with you, there was a particular point in time when the Kisna brand was being considered by the Chief of the Defence Staff and his family at a concessional rate for the Defence Forces. But sometimes nature doesn't permit you, as you're all aware. General Rawat, the Chief of Defence Staff, and his wife, they died in the crash, and that little attempt to get Kisna band of Sabji Bhai for the Defence Forces remains suspended. Similarly, in recent days, I've given him an idea that there's a variety of apple that is available which can be grown in Gujarat. I initially sent him 1,000 samplings. He flew into Jammu and ordered another 6,000, which he picked up immediately. He's placed an order for another 1 lakh saplings. Because this particular apple, which will come to you in Gujarat in the next 18 months, will be juicier than the apple of Srinagar. And it is particularly good as far as nutrition is concerned, particularly for the rural women and the residents of not only Surat and Gujarat, but all over the world. Similarly, we brought in a fair amount of equipment. Earlier, the chairman of the standing committee of the Surat Municipal Corporation was here. I wanted to have a little word with him. He may not be here now. To say that the first aircraft which is on display in Surat, the number of tanks which are on display in Surat, as also in Dodala in Amreli, a new missile, the BrahMos missile, which more recently landed up in Pakistan. Their particular director is coming in tomorrow at my invitation to give us, to tell us more about this BrahMos missile, right? All this is now available with Sabji Bhai. I'm also in touch with Badshah Bhai, as also various other people, to bring about some change. Because one part of my mission is that Gujarat, being a coastal town, being a coastal state, and the importance that is coming as far as the seas are concerned, right? The Arabian Sea, the Bay of Bengal, the Indian Ocean, the greater danger now lies as far as the coastal states are concerned. And in preparation of that, a large number of leading citizens of Gujarat are supportive. At the same time, I want to share with you that I am coming from Himachal, which is virtually waiting for the entrepreneurship skill of Gujarat and Gujaratis. And I, because I am now residing in Himachal, Dharamsala, I think we can, organize a small platform where your entrepreneurial skill and their tour, tourism, Veda, Ayurveda, the new type of Veda which is available, all that can be put together and to bring about more prosperity as far as the country is concerned. I cannot close the session without thanking BNI, Surat, Gaurav and his team, as also thanking Geeta Modi for introducing me to this excellent team of people and giving me an opportunity to take up 40 precious minutes of your life and your presence. I've enjoyed it, and I'm grateful to all of you for this great opportunity. Thank you. Before finishing, let me also share with you that I have not come empty-handed. As I mentioned earlier, these books translated into Gujarati of the Burning Shafis, on which this particular movie is also being made. A gift of 20 books has been handed over to BNI Surat for seeing as to what is it that they can do for Jai Jawan Nagrik Samiti and their dependents. Thank you very much for this great opportunity.
So, sir, your gift will not go on empty-handed or say unnoticed. May I ask Gaurav ji, I'll just request you to hand one book to Mr. Gaurav Singhvi, the Executive Director of BNI Surat, which is from here. एक book आप उनको दे दीजिए. And guys, just an announcement, जो बहुत ही humble तरीके से उन्होंने ये चीज़ की है हमारे लिए. जो बुक जिसको सब्जी भाई ढोलकिया ने खुद गुजराती में कन्वर्ट करवाया, वो बुक वो खुद लेकर आए हैं यहाँ पे 20 गिफ्टिंग टू सूरत, BNI सूरत, out of which the entire 18 books and 19 books will be available at stall number B12, which is none other than Bharat Labs laboratory stall. And the proceeds, the entire proceeds, because the book is just as a gift, he said the entire proceeds can go to Jai Jawan Vikas Sangh, Jai Jawan Nagrik Samiti, which is again a Surat-based NGO. So thank you so much for coming and giving us that opportunity.
Thank you very much. Thank you once again for inviting me over. Thank you very much.
Thank you again, sir. Moving forward, let us have a refreshing dance performance from our icon member, Ms. Sanskruti Agarwal. She is a choreographer. Let us have a refreshing moments and we'll have the further sessions. Thank you.
सुन के हमने सारी पीली हंसी हंसती रहे तू हंसती रहे हया की लाली खिलती रही जुल्फ के नीचे कोल बिठा मां जी करदा बई जी करदा तेन कोल बिठा मां जी करदा एक वारी ओ एक वारी तू सीने नाल लग सोहणीए ओ बल्ले बल्ले तू सीने नाल लग सोहणीए ओ शावा शावा तू सीने नाल लग सोहणीए जो ना पास तू तो आती ढंग से सांस नहीं चिड़चिड़ा सा रहता हूँ मैं लगता कुछ भी खास नहीं जब से मरने लगे हैं तुझ पे बचने की कोई आस नहीं मेरी ओ जिंदगी में आई जब से वाइब ही बदल गई घूमता था मैं अबारा लाइफ सी संभल गई दुनिया मेरी डार्क सी में लाइट सी एक जल गई है ना पहले से शाय समझ में कुछ न आए बोलो ना क्या किया जाए अब आंखों से नींद है गायब खुश हूँ मैं इतना क्यों तुझको तो बच्चों में क्यों जाने क्या हुआ मुझे तेरे प्यार में चमकू जैसे जुगनू
Wow. Thank you, Sanskriti and team. It was such a soulful and a wonderful, refreshing performance. Thank you. Everyone standing back there, can we please ask you to grab your seats? So, हमने self defense तो सीख लिया. We also saw the journey and a life story of an army man. But what about our health? There are always ways to protect ourselves and improve our health. And for that, we have with us our powered by sponsor and our partner BCL Bharat Laboratory. And I would now like to invite them on stage, Mr. Pinak Choksi and Ms. Shivangi Choksi. Can you please join us on stage here? Everyone, please give them a big round of applause. They are powered by sponsor.
I request our Executive Director Gaurav Singhvi to join and felicitate our partner.
तालियां रुकनी नहीं चाहिए. BizFest would not be possible without them. Thank you, Pinak ji. Thank you, Shivangi ji. Can you please tell us something more about BCL?
BCL is our pathology laboratory. So, ये एक सिर्फ लैब नहीं है, ये मेरे पापा का एक सपना है जो पिछले 40 साल से चल रहा है और हम उसको आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं. So, आज उस चीज़ के बारे में हम दोनों आपको कुछ छोटा सा ब्रीफ देना चाहते हैं. Good afternoon all. Good afternoon. I am Pinak Choksi and I am along with my wife Shivangi Choksi. She is not only my wife in my laboratory, she is also partner with me. We are a pathology laboratory, but BNI के मेरे दोस्त मुझे खून चूसने वाला बताते हैं. हम इस जर्नी में हमारे साथ, हमारे इस कदम को चलने के लिए हमारे साथ चल रहे हैं हमारे डॉक्टर, जिनका नाम है डॉक्टर निसिक चापानेरिया, जो हमारे कंसल्टिंग पैथोलॉजिस्ट है, जो इस चीज में इतने माहिर है कि उनकी बायोप्सी आज तक उन्होंने 2000 से ज्यादा की है, जो एक उनकी ही एक निशानी है और उनकी एक यूएसपी है। आज तक उन्होंने बहुत सारे कैंसरियस सेल भी डिटेक्ट किए उसमें, और उसकी स्टडी भी आगे ऊपर चल रही है। इस जर्नी को स्टार्ट किया था मेरे फादर ने, मिस्टर शुगनेश चौकसी, और आज हम उनका सपना आगे ले जा रहे हैं। आज इस चीज को इतना आगे ले जाने के लिए हमारे साथ सूरत और साउथ गुजरात पूरा हमारा एक बड़ा रीच बन चुका है। आप कह सकते हो कि तापी से लेके वापी तक आपको कहीं पे भी हमारी सर्विस चाहिए तो हम अवेलेबल हैं वहां पे। आप बोलिए सिर्फ लोकेशन, सर्विस आपको हमारे एंड से मिल जाएगी। इन सर्विस को चलाने के लिए सीमेंस की सर्विस और सीमेंस का ऑटोमेशन पूरा लैब सेटअप के साथ हमारे पास है। एक दिन में 1000 वायल से ज्यादा टेस्टिंग करने की कैपेसिटी हम रखते हैं। सो इस एक्स्ट्राऑर्डिनरी सर्विस को और आगे ले जाने के लिए हम फ्रेंचाइजी मॉडल के साथ आए हैं, और उस फ्रेंचाइजी मॉडल को ज्यादा विस्तार से शिवांगी समझाएगी। ओवर टू यू।
Hello, good afternoon. So, why you invest in franchise of BCL? So we have legacy of 43 plus years. We have tested lakhs of patients to fulfill their economical needs. हमारे यहाँ पे पूरा सीमेंस का सेटअप है, जो मेडिकल फील्ड की बेस्ट इक्विपमेंट है और उनके रिजल्ट्स एक्यूरेट होते हैं। We have also sample pickup facility from anywhere in Surat and also in South Gujarat region. So basically there are two models. One is the collection center franchisee and another is a satellite center franchisee. So in collection center franchisee, you will require 200 to 250 carpet square feet area with an investment of 3.5 lakhs and with washroom facility. And in satellite center franchisee, you will require carpet area of 350 to 500 एंड उसमें आपको बेसिक टेस्टिंग इक्विपमेंट की ज़रूरत होती है और उसमें आपको इन्वेस्टमेंट की ज़रूरत है 15 to 20 lakhs. सो आपका ROI कब कवर होगा? सो इन कलेक्शन सेंटर फ्रेंचाइजी इट विल बी इन 12 to 15 months एंड इन सैटेलाइट सेंटर फ्रेंचाइजी इट विल बी इन 20 to 24 months. एंड ये ऑल्सो डिपेंड करता है कि आप कौन से लोकेशन चूज करते हो और आपका डेडिकेशन कितना है. So we always try to fulfill our patients' need. That's why they trust us and they are with us from last 43 years. और यहाँ पे एक छोटा सा वीडियो है कि आपका सैंपल कैसे लैब में आता है और कैसे प्रोसेसिंग होता है. So please have a look. थैंक यू. सो बेसिकली सूरत में हमारे 5 कलेक्शन सेंटर्स है और पूरे साउथ गुजरात में 35 से ज़्यादा कलेक्शन सेंटर्स है. सो थैंक यू सो मच.
Thank you, Pinag bhai. Thank you, Shivangi ji. Can we please again have a huge round of applause for them? सूरत में कौन है जिसने भारत लैबोरेटरी का नाम नहीं सुना? अब हर कोई जानता है.
We know health is wealth. हेल्थ तो हमने देख ली, बट अगर वेल्थ चाहिए तो म्यूचुअल फंड सही है. लेट मी कॉल अपन ऑन स्टेज our title sponsor for the Biz Fest 2022, Mr. Jignesh Madhwani from Torin Wealth Management. I also request Brigadier B.S. Mehta sir to please come on the stage and felicitate him with a token of love from our team. I also request our Executive Director Gaurav Singh ji to please join on the stage.
Everyone, can we please hear it for Jignesh Madhwani, the Torrent Wealth Management. Mr. Jignesh Madhwani from Torrent Wealth Management.
के फाइनेंशियल क्राइसिस में ये रियलाइज हुआ कि लोगों के सपनों को बिखरने में देर नहीं लगती। आयरोनिकली हमें बड़े से बड़े प्रोफेशन में कमाने के लिए काबिल तो बनाया जाता है, पर उस कमाई को संभालना नहीं सिखाया जाता। टॉरिन के आइडिया का जन्म हुआ उस 2008 में।
गुड मॉर्निंग, टॉरिन वेल्थ मैनेजमेंट।
और आखिर 2012 में मैंने हिम्मत करके 10 साल के अपने कॉर्पोरेट जॉब को छोड़कर टॉरिन की शुरुआत की। टॉरिन मतलब चीफ, लीडर तो मकसद एक ही था, टू लीड द वेल्थ मैनेजमेंट स्पेस विद एन एग्जाम्पल। जहां 10 फाइनेंशियल प्रोडक्ट्स के लिए 10 एडवाइजर्स एजेंट को रखा जाता था, वहां हम 1 पॉइंट ऑफ कांटेक्ट बनना चाहते थे। 300 स्क्वायर फीट और 2 जन से शुरू हुई ये जर्नी आज इंडिया के 6 शहर और 40 लोगों की टीम पर आ खड़ी है। ये है टीम इंडस्ट्री वेटरन्स, सीएज, सीएफए, सीएफपी की, जो केवल क्लाइंट सर्विस और प्रोडक्ट रिसर्च में फोकस्ड है। आवर टीम इज आवर स्ट्रेंथ।
हमारे प्रोडक्ट सिलेक्शन फिल्टर्स ने टाइम एंड अगेन ये प्रूव किया है कि प्रॉपर प्रोसेसेस और पेशेंस से हम बहुत इजीली बेंचमार्क को आउट परफॉर्म कर सकते हैं।
इस प्रोसेस का बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट पार्ट है फंड मैनेजर सिलेक्शन। हैंड पिकिंग द राइट फंड मैनेजर एंड द फंड इज आवर फोर्टे।
जब हम एक क्लाइंट को अप्रोच करते हैं, उनके पास एक सेंस ऑफ सिक्योरिटी होती है दैट दिस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन इज गोइंग टू मैनेज माय एंड टू एंड इन्वेस्टमेंट्स, रिस्क एंड वेल्थ।
We become a part of their family. We help them manage their children's education, marriage and their own retirement.
With credibility comes recognition. We are South Gujarat's largest SIP book holder, invitee to Warren Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway AGM, regular columnists at leading national newspapers and TV channels. We are proud of where we have reached. और ये तो इस जर्नी की शुरुआत है। टॉरिन वेल्थ मैनेजमेंट, खुशियाँ आपकी, जिम्मेदारी हमारी।
So this was the video which we played. So now come the presentation. Next, I also call my partner Bhagyashri Sabu to be the part with me. Please come. So सब लोगों को पता है म्यूचुअल फंड सही है, बट सही म्यूचुअल फंड के लिए टॉरिन वेल्थ मैनेजमेंट क्यों जरूरी है, जो आज मैं आपको बताऊंगा। So we are a complete 360-degree wealth management company with having offices in 6 cities. 6 cities में हमारे ऑफिस है, सूरत, बड़ौदा, आनंद, राजकोट, मुंबई और पुणे। तो ये सब आप लोगों ने पहले देख ही लिया मेरे प्रेजेंटेशन में. आई नॉट गो मच. लेट्स प्ले अ गेम. आज मैं आप लोगों को गेम खेला क्योंकि ज्यादातर चैप्टर्स में जाके प्रेजेंटेशन दे के आया हूं. तो लेट्स मेक अ वेरी क्विक थिंग. आप सबकी जेब में जो सबसे छोटा नोट हो 10 रुपए का वो आपको निकालना है. इट कैन बी 10 रुपी, 20 रुपी. प्लीज, इट इज. मेरे पास 4 मिनट है. अतुल भाई कहां है? तो 10 रुपए का नोट निकाल के ऊपर करना है. प्लीज सर, कोई भी नोट. इट कैन बी 10 रुपी, 20 रुपी, 30 रुपी नोट. इट कैन बी एनी नोट. परफेक्ट, परफेक्ट. निकाल लिए? ग्रेट. प्लीज पीछे भी. इट्स अ ग्रेट गेम. ठीक है, आप नोट निकालिए प्लीज अपने जेब से. मोनिका, यू नीड टू. ठीक है, मैं देख पा रहा हूं. ठीक है, प्लीज निकालिए जल्दी. टाइम इज प्रेसिंग इन BNI. राइट. अब इस नोट को फाड़ दो. फाड़ दो भैया. 10 रुपए का नोट है, इसमें क्या जाने वाला है? कोई है जिसने नोट फाड़ा? नहीं. राइट. बस यहीं से मेरी शुरुआत होती है. एक 10 रुपए का नोट आप फाड़ नहीं सकते. अपनी जिंदगी की कमाई हुई बहुत बड़ी पूंजी आप वैसे ही फाड़ देते हो. कैसे, वो मैं अब बताने वाला हूं. नेक्स्ट. जब आप इन्वेस्ट करते हो, आप सबसे पहले क्या पूछते हो? किन लोगों के पास जाते हो? आर यू गेटिंग मी? जिनका जो प्रोफेशन है उनको साझे. ये पहले से कहा गया है. आप एक बैंक मैनेजर के पास या एक स्टॉक ब्रोकर के पास आप जाके, लाइफ इंश्योरेंस वाले के पास जाके आप म्यूचुअल फंड एक्सपेक्ट नहीं कर सकते. लाइफ इंश्योरेंस वाले के पास जाके लाइफ इंश्योरेंस लीजिए, म्यूचुअल फंड वाले के पास जाके म्यूचुअल फंड लीजिए. तो ये आपको क्रेडेंशियल लाना पड़ेगा कि किससे आप क्या कर रहे हो. ज्यादातर स्टॉक ब्रोकर्स मैंने देखे, स्टॉक ब्रोकर्स अपने आप को PMS होल्डर समझ लेते हैं. क्यों? बोले मैं PMS वाला हूं. वो 50 लाख रुपए जब तक मैनेज नहीं करता है, वो PMS का रजिस्टर्ड PMS वाला नहीं है, उसके बाद इन्वेस्टमेंट मत करिए. वो एक स्टॉक ब्रोकर है. ठीक है, जैसे डायरेक्ट इन्वेस्टमेंट्स में लोग जाते हैं, कॉस्ट बचाने के लिए जाते हैं. ये सब आपको चीजों को, आपके पैसे को माइनस कर देता है. कैसे, वो आज मैं आपको बताने वाला हूं. नेक्स्ट. ठीक है. सो वी डू प्रॉपर फाइनेंशियल प्लानिंग. जब भी आप इन्वेस्ट करते हो हमारे साथ, हम प्रॉपर फाइनेंशियल प्लानिंग करते हैं. आपका क्यों जाना? आप जब वेकेशन पे जाते हो तब कहीं भी चले जाते हो क्या बैग उठा के? हाँ, या प्लानिंग करते हो कि भाई मुझे कश्मीर जाना है, कौन सी फ्लाइट में जाना है, कौन से ट्रेन में जाना है. ठीक है, वो होता है प्लानिंग. प्लानिंग करने के बाद में हम देते हैं आपको. कितने लोग SIPs करते हैं? ग्रेट. SIPs कर दो. 1 से 17 तारीख में जो लोग SIP कर रहे हैं वो मेहरबानी करके बंद कर दीजिए. 1 से 17 तारीख में अगर आप वो फंड में निवेश कर रहे हो, आप अपने उसी फंड में 18 तारीख से 24 तारीख के बीच में कीजिए. आपको अच्छे यूनिट्स मिलेंगे. ये छोटी छोटी चीज है जो आपके रिटर्न्स को 1%, 1.5% सालाना और बढ़ा देगा. ये कंपाउंडिंग इफेक्ट आपको आज नहीं पता चलेगा, लॉन्ग टर्म में पता लगेगा. नो थीमेटिक फंड, लार्ज कैप फंड्स, मिड कैप फंड्स, वो आपके बैंकिंग फंड, फार्मास्यूटिकल फंड. अगर कोई सेक्टर स्पेसिफिक जा रहे हो म्यूचुअल फंड में, आप अपने पैसे को, जो आदमी बड़ा फंड मैनेजर है 50,000 लाख करोड़ रुपया मैनेज कर रहा है, उसको वो डिसीजन लेने दीजिए कि उसको पैसा कहां लगाना है, कौन से सेक्टर में लगाना है. दिस इज हाउ यू कैन मेक बेटर रिटर्न, जो हम आपके डिसिप्लिन को मेंटेन करते हैं. रोबो एडवाइजरी एंड आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, दिस इज आवर इन्वेस्टमेंट. सबसे बेहतरीन इन्वेस्टमेंट अगर जो हमने किया है वो किया है हमारे टेक्नोलॉजी और पीपल्स के अंदर. लोग, टीम. ये प्रोसेस मैंने बताई वो क्या थी जो आपने वीडियो में देखी होगी. दिस इज व्हाट वी डू. दिस ऑल फंड मैनेजर्स फ्रॉम रामदेव अग्रवाल जी टू मतलब यू नेम इट, एंड दे ऑल हैव विजिटेड आवर ऑफिस इन सूरत. इस तरह से हम फंड मैनेजर्स से मिलते हैं. इस तरह से हम हमारे क्लाइंटों के साथ इंटरेक्शन करवाते हैं, जहां से हम इनके इनसाइट्स लेते हैं. हमारी टीम कंटिन्यूस उनके प्रोसेस में रहती है, तब हम वो इन्वेस्टमेंट्स आपको पास करवाते हैं. जो यहां पे आपने स्लाइड में देखा कि इतने सारे म्यूचुअल फंड है, 2500 म्यूचुअल फंड में से 28 म्यूचुअल फंड कैसे आते हैं? सिर्फ 28 म्यूचुअल फंड हमारे पास है जो हम प्रोसेस के लिए देते हैं. एंड दिस मेक्स अस वेरी डिफरेंट. बस लास्ट स्लाइड. ये चीज अगर आप समझ लिया तो अपने धन्य हो गए. अगर आपका पैसा 17% से बढ़ रहा है तो 10-30 सालों में 100 गुना हो जाएगा. कुछ नहीं करने की जरूरत है. अगर आपने मल्टी कैप फंड लिया है, अच्छी कंपनी ली है, आपका पैसा 100 गुना हो चुका है पिछले 30 सालों में. आने वाले 30 साल में भी हो जाएगा. अगर आपका वही पैसा अगर मानो सिर्फ 13% से बढ़ता है, 14% से, आपका पैसा आधा हो जाएगा, इट इज हाफ। तो इस तरह से आपका पैसा, यू नीड टू मेक श्योर दैट यू इन्वेस्ट वाइजली विद द राइट एडवाइजर। हम एक अच्छे एडवाइजर्स हैं, ना ही कि हम म्यूचुअल फंड बेचने वाले हैं, ठीक है, ना ही हम पीएमएस का, ना ही हम एआईएफ का लिए हम सजेस्ट करते जब तक आप उस क्वालिफाई नहीं करते हो। दिस इज द लास्ट स्लाइड। अगेन, मार्केट का काम था चलते रहना, चलता रहेगा, और विद दिस यू कैन सी द जर्नी ऑफ इंडेक्स इन लास्ट 30 इयर्स। पिछले 30 सालों में मार्केट 100 गुना हुआ है, 100 टाइम्स। 1992 में, 1991 में वो था तकरीबन 600 पॉइंट, आज 60,000 आ गया, ठीक है। तो ये 30 सालों में आपने देखा कि मार्केट को इस तरह से बढ़ते हुए, क्योंकि इंडिया बड़ा है। तो इन्वेस्ट इन इंडिया, कीप इन्वेस्टिंग इन म्यूचुअल फंड एंड विद द राइट एडवाइजर्स। थैंक यू सो मच फॉर लिसनिंग मी एंड इन्वेस्टिंग विद अस। मैं एक चीज इस माध्यम से और कहना चाहता हूं कि आज जो भी हमारी सक्सेस है, इट इज ड्यू टू, बिकॉज आज 6 साल मुझे हो गए बीएनआई के अंदर, और बिजनेस नेटवर्किंग की दुनिया में जब मैंने पार्ट लिया, तब आज ये मेरी सक्सेसफुल जर्नी हुई है। तो मैं सबको कहना चाहूंगा कि आई एम प्राउड टू बी द पार्ट ऑफ दिस नेटवर्क, एंड आई विल कंटिन्यू टू बी द पार्ट ऑफ दिस नेटवर्क गोइंग फॉरवर्ड। थैंक यू सो मच। यू कैन ट्रस्ट अस। किसी को मेरा कॉन्टैक्ट नंबर चाहिए, यू कैन कॉन्टैक्ट मी, यू कैन सेंड मी योर पोर्टफोलियो, विल डू रिसर्च एंड विल गेट बैक टू कौन से म्यूचुअल फंड में इन्वेस्ट करना चाहिए। थैंक यू।
Thank you so much, Jignesh bhai. Thank you, Bhageshri. So again, moving on. So नीरव, आज सब इतना फास्ट एंड कॉम्पिटिटिव हो गया है, हम बस यहाँ वहाँ भागते रहते हैं। हमें ये भी करना है, वो भी करना है, इसको भी मिलना है, उधर भी जाना है। वी वॉन्ट टू बी एवरीवेयर एंड डू एवरीथिंग। कुछ छूटना नहीं चाहिए हमसे। बट इट्स क्रेजी, राइट? वी हैव सो मेनी एस्पिरेशंस एंड सो मेनी गोल्स कि हम इधर उधर हर चीज अचीव करने जाने के चक्कर में at times we feel really lost and disconnected.
वो कहते हैं ना, हमला गोल पे नहीं, गोल कीपर के दिमाग पे करना चाहिए, गोल अपने आप हो जाएगा। वैसे ही अपनी लाइफ चॉइसेस में वी हैव टू बी वेरी केयरफुल सो दैट हम गोल की तरफ आगे बढ़े, आजू बाजू ना भटके।
So to know more about being very mindful of your choices and how to amplify the results of your choices, let me now please call upon stage our Senior Director Consultant, Mr. Ankit Agarwal, to introduce our next speaker.
Yes, hello all. So, जिनका हम सुबह से इंतजार कर रहे थे, मनोज जी लेखी, he is a key disciple of Guru Rishi Prabhakar ji, a truth seeker at heart and a friend, philosopher and guide to thousands. He specializes in the inside-out approach in life, which is all about changing oneself within and experiencing abundance in and out. His expertise lies in the area of child development, education, consciousness, management, and leadership skills. He is an active educationist and the founder of Rishi Gurukulam at Katakarak Hills, Pune. He is the co-founder and ex-director of MET's Rishi Kul Vidyalaya at Bandra, Mumbai. Under the able guidance of his master, he has, to his credit, the development of programs such as Infant SSY program, Business Intelligence, Vision, Organizing and Time Management. He is the Chief Administrator of Rishi Sanskriti Vidya Kendra, as founded by his late master. As anyone who know him would testify, in spite of all the achievement and awards and accolades, he relates to one of his lot of love, his customary hug. He has written books on parenting, Your Child is Your Parent, Wealth, Money, Wealth and Abundance, his master, Thank You Guruji, Leadership, 2 books on leadership and strategies. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and help me welcome Mr. Manoj Lekhi.
I request event chairman Mr. Atul Gupta and event co-chairman Mr. Pranay Agarwal and Mr. Divyesh Lakhani to please come on the stage and welcome and felicitate Mr. Manoj Lekhi. Manojji, stage is all yours.
So before we start, शुरू करने से पहले अगर आप सब लोग आगे आ सकेंगे तो इंटरेक्शन अच्छा होगा. मतलब जो पीछे बैठे हैं, just come and occupy the, किधर भी आगे. ये जो सेशन है बहुत से प्रश्न होगा, तो I'll be asking you lots of questions. क्वेश्चन का जवाब चाहिए तो आप नजदीक रहेंगे तो मुझे सुनाई देगा. मानसी और पीनल आप सबको आगे लाएंगे तो अच्छा रहेगा. एक छोटा सा इंट्रोडक्शन अबाउट माय ओन सेल्फ. So we'll just play it on the screen, then we'll start thereafter. It's a small thing. I think I would like to. What time? 5:20. So we have about 5:20. So 6:30 I was told to finish. So 6:15 or something I'll finish. 15 मिनट पहले क्वेश्चन आंसर्स होगा तो आपको यू कैन आस्क. वेरी सिंपल चीज़ है जो आपको अपने बिजनेस में, हेल्थ में, धन में और रिलेशनशिप्स में, ये तीनों में आपका सिंपल सॉल्यूशंस मिलेंगे जो आप आज से ही अप्लाई कर सकते हैं. So are you all ready? Yes, everyone. Can we have a loud yes? Yes. Thank you. So we'll just play a small introduction of my own self and then we'll start.
Shri Manoj Lekhi is a truth seeker at heart and a friend and guide to thousands in India and overseas. After earning a bachelor's degree in commerce in 1985, Manojji established and ran a very successful multi-crore business, Zed's Attire Private Limited, creating Indian designer wear for women. 14 years into the business, at the age of 25, he met his master. Under Guruji's guidance and as his key disciple, Manojji himself has blossomed into a guru. Manojji is an inspirational expert, teacher and author in multiple areas: child development, education, consciousness, management and leadership development. He specializes in the inside-out approach to life, which is about transforming oneself within and thereby experiencing abundance inside and out. He has developed several workshops and programs which apply the ancient Rishi culture and wisdom to down-to-earth practical challenges of the modern world in the areas of health, wealth and relationships. Manojji has authored several books, including one on enlightened parenting, Your Child is Your Parent, and one on creating prosperity, money, wealth and abundance. Other real-world manifestations of his inner silence include the establishment of the MET Rishikul Vidyalaya in the heart of Mumbai and Rishi Gurukulam, a residential school in the Katar-Khadak Hills near Pune. As a managing trustee of several trusts, Manojji is also responsible for the operation and growth of dozens of ashrams in India and abroad. All this with a clear vision towards the upliftment of the 6 lakh villages of India and to facilitating the inner and outer transformation of people in India and the world over. On the personal front, Manojji shares a wonderful relationship with his wife of 25 years, Neena Lekhi, herself a practitioner of Manojji's programs and a successful entrepreneur heading the multi-million-dollar Baggett brand enterprise. His daughter Vedosi is a student of Rishi Gurukulam, learning and living the knowledge since her early childhood. We invite you to participate in Manojji's vision of a world of inclusion, love and abundance.
Yeah, so Once again, if you can just come from behind, आगे बैठेंगे तो अच्छा रहेगा. Just fill up the seats. बहुत से seats आगे है. तो पीनल आप सबको बुलाइए. हाँ हाँ. Okay. All right. So we will start today's छोटा सा introduction. We will जो भी ये 1 घंटा बैठेंगे, okay, आपको simple science बताएंगे. How to manage your health, wealth and relationships. तो हम बोलते हैं कि कितने लोगों को खुशी चाहिए. Okay, now question answers continuously I'm asking. Okay, so सिर्फ जवाब देते जाओ, हाथ ऊपर करते जाओ, ऐसा. तो कितने लोगों को खुश रहना है? It's stupid question, लेकिन फिर भी पूछ रहा हूँ. Okay, खुश तो रहना है. तो खुशी अगर है, okay, if खुशी equals to 100 marks, if खुशी equals to 100 marks, आप स्वस्थ रहेंगे तो खुश रहेंगे. यस. धन कमाएंगे तो खुश रहेंगे, बहुत खुश रहेंगे. यस. और रिलेशनशिप्स अच्छा है तो बहुत खुश रहेंगे. यस. ये तीनों अगर मिला के आपको पूछा जाएगा कि आप कितना मार्क्स स्वास्थ्य में दे रहे, धन में दे रहे और रिलेशनशिप में, टोटल मस्ट बी इक्वल्स टू 100. ओके, सो how many marks you will give to health, how many you will give to wealth, how many you will give to relationships. आप कोई भी बोल सकते हो. तो आपके आजू बाजू है ना, you just share with him or her कि मुझे लगता है, you can say 40 40 20, you can say 10 10 80, you can say anything. 100 आना चाहिए. So just share the name numbers with each other. 1 2 3 30 10 seconds. Just share. Total equals to 100. जो भी आपके आजू बाजू में है ना, उससे शेयर कीजिए बस, पार्टनर के साथ. नहीं, बट सब में नहीं डालता हूँ.
हाँ अच्छा, आप करो उसको. मैं फिर वीडियो के टाइम पे मुझे बताओ तो मैं उधर से लेगा. वीडियो है अभी.
ये अभी नेक्स्ट टाइम. Okay, can you give the numbers? Yeah, anyone, just, yeah. Oh, you keep on writing, Mansi, just writing whatever the numbers I'm saying, okay? So, you say 33.33, 33, 33, तो आप फाइनेंस में है, नहीं है, सीए है, तो क्या आपका क्या काम है? Equal, okay, all right, yes. 40, 20, 40. Okay, good. Just give me the 3 figures. Yeah. Yes. 100, 300, 300, 300. नहीं, total 100 आना चाहिए. Total 100 आना चाहिए. Yes. 60, 40, 0. Okay, right. Okay. Yes. 30, 30, 40. Okay. सब जवाब है. अलग अलग जवाब हो सकता है. आपका अलग अलग हो सकता है. So, last one more. Yeah. 35. 33.333333. So generally जब लोग बोलते ना ऐसा, तो सीए होगा, डाउट, या लेफ्ट ब्रेन बहुत तेज होगा, लेफ्ट ब्रेन, you know. So anyway, they have done a scientific study. Okay, the left brain answer is 20 20 60. Left brain. Right brain answer is 0 0 100. So if you want to have good business, okay, most of you are in a business, okay, so आपका relationships कितने अच्छे हैं, उसके ऊपर आपका धंधा आगे बढ़ेगा या कम बढ़ेगा. True or false? Now, second part, how do you have wonderful relationships with people is not आपका स्किल, कितना अच्छी तरह से आप बात करते हैं, कितने अच्छी तरह से आप उसको स्वागत करते हैं, कितने गिफ्ट देते हैं, ये सब नहीं है. आपका संबंध आपके खुद के प्रति कैसा है, वो सेम चीज आप लोगों के प्रति अपने आप आएगा. यू डोंट हैव टू do a drama or do anything like that. You simply will be the way you are with your own self, you will be with others. So if you change yourself, you will change, you will bring about a change in the others. That's the program today. So you want to be knowing more about it? Yes? हाँ, तो ये छोटा सा है. अभी मैं आपको ये तीनों चीज मैं आपको बोलूंगा. Close your eyes like that. And close your eyes and you can, I'll be asking you to close your eyes और आप एक समस्या लीजिए. एक प्रॉब्लम आपके जिंदगी में, या तो हेल्थ में हो सकता है, या धन में हो सकता है, या रिलेशनशिप में हो सकता है. स्वस्थ में है तो मुझे ये तकलीफ है, वो तकलीफ है, डायबिटीज है, अल्सर्स है, आर्थराइटिस है, इंसोम्निया है, ब्लड प्रेशर है, वगैरह वगैरह. अगर धन में है तो कैश फ्लो कम है, या धंधा कम है, या कस्टमर्स नहीं है, या कोविड के वजह से मेरा बिजनेस डाउन हो गया, वगैरह वगैरह वगैरह. और अगर रिलेशनशिप्स है तो मेरा बनती नहीं है मेरे बॉस के साथ, या मेरे बनती नहीं है एम्प्लॉइज के साथ, या मेरे बनती नहीं है हस्बैंड वाइफ के साथ, बच्चों के साथ, मम्मी डैडी के साथ. कोई भी, सबके पास कोई ना कोई प्रॉब्लम्स होते ही है. यस और नो? कैन वी हैव अ लाउड यस? यस. उसमें से आपको एक चीज ज़हन में रखना, व्हेन आई टेल यू क्लोज योर आईज, एंड वील टेक शेयरिंग, और उसका हम आपको सोल्यूशन बताएंगे आज से. मीन्स यू स्टार्ट द सोल्यूशन आफ्टर 1 hour, यू स्टार्ट अप्लाइंग द सोल्यूशन. और ऐसा नहीं कि नहीं आप नहीं करते हैं, करते हैं, लेकिन आपको मालूम नहीं कि आप कर रहे हैं. सो दैट साइंस आई विल बी एक्सप्लेनिंग, और ऑल ऑफ अस आर बीइंग अप्लाइंग इट बट विदाउट नोइंग. सो दैट एक्सप्लेनेशन इज व्हाट वी आर गोइंग टू गिव टुडे. सो आंखें बंद कीजिए, आंखें बंद कीजिए. ऑल राइट. सोचिए, एक समस्या, एक प्रॉब्लम आपके जिंदगी में, या तो स्वास्थ्य में, या धन में, या रिलेशनशिप में, आपको जो आपका उसका आंसर चाहिए, एंड यू वांट द आंसर टू दैट. आई विश दिस गेट्स ओके. हेल्थ, मे बी वेल्थ, मे बी relationships, but one. All right, open your eyes. Yeah, now you can just raise your hand and share कि मेरा ये अगर ठीक हो गया तो सब में एप्लीकेशन कर सकते हैं, लेकिन जस्ट फॉर इजी आप एक चुनो, तो एक के ऊपर एक हम फिर बाद में आप सब में अप्लाई कर सकते हैं एट द एंड. So raise your hand and share which problem you want to have a solution today, right now, in the next 1 hour. Let's see. Yeah, share anywhere. You can share. You are in the health, na? So
I'm into wealth. So
wealth
is not an issue. It's about health.
Health.
So I believe health.
So health may in which area? Means is it diabetes, is it arthritis, anything?
Not that way. It's about we know that lot of things that I मुझे सुबह उठ के जिम करना चाहिए, योगा करना चाहिए. I'm not, आज कुछ भी नहीं है. Everything is good in terms of health. But मुझे लगता है कि if I continue the same process, some or the other day I'm going to fall.
Right. So one line you tell me, no? One word rather. One problem you just share. So we'll just make a little note of it.
Fitness.
Fitness. Okay. Fitness, or I would say your regularity, consistency.
Yes.
Consistency is best. Okay,
yes.
good. Yes? Weight loss. Okay, good. We'll not give the mic, we'll just pass it on. Mic नहीं दो, नहीं तो बहुत time जाएगा. हाँ. Discipline. Then? Accountability. This side, one on this side, one on this side. कोई भी प्रॉब्लम बोल सकते हैं. टाइम मैनेजमेंट बोल सकते हैं, कैश फ्लो बोल सकते हैं, स्ट्रेस बोल सकते हैं, कुछ भी बोल सकते हैं. आपको क्या है बताइए. यस. फियर ऑफ फॉलिंग डाउन. आई ऑल्सो हैड द सेम. समझ गया? बिकॉज मेरे पास भी था सेम. सो फियर ऑफ फॉलिंग डाउन और फियर ऑफ एक्सीडेंट. ओके, गुड. यस, मेरे पास भी था, मैंने उसको सॉल्व किया है. यस. Money, cash flow. Okay. Yes, good. Business, more of business. Good, good, good. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, anyone just say. Cash flow. Okay. What else? टाइम नहीं है, यस, बहुत कॉमन है, टाइम नहीं है, या स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्डनेस, ओके गुड. You want people to be straightforward or you want to be straightforward? हाँ, तो लोग नहीं स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड होते. ओके गुड. यस. एंगर, गुस्सा. ओके, वेरी नाइस. एंगर. ओके, राइट. एनीथिंग एल्स? सो मेनी प्रॉब्लम्स आर देयर. ओके, वी विल शेयर विथ यू किस तरह से उसको हल किया जाता है. या राइट. राइट राइट राइट. तो एक दोहा है कबीर जी का, कोई बैठा कुटिया में बांसुरी बजाए. कुटिया में है, छोटा सा कुटिया, बहुत खुश है. कोई बैठा महल में आंसुएं बहाए. बहुत बड़ा महल है लेकिन बहुत कुछ है, धन, लेकिन अंदर खाली है. कैसे कैसे लोग, कैसी तकदीर, तेरी मेरी जिंदगी धुएं की लकीर. तो जिंदगी छोटा है, धन इंपॉर्टेंट है, वेल्थ इज इंपॉर्टेंट. आवर मास्टर गुरुजी सेज bank balance is important. More important than bank balance is love balance. Love balance. Okay, so आपके अंदर में प्रेम कितना है वो ज्यादा मान्य रखता है. धन अपने आप आएगा. जैसे you don't run after Lakshmi, run after Narayana, Lakshmi will come behind. जो इंद्र थे, इंद्र धन के लक्ष्मी के पीछे भागते थे, वो चंचल हो जाते थे कि ऑल द टाइम वरीड वरीड, अनसिक्योर इनसिक्योर इनसिक्योर इनसिक्योर. एंड लक्ष्मी वॉज नेवर वुड रन अवे फ्रॉम इंद्र, शी वुड ऑलवेज रन आफ्टर विष्णु जी. सो आई जस्ट कम, विल आई टेक द क्वेश्चन एट द एंड. तो कहने का मतलब है, अभी इसको हम वी विल explain this scientifically. Okay, so सभी लोग ने लॉ ऑफ अट्रैक्शन का सुना है, yes or no? Raise your hands. या लॉ ऑफ अट्रैक्शन क्या है? इज इंडिया में लॉ ऑफ कर्मा, जो बोएंगे वो पाएंगे. सो हम ये चीज पढ़ेंगे. ये चीज पढ़ेंगे. ओके, हाँ, कैन यू रीड इट अलाउड टुगेदर? ऑल दैट वी आर अट्रैक्टिंग, वी आर गुड और बैड, by our thoughts, feelings, prayers, actions, inactions and soul level. यानी कि जो भी हमारे जिंदगी में हो रहा है, जाने अनजाने में हमने उसको आकर्षण किया. ट्रू और फॉल्स? जोर से बोलो. ट्रू. अगर अच्छा है, आपका जिंदगी अच्छा है, धन में, स्वास्थ्य में, रिलेशनशिप में, वेरी गुड. अगर अच्छा नहीं है, फिर भी हमने उसको जाने अनजाने में उसको हमने आकर्षण किया. ट्रू और फॉल्स? वंस अगेन, कैन वी हैव अ लाउड यस? सो व्हाट इज इट? ओके, अगर अच्छा नहीं है, अच्छा है तो बहुत गुड, वेरी नाइस. अगर अच्छा नहीं है तो फिर भी यू नो, रीड दिस, वी कैन चेंज आवर circumstances by changing the way what we believe, what we say to ourselves and the actions we take. यानी कि अगर ठीक नहीं है, हमारा जीवन ठीक नहीं चल रहा है, धन में जो आपने प्रॉब्लम बोला, या हेल्थ में, या रिलेशनशिप्स में, अगर हमने अपने विचार को बदला तो हमारा जीवन बदल सकता है. ये सब एरिया में हमारे सब जो संकट है, समस्या है, वो उसका हल मिल सकता है. डू यू अग्री विद दिस? यस और नो? कैन वी हैव अ लाउड यस? यस. तो ये बाजू से बहुत अच्छा यस आ रहा है, ये बाजू से नहीं आ रहा है, क्यों? सो कैन वी हैव अ लाउड यस? वेरी नाइस, गुड. सो हाउ डू यू डू दिस? ये आज से एक्चुअली आप करते हैं, कर भी रहे हैं, लेकिन हमको मालूम नहीं कि हम कर रहे हैं. दैट एक्सप्लेनेशन इज व्हाट वी आर गोइंग टू गिव यू राइट नाउ. सो ये एक्चुअली यू मस्ट हैव हर्ड दिस सॉन्ग, ओल्ड सॉन्ग. भला कीजिए भला होगा, बुरा कीजिए बुरा होगा. सुना है? लेकिन इट इज नॉट दैट वे. एक्चुअली नॉट भला कीजिए, इट इज भला सोचो भला होगा, बुरा सोचो बुरा होगा. बही लिख लिख के क्या होगा, बही लिख लिख के क्या होगा, ये सर फिर भी झुकाना है. आगे. सजन रे झूठ मत बोलो, नहाती है ना. जोर से. सजन रे झूठ मत बोलो. सो भला कीजिए नहीं, भला सोचो. सोचने से शब्द निकलते और शब्द से एक्शन. भला कीजिए से पहले भला शब्द, भला शब्द से पहले जो है भला सोच. भला सोच से भी इफ यू गो बिहाइंड इज भला मान्यता, और भला मान्यता से भी पहले भला इंटेंशन. सो फ्रॉम इंटेंशन टू बिलीफ टू थॉट्स टू वर्ड्स टू एक्शन, एंड देन द कैरेक्टर इज मेड. द कैरेक्टर ब्रिंग्स इन, एंड whoever follows this in the proper pure form, उसका धंधा 100%, it has to go, it has to be high, there is no choice. So इसका हम उदाहरण देते हैं in terms of brain. लिटिल साइंस में जाते हैं तो ये देखो, गूगल सब लोग ने किया है, यस और नो? सो अगर आपने टाइप किया स्केसिटी, कमी, ये शब्द टाइप किया कमी, तो कौन से पिक्चर आएंगे? पिक्चर फोटो कौन सा आएंगे? कमी का आएगा. अगर आपने टाइप किया समृद्धि, तो कौन से पिक्चर आएंगे? जोर से बोलो. कौन से? ये टाइप के समृद्धि के आएंगे. इसका मतलब क्या है? हम एक चुंबक जैसे है. ट्रू और नॉट? जो हम सोच रहे हैं वही चीज आ रहा है. हमने टाइप किया तो वही चीज आ रहा है, वही टाइप के फोटो आ रहा है. यस और नो? तो ब्रेन में क्या चल रहा है? आई वॉन्ट दिस आंसर. दोज हु नो द आंसर्स, अगर आपने मेरे साथ कुछ कार्यक्रम किए हैं तो वो लोग जवाब मत दीजिए. आप फर्स्ट टाइम इसका प्रश्न का सोच रहे हैं तो उसका जवाब जरूर देना. द ब्रेन इज वेरी वेरी डैश विथ वॉट यू वॉन्ट. ये फिल इन द ब्लैंक्स है. आप अपना जो जवाब है पहले एक दूसरे को शेयर कीजिए. मैं वापस से बोलता हूं. कमी टाइप किया, कमी आया. समृद्धि टाइप किया, समृद्धि आया. सो व्हाट इज इट? फिल इन द ब्लैंक्स ऑफ दिस. सो शेयर विद द पर्सन नेक्स्ट टू यू, आपके पार्टनर के साथ. द ब्रेन इज वेरी वेरी डैश विथ वॉट यू वॉन्ट. प्लीज फिल इन. Yeah. Okay, give me the answer now. कोई भी guess? हाँ. Positive, okay. Simple, flexible, close. Responsive, okay. Attractive. Thoughts, okay. Or aligned, very close, very close. I'm waiting for that word. हाँ. Obedient. Okay, you are very close. You are very closest. I wish I could give you. That's the only thing I have. 20 rupees I got. Really. Because that's what he told us. You are told to remove that mouth. Okay. All right. So it is, the brain is very, very clear with what you want. मतलब क्या है? जो हम सोचते हैं वही चीज निर्माण होता है. ट्रू या फॉल्स? कैन यू से? यस. सो द उल्टा भी सही है. द ब्रेन इज वेरी क्लियर विथ व्हाट यू डोंट वांट. हर पल में देखो कितने, अभी इसका उदाहरण देते हैं। कितने लोग को बीमार नहीं होना है? जोर से बोलो, हाथ ऊपर कीजिए। रेज इट मीन 90 डिग्रीज, ओके। हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू डोंट वांट टू फॉल सिक? गुड। नेक्स्ट लाइन, कितने लोग को लगता है कि अभी फिलहाल पैसे की कमी है आपको, बिजनेस में, धंधे में, जो भी? हाथ ऊपर कीजिए। हाँ, डबल भी कर सकते हैं, राइट। अभी तीसरा प्रश्न, कितने लोग को लगता है कि मेरा और उनका बनता नहीं है? उनका मतलब किसी का भी, हस्बैंड वाइफ कोई भी हो, ओके। उनका बनता नहीं है, मम्मी डैडी, हस्बैंड वाइफ, नेबर, बॉस, जो भी। ओके, अभी आप देखो, सी दिस स्टेटमेंट अगेन, ओके। द ब्रेन इज वेरी, say loudly, brain is very clear with what you want or what you don't want. जो हमारे दिमाग में फोकस है वही चीज ब्रेन उसको आकर्षण करेगा, यस और नो? तो पहला, कितने लोग को बीमार नहीं होना है? जोर से हाथ ऊपर किए, अभी मेरे साथ रिपीट करो, बीमार नहीं होना है, बीमार नहीं होना है, बीमार नहीं होना है, बीमार नहीं होना है, बीमार नहीं, जोर से। अभी ब्रेन क्या कर रहा है? ब्रेन क्या कर रहा है? किधर फोकस है? राइट, बीमारी में फोकस है। क्या आकर्षण होगा? बीमारी आकर्षण। इसीलिए बीमारी को आकर्षण करता है, सिंपल। इसीलिए जब हमारा उधर फोकस जाता है तो वो बढ़ता है। मुझे डायबिटीज नहीं चाहिए तो बढ़ता है, मुझे मोटापन नहीं चाहिए तो बढ़ता है, मुझे ये नहीं चाहिए, मुझे कोरोना नहीं चाहिए तो कोरोना आ जाता है। आया था, अभी गया, राइट और नो? अभी कितने लोग ने बोला मेरे बिजनेस में या मेरे इसमें पैसे की कमी है? जोर से बोलो, पैसे की कमी है, 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 बोलो। अभी नहीं बोलेंगे, नहीं। कमी है तो ब्रेन क्या? देखो, ब्रेन इज अ प्रोसेसिंग मशीन, इट्स जस्ट अ इंस्ट्रूमेंट। व्हाट यू पुट इन, इट्स लाइक अ गन्ने का मशीन। आप गन्ना डालो, गन्ने का रस निकलेगा। आप कमी डालो तो कमी ही निकलता है। इसीलिए हमको और तकलीफ होता है बिजनेस में। अरे धंधा नहीं है, टाइम नहीं है, मुश्किल का टाइम है, ये मंदी का टाइम है। मंदी कुछ नहीं है, मंदी नहीं। मैं भी बिजनेस किया 14 इयर्स, मैंने कभी जिंदगी में मंदी का मतलब विचार भी नहीं आया। आई जस्ट एंड वी स्टार्टेड विद 4,000 रुपीज, इट वेंट ऑन टू अ मल्टी करोड़ बिजनेस। मीन्स एट दैट टाइम, okay, so if you had measured it today, it would be hundreds of crores. I left it for a different reason. So my wife also, she runs a business. In COVID time, all the shops, there was a time which came almost bankruptcy. That word also came in this thing. Now she is back to where she is, and it's growing by 25-30% every year. So she has got more than 700 700 team, and about 60 outlets, about 460 own shops, and 300 of something like that outlets. जो भी मैं नहीं करता हूं, it is purely her business, her startup, her this thing. लेकिन मेरा काम उधर क्या है? मेरा एक ही उनको रोज जब हम मिलते हैं, कल भी मिलेंगे, तो मेरा एक ही प्रश्न उनका है, आपका दिन कैसा गया? मेरा एक ही प्रश्न होता है, उनका भी मेरा प्रश्न यही होता है, हाउ वाज योर डे? सो इफ शी वाज हैप्पी, दैट्स इट। उसके बाद मैंने कभी पूछा नहीं। इधर आने से मैंने उसको पूछा, अरे कितने दुकान है, कितना है, मेरे को कभी बोलना पड़े तो मुझे मालूम होना चाहिए। ओके, दैट्स वाई मैंने प्रिपेयर करके इधर आया। तो आई एम इंटरेस्टेड कि आप कुछ भी करो, आप खुश है क्या? मेन थिंग इज दैट। आप धंधा बढ़ाओ नहीं बढ़ाओ, इट डजंट मैटर। आर यू हैप्पी डूइंग व्हाट यू वांट? आई एम आस्किंग यू ट्रूथफुली, आर यू रियली हैप्पी? फिर बिजनेस ऑटोमेटिकली आएगा, ऑटोमेटिक। उनका फोकस भी उतना ही है, उधर है। तो चेंज योर आउटलुक, चेंज योर लाइफ। मतलब क्या है? ओके, इज जो ये आप ग्राफ देखो, ओके। हमारा जो इमोशंस है ऊपर नीचे होते रहता है दिन में अलग अलग लोगों के साथ। अभी 0 to 40 देखो, 0 to 40 क्या होता है? व्हाट इज इट? 0 to 40 उसको क्या बोलते हैं? नेगेटिव। जोर से बोलो। और 70 to 100 क्या होता है? पॉजिटिव। 0 to 40 इज, हम नेगेटिव नहीं बोलते, उसको बोलते हैं लो वाइब्रेशन। वाइब्रेशन इमोशंस लो है। एंड 70 to 100 इज हाई वाइब्रेशंस। ये रोज ऊपर नीचे होता है। स्वास्थ्य अच्छा है तो वाइब्रेशन, जोर से बोलो, हाई। स्वास्थ्य अच्छा नहीं है तो वाइब्रेशन लो। आपको 10 लाख का लॉटरी मिल गया तो वाइब्रेशन वेरी हाई। वही चेक आपने डिपॉजिट किया, बाउंस हो गया। वही चेक जिसने हाई वाइब्रेशन दिया, लो, राइट। आपके बच्चे आपकी बात सुनते हैं तो, और बात नकार देते हैं तो नीचे। तो ये हमारा ऊपर नीचे होता है। तो यू सी, जैसा, दिस इज द साइंस, जैसा फीलिंग वैसा विचार। दिस इज कनेक्शन। जैसा विचार वैसा फीलिंग, फीलिंग विचार, फीलिंग विचार, फीलिंग विचार। सो ये जो है 0 to 20, देखो 0 to 20 जो है, ओके, इज ये टाइप के पिक्चर। बहुत मतलब बदले की आग। 20 to 40 बहुत गुस्सा। 40 to 60 इज कभी खुशी कभी गम। 60 to 80 खुश व्यक्ति। एंड 80 to 100 इज बहुत 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 खुश। ओके, सो वेयर वुड यू लाइक टू बी? 0 to 20, 20 to 40, 40 to 60, 60 to 80, or 80 to 100? Yeah, so what we are teaching here is you can start that from today itself, okay? Or health ka video, body pain, ye video, okay, heal your body. So ये जो है, आपको क्या करना है? कितने लोगों ने हेल्थ का, मुझे बीमार नहीं होना है, या कोई भी तकलीफ है, खांसी से लेकर डायबिटीज, अल्सर, सम प्रॉब्लम यू हैव, इट कैन बी पेन, दिस पेन एंड ऑल, कैन यू रेज योर हैंड्स? कोई भी दर्द है, कोई भी तकलीफ है हेल्थ में, हाथ ऊपर कीजिए। स्ट्रेस है तो कोई भी, अभी हेल्थ में हम किस तरह से उसको बदल सकते हैं, ओके, ये वीडियो में देखेंगे। वेरी सिंपल, आपने अनुभव किया है लेकिन आपको जानकारी मैं दे रहा हूं, ओके। या तो क्या आप अपने शरीर को हील करना चाहते हैं? डेफिनेटली यस। तो कुछ भी प्रॉब्लम आप सोच लो, आपके शरीर में जो तकलीफ हो रहा है, एक छोटा सा समझो पीठ का दर्द या पैर का दर्द या छोटा सा खांसी या जुकाम भी हो गया, तो उसको ठीक करना, हील करना, किस तरह से करना, ये बहुत सिंपल सा तरीका है। आपको सिर्फ वो उस वक्त थैंक यू बोलना है। ये क्यों थैंक यू बोलना है अभी हम आपको समझाते हैं। अक्सर टिपिकली तो ये कृतज्ञ भाव, वो जो दर्द है ना, आज भी अभी भी करेंगे, सर दर्द अगर है तो उसको थैंक यू बोलो, 5-10 मिनट के बाद वो निकल जाएगा। क्यों? इसका साइंस बताते हैं। जब दर्द होता है या टिपिकली जब पैर दर्द होता है, कोई भी दर्द होता है, कोई भी डिस्कम्फर्ट होता है, तो हमारा विचार क्या होता है? अरे यार वापस मुझे जुकाम हो गया। कोई भी दर्द होता है तो हमारा विचार क्या है? विचार को पकड़ो। टिपिकली क्या होता है उस टाइम? हम वो दर्द को क्या बोलते हैं? हम बातचीत करते हैं ना विचारों से। सो दर्द को क्या बोलेंगे? ओ शिट यार वापस आ गया, ये क्या हो गया, मेरे साथ क्यों, मेरे पड़ोसों की क्यों नहीं आया। इस तरह से हम बोलते हैं कंटिन्यूसली, वी आर उसको कोसते हैं। यस और नो? जोर से बोलो। तो जब कोसते हैं तो लॉ ऑफ कर्मा क्या है और क्या बढ़ेगा हमारे लाइफ में? कोसना। तो जितना हम जो बोएंगे वो पाएंगे, उसको बदलना है। तो विल से
वापस खांसी हो गया, अरे कभी ठीक होगा, भगवान मेरे को क्यों, मेरे को पड़ोसी को क्यों नहीं दिया, मुझे वापस हो गया, मैं क्या करूं, अभी वापस दवाई लेना पड़ेगा, अभी वापस ये 7 दिन निकलेगा, ये पीठ, ओ माय गॉड, ये ओ माय गॉड, ओ माय गॉड, इस तरह से हमारा विचार होता है। तो लॉ ऑफ कर्मा के हिसाब से जहां हमारा विचार वैसा ही वाइब्रेशन जाता है, वैसा ही आकर्षण होता है और वो और बढ़ता है। क्वांटम फिजिक्स कहता है जहां हमारा एनर्जी जाता है, जहां हमारा अटेंशन जाता है, उधर हमारा एनर्जी जाता है, जहां हमारा एनर्जी जाता है उधर वो बढ़ते रहता है। तो जहां भी बढ़ते जाएगा, ओके, अभी क्या है, ये नेगेटिव या लो वाइब्रेशन में बढ़ता है, अरे कभी ठीक होगा, कभी ठीक होगा, ओ माय गॉड, ये कभी होगा, ये वापस हो गया, तो उधर एनर्जी जाता है, वही वाइब्रेशन जाता है, वही आकर्षण होता है और वही बढ़ता है। तो उससे बदले में जब भी ये होता है, आप थैंक यू बोलो, थैंक यू, आई लव यू, थैंक यू, आई लव यू, थैंक यू, आई लव यू। इंस्टेड ऑफ कर्सिंग इट या कंप्लेनिंग के वजह हम उसको थैंक यू, आई लव यू बोलते हैं। अभी जो मैं आपको बोल रहा हूँ मोस्ट 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 इम्पॉर्टेंट है। ये क्यों थैंक यू बोलना, क्यों थैंक यू बोलना, ये सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट है। देखो, शरीर हमसे कैसे कम्युनिकेट करता है।
तो ये थैंक यू का साइंस समझो। ओके, थैंक यू क्यों बोलना है? आप बोलते हैं यार मेरे को दर्द हो रहा है, मैं थैंक यू क्यों बोलेगा, मैं तो कोसूंगा। हाँ, क्यों क्यों? साइंस में पूछ रहा हूं, तो साइंस में बता दो।
शरीर कैसे हमसे बात करता है? उनके पास कोई मुंह है, जबान है? नहीं। तो शरीर कैसे कम्युनिकेट करता है? एक वाइब्रेशन से, एक सेंसेशन से, एक जो हमने उसको दर्द बोला है, वो दर्द से हमको कम्युनिकेट करता है। और वो जब दर्द आता है, एक्चुअली शरीर हमसे बात कर रहा है, भैया आपने ख्याल नहीं रखा, प्लीज ख्याल रखो, ख्याल रखो, ख्याल रखो। तो वो ख्याल रखना हम उसको थैंक यू बोलते हैं। शरीर कंटिन्यूसली हमसे बात कर रहा है, हम सुनते नहीं हैं, हम उसको कोसते हैं, हम उसको कंप्लेन करते हैं, हम उसे ओ माय गॉड, ओ शिट, ऐसा ऐसा बोलते हैं। तो वही चीज बढ़ते जाता है, बढ़ते जाता है, बढ़ते जाता है। उसके यू डू द रिवर्स कि आप थैंक यू, आई लव यू। थैंक यू क्यों? थैंक यू कि आप मेरे से बात कर रहे हैं, थैंक यू कि आप मेरे से ये बता रहे हैं कि आपको तकलीफ है, थैंक यू आपसे मुझसे कम्युनिकेशन कर रहे हैं। और डेफिनेटली आई लव यू क्योंकि आपने इतने सालों तक, इतने टाइम तक मेरा ख्याल रखा है। अभी आप मुझसे बात कर रहे हैं, उसको लिए थैंक यू और उसके लिए आई लव यू। ये करके देखिए, कभी कभी आपको एक दिन में 1000 टाइम करना पड़ेगा, 10,000 टाइम करना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि कंटिन्यूसली अगर जुकाम हो रहा है तो कंटिन्यूसली कोसने से बजाय आप उससे थैंक यू, आई लव यू बोलो। ये करके देखिए, आपके जिंदगी में बहुत अंतर आएगा। ये ऐसा लगता है कि पागल जैसा बात कर रहा है, ये क्या पागलपना है, लेकिन मैं आपको सिंपल सा उदाहरण देता हूँ। देखो, कभी भी आपको, अगर हम मैटर वर्ल्ड में जी रहे हैं तो पागलपना, अगर हम एनर्जी वर्ल्ड में जी रहे हैं तो पागलपना नहीं है। सिंपल सा उदाहरण, आपके कभी भी सर दर्द हुआ?
तो कितने लोगों के पास सर दर्द कभी भी जिंदगी में हुआ? हाथ ऊपर कीजिए। और आपने देखो, ये 2 विश्व है, एक अंदर का, एक बाहर का। बाहर का बोलते हैं प्रकृति, अंदर का बोलते हैं पुरुषा। बाहर का बोलते हैं मैटर, अंदर का बोलते हैं एनर्जी। ये दोनों आपने एक्सपीरियंस किया, अभी देखो।
और आपने कभी भी दवाई ले लिया, सर दर्द गायब हो जाता है। लेकिन सर दर्द हुआ है और कभी भी आपने, मम्मी आई, बेटा सर दर्द हो रहा है, लेट जा, आप उनके गोद में लेट गए, उन्होंने हाथ फेरा और आपका सर दर्द ठीक हो गया। ये हुआ कि नहीं?
हुआ कि नहीं?
तो पहले क्या है, हमने दवाई लिया, केमिकल डाला और उसको क्योर किया। सेकंड में मम्मी ने हाथ डाला, उन्होंने अपना प्रेम डाला, एनर्जी डाला और वो एनर्जी से हील हो गया है। तो ये आप करके देखिए, ज़रूर हमको अगर फ़ायदा हुआ तो आप हमें बताइए और डेफिनेटली शेयर योर एक्सपीरियंस। ये सबसे
So what we are saying is आप अपने आप को वाइब्रेशन के थ्रू हील कर सकते हैं और केमिकल के थ्रू क्योर कर सकते हैं। चॉइस आपका है। सेम धन भी, अभी धन के ऊपर आते हैं, ओके, ये भी आप आकर्षण कर सकते हैं या बहुत हार्ड वर्क करके फिर भी रिजल्ट नहीं मिलता है, लेकिन सोचने से, संकल्प से बहुत से आपको what you call, you get the ideas. So would you like to know that? Yes. So what we are saying is change the way you are thinking and change the way you will look at life. So ये देखो, okay, read this. This is ये scientific, from science I am explaining. Very, very simple. Can you read this statement? The subconscious mind does not know the difference between actual event or an event which is created or अभी लगा। तो सबकॉन्शियस माइंड, आपका हाथ ऐसा कीजिए सब लोग, हाँ, ये है कॉन्शियस, दिस इज कॉल्ड कॉन्शियस माइंड एंड दिस इज कॉल्ड सबकॉन्शियस माइंड। इधर एक और माइंड है, वी हैव 3 ब्रेन्स, फर्स्ट,
प्लीज रीड,
थर्ड। सो कॉन्शियस माइंड एंड सबकॉन्शियस माइंड, ये अंतर क्या है? हैव यू हर्ड अबाउट दिस टर्मिनोलॉजी, कॉन्शियस एंड सबकॉन्शियस माइंड? नाम सुना है? इसका क्या है, इसका हम साइंस के थ्रू बताते हैं। यस,
please read. The subconscious mind does not know सबकॉन्शियस माइंड को मालूम नहीं है फर्क क्या है, बाहर जो देख रहा है या अंदर जो हो रहा है उसको अंतर नहीं मालूम है। फॉर एग्जाम्पल, आप अंधेरे में जंगल में चल रहे हैं और नीचे से आपने ऐसा कुछ देखा, ओके, तो
नीचे से ऐसा कुछ देखा तो दिमाग में क्या आया? जोर से बोलो, जोर से बोलो।
दिमाग में क्या आया? जोर से बोलो। सांप। शरीर में क्या हुआ? पसीना आ गया। फिर टॉर्च निकाला और देखा, टॉर्च निकाला तो यार
टॉर्च निकाल कर देखा, फिर वो तो जोर से रस्सी है, राइट? फिर पसीने को क्या हो गया? पसीने को क्या हो गया? निकल गया।
ये तो एक रस्सी है। अभी देखो, एक रस्सी के टुकड़े ने हमारे शरीर को क्या डाला है? इतना पसीना आया। एम आई राइट? क्योंकि दिमाग जो है, सबकॉन्शियस माइंड क्या देख रहा था? सांप देख रहा था, इसीलिए पसीना आया। जब मालूम पड़ा कि सांप नहीं है वो, तो इमीडिएटली वो निकल गया। आर यू गेटिंग द पॉइंट? किसी को फूलों से एलर्जी था, फूलों से एलर्जी था, तो पूरा फूल का वो आता था तो ऑल हिज जुकाम शुरू हो जाता था। तो वो पिक्चर में बैठा था, उसके सामने एक औरत आती है, उसने फूल का फूल डाल के रखा था, तो जैसा वो आई और बैठी तो उसका छींक शुरू हो गया। तो उसने मैडम को बोला, मैडम आप फूल निकाल सकते? क्यों? नहीं, मुझे एलर्जी है कि ये सुनते ही मेरे से ये हो जाता है। तो वो बोले, यार ये तो प्लास्टिक का है।
देखो, प्लास्टिक के फूल ने उसको, लेकिन जैसा उसने प्लास्टिक का नाम सुना, फिर क्या होता है?
जैसा उसने सुना प्लास्टिक है, उसका छींक बंद हो गया। कहने का मतलब है, हमारा हमारे हमने किस तरह से देख रहे हैं उस हिसाब से वो केमिकल रिलीज हो रहा है और हमारा शरीर वैसा रिएक्ट कर रहा है। आर यू गेटिंग द पॉइंट? सो तो साइंटिफिकली हम आपको पूछ रहे हैं क्या हुआ आपके दिमाग में, आपके दिमाग में क्या हुआ फ्रॉम द साइंस, न्यूरो साइंस पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू।
तो क्या हुआ साइंस की, फ्रॉम साइंटिफिक वे, व्हाट हैज हैपेंड इन द ब्रेन? कैन यू टेल मी? बताओ, ब्रेन में क्या हुआ? केमिकल तो हुआ, केमिकल ब्रेन ने रिलीज किया, उससे पहले क्या हुआ? हाँ, हु सेड? फैंटास्टिक, फैंटास्टिक। हमारे दिमाग में क्या आया? पिक्चर आया, फोटो आया। तो फोटो की वजह से हमारा केमिकल रिलीज हुआ। ट्रू और फॉल्स? सो
क्या हुआ? पहले स्ट्रेस था, फिर काम हो गए, ठंडक हो गई। यस, लेकिन क्या हुआ वो मैं आपको पूछ रहा हूं। इमेजिनेशन राइट। तो मैं आपको अभी समझाता हूं। देखो, पहले आपने देखा, सांप देखा, तो सांप का पिक्चर आपके दिमाग में आया। सुनिए, सांप का पिक्चर दिमाग में आया, वो जैसा पिक्चर आया उसने वो सिग्नल ब्रेन को भेजा, ब्रेन ने प्रोसेसिंग किया, और हर विचार में ब्रेन कोई ना कोई केमिकल भेजता है कंटिन्यूसली। अभी भी केमिकल आपके यहां भेज रहा है, हमारे यहां भी। तो दो ही टाइप के केमिकल है, स्ट्रेस केमिकल या हैप्पी केमिकल। स्ट्रेस वाला केमिकल या खुशी वाला केमिकल। तो सांप देखा तो स्ट्रेस केमिकल भेजा, पसीना छूटा। फिर आपने रस्सी देखा, सडनली रस्सी देखा, सिग्नल गया ब्रेन को, ब्रेन ने खुशी वाला केमिकल भेजा, तो पसीना जो छूट रहा था एकदम सूख गया। सो बेसिकली हमारे जीवन में बहुत ऐसे लोग हैं जो हमको सांप दिखते हैं, उसको सोचते ही पसीना छूटना शुरू होता है।
एग्जाम्पल, सबके दिमाग में, धंधे में, घर में, सब जगह ऐसे सांप पाल के हमने पढ़े हैं दिमाग में। यस और नो? एग्जाम्पल,
ट्रू या फॉल्स? तो वो जो सांप जो है आपके सासू माँ भी हो सकती है और आपका बॉस भी हो सकता है। राइट और नो?
ट्रू और फॉल्स?
सोच,
ट्रू और फॉल्स? जोर से बोलो। हाँ,
सोचने से ही हमारा पसीना, ब्लड प्रेशर बढ़ जाता है। यस और नो? जोर से। यस। तो हमारे जीवन,
तो इसीलिए सांस भी कभी बहू थी, ये बहुत चल रहा है सीरियल
में। सांप जो है या तो हमारे मदर इन लॉ है, या हमारे फादर इन लॉ, सिस्टर इन लॉ, या हमारा। ट्रू या फॉल्स? डेफिनेटली हस्बैंड भी होता है, वाइफ भी हो सकता है, कभी कभी बच्चे भी हो सकते हैं, रिश्तेदार भी हो सकते हैं, दोस्त भी हो सकते हैं, बहुत से लोग होते हैं, लेकिन अक्सर जो है डेफिनेटली हस्बैंड एंड वाइफ बहुत लोगों के लिए साथ है। इतना कुछ समझे, लेकिन इसको अप्लाई करना है तो आपको सिंपल सी चीज करते हैं। ओके, आपके जीवन में आप,
हाँ, सो आपके जीवन में आपने एक समस्या बोला था, ओके, पहले तो वो आप सोचो, ओके, और कोई भी समस्या हो सकता है, आंखें बंद कीजिए।
हो सकता है आगे क्या होगा वो डर हो सकता है, एक्सीडेंट का डर हो सकता है, हस्बैंड वाइफ का डर हो सकता है, जॉब लॉस का डर हो सकता है, कल क्या होगा उसका डर हो सकता है, कोई भी डर, पानी का डर, ऊंचाई का डर, मतलब हंड्रेड्स ऑफ फियर्स वी हैव। कोई भी एक सबसे व्यक्ति का डर, हस्बैंड वाइफ का डर।
तो आंखें बंद कीजिए और सोचो एक ही चीज जो पहले आपने सोचा था ना, वही सोचो या और कुछ सोचो। आंखें बंद करो, उसका अभी सॉल्यूशन बताते हैं। क्लोज योर आईज।
बच्चों से डर या बॉस से डर, कोई भी एक ऐसा आपके जीवन में डर याद कीजिए। डर, फिकर, इनसिक्योरिटी. Think of one problem you are facing in your life. We'll give you the solution soon now. अभी देखिए.
Now open your eyes. आंखें खोले. आपके ज़हन में है क्या जो भी समस्या है, अभी आप इसका सलूशन देखो. और आज के बाद इसको सिर्फ अप्लाई करना है. अप्लाई कैसा करना है वो भी आपको बताने वाला है. एंड देन वी क्लोज another 15 minutes and we'll give you the solution. Start applying, start and get yourself super healthy, super wealthy, super relationships. Would you like that? Yeah. So just see the answer now.
प्रॉब्लम है. ओके. और देखो हमने ये चार्ट दिखाया था. 0 to 40 हमारा लो वाइब्रेशन, 70 to 100 हमारा हाई वाइब्रेशन. तो अंदर से अगर हमारा फिकर होता है, किसी ने बोला हस्बैंड का, वाइफ का, या पैसे का, या एग्जाम का, मैनेजर का, शोल्डर पेन का, फिकर है तो फिकर का विचार है तो फीलिंग कैसा होगा? इफ देयर इज अ थॉट ऑफ फियर, व्हाट विल बी द फीलिंग ऑफ दैट थॉट? फीलिंग विल बी आल्सो ऑफ फियर. एंड विल द फियर इंक्रीज और डिक्रीज?
इंक्रीज होगा या डिक्रीज? बोलोगे जोर से. इंक्रीज होगा.
Will the fear increase or decrease? Because we are thinking of fear, it will keep on increasing. So, by fearing, nothing is going to happen in our life. हमारा नुकसान ही होने वाला है. लेकिन उसको नुकसान को हम चेंज कर सकते हैं और उसको हम बोलते हैं reframing your mind. अपना दिमाग को reframe करो, reframe करो, reframe करो.
So उसको क्या करते हैं? Can you repeat after me? Reframe. ऐसा कीजिए तो याद रहेगा. Reframe your mind. This same thing is going to go in the TEDx, this explanations very soon. So what I am saying is कि solution simple है. स्वास्थ्य का solution, reframe your mind. धन का solution, reframe your mind. Any solution, reframe. पिक्चर अंदर चेंज करना है. फॉर एग्जाम्पल जो है, अगर आपके पास इसका 5 स्टेप है. ओके. जो 5 स्टेप है इसका डिटेल में नहीं बताऊंगा, लेकिन ये रोज आप प्रैक्टिस कर सकते हैं. कैसा, मैं इसके 2 मिनट के बाद बताता हूं. सो पैटर्न को पकड़ना है, यानी कि आपका डर को पकड़ना है. सेकेंड स्टेप, उसको स्वीकार करके ऑपोजिट सोचना है, एंटीडोट लिखना है, न्यूट्रलाइज करना है, और फिर रीफ्रेम योर माइंड विथ फीलिंग. ये कभी करना है जब भी आपका इमोशन ड्रॉप होता है. इसको बार बार करना है. सो फॉर एग्जाम्पल, ओके, आपके पास एक्सीडेंट का डर है. ओके. अगर एक्सीडेंट का डर है तो फोटो अंदर चेंज करो. उस टाइम जब डर आता है, तो मैंने किया था और ये अपने आप निकल गया. जो हॉर्स राइडिंग वाले थे ना, इधर गए. ओके. और फिर स्वास्थ्य का डर है तो पिक्चर चेंज करो, फोटो. डेथ, मरण का डर है तो वो भी पिक्चर चेंज करो. फैमिली लॉस है तो पिक्चर चेंज करो. वॉकिंग इन द डार्क, पिक्चर चेंज करो. बिजनेस का फेलियर का डर है तो पिक्चर चेंज करो. जॉब का लॉस का डर है तो चेंज द पिक्चर. पैसे का जो लॉस है उसको चेंज करना है. और ये जो है, ओके, ये इसको बोलते हैं रीफ्रेमिंग योर माइंड. तो ये जो है समझा तो दिया मैंने आज, लेकिन आपको क्या लगता है, आप समझ गए 1 घंटे में हो जाएगा? यस और नो? नहीं होगा. अगर आप रोज इसको, जोर से बोलो, प्रैक्टिस करेंगे तो होगा. प्रैक्टिस कैसा करना, ये हम आपको, मुझे गिफ्ट मिला है गुरुजी से, और वही गिफ्ट मैं आपको सौंप रहा हूं. आप चाहिए तो you can take the gift. The gift is what? Okay. ये तो of course you can take it later on. इसका छोटा सा है, थोड़ा करो रोज करो. मतलब क्या है? ओके, हमारा रोज कार्यक्रम होता है. अगर आप 10 मिनट रोज दे सकते हैं, 5 मिनट सुबह, 5 मिनट शाम को, कितने लोग दे सकते हैं ये प्रैक्टिस करने के लिए? Everyone can give, okay? तो we call it 5-5-1. 5 minutes in the morning. आपको क्या करना है? एक वीडियो हम भेजेंगे आपको इस तरह से, जैसे 2 वीडियो बताए, ऐसे टाइप के वीडियोस भेजेंगे जो आपको वॉशरूम के दरमियान या वॉशरूम से पहले या वॉशरूम के दरमियान देखना है. देख सकते हैं, 5 मिनट टाइम तो बाथरूम तो जाता ही है. ओके, उसके अंदर ही देखना है, तो कोई ना नहीं बोल सकता है. नहीं देखना चाहते बात आपके है, लेकिन समय तो उतना है. यस, thousands of people are seeing it. We have more than 3,000 people who watch, okay, in the room. So you can all see it. Yes, ये मोटिवेशनल वीडियो है जहां आपको रोज ये टाइप के मोटिवेशन देंगे. हाँ, ये हमको करना है, RYMF. दूसरा, रोज हमारे कार्यक्रम होते हैं शाम को, रोज. आज भी, अभी भी चल रहा है, 7 बजे से लेकर 10 बजे, 3 hours every day ऑनलाइन. लाइव प्रोग्राम्स, नॉट लिस्टिंग. मैं भी लाइव में रहता हूं वेडनेसडे, फ्राइडे, संडे. बाकी के दिन सम अदर पीपल आर देयर. सो उसमें 5 मिनट आपको लॉग इन करना है, कम से कम 5 मिनट. आप 1 घंटा बैठ सकते हैं, 10 मिनट बैठ सकते हैं, 15 मिनट बैठ सकते हैं, आधा घंटा बैठ सकते हैं, जितना टाइम. लेकिन आपको 5 मिनट लॉग इन करना है, जूम में ही है, तो ये आपको कंटिन्यूटी रहता है. सो वी से 5 + 5. कैन यू ऑल डू दैट? कम से कम 5 मिनट. आप वीडियो ऑफ भी रखेंगे चलेगा. आप ड्राइविंग कर रहे हैं तो रेडियो सुन लो उसका, घर में खाना बना रहे हैं तो चालू कर दो. तो दिस वे कंटिन्यूसली यू कैन डू इट, एंड लॉट ऑफ पीपल हियर आर डूइंग दिस ऑल्सो ऑलरेडी. सो 5 + 5 + 1. 1 क्या है? महीने का एटलीस्ट कम से कम 1 rupee पर मंथ यू हैव टू गिव. कैन यू ऑल गिव? महीने का मिनिमम 1. ज्यादा से ज्यादा 11 देना है, 101 देना है, 1100 देना है, 11,000 देना है, आपकी मर्जी. बट वॉट एवर यू फील, लेकिन कम से कम 1 रुपया महीने का. आई थिंक इवन द भेल वाला कैन अफोर्ड इट. यस और नो? ये हमारे को गिफ्ट मिला है, वो गिफ्ट हम आपको दे रहे हैं. इसको ज्वाइन करने के लिए आपको सिर्फ स्कैन करना है. अभी वो स्कैन आपको दिखाएंगे. और हाँ, वो नहीं, 1 मिनट. और ये क्या है? इसको करने से पहले, ओके, रोज एक वर्कशॉप होता है, जॉय शॉप बोलते हैं. ओके, और इसको प्रोग्राम को बोलते हैं डिजाइन योर लाइफ. अपने लाइफ को डिजाइन कीजिए. और हर सोमवार को म्यूजिकल प्रोग्राम होता है. कल जो है म्यूजिकल होगा क्योंकि कल सोमवार है. हर बुधवार को प्रैक्टिकल टूल्स होता है, जैसे मैंने आपको आज बताया, RYMF. तो हर बुधवार को अलग अलग टूल आपको देंगे जहां आप अप्लाई कर सकते हैं. फिर हर गुरुवार जो है बच्चों के बारे में बताते हैं, पेरेंटिंग प्रोग्राम. फिर हर फ्राइडे जो है सक्सेसफुल एंटरप्रेन्योर्स, डॉक्टर्स और अलग अलग लोगों से मिलते हैं जिनका कारोबार बहुत बढ़ गया, या डॉक्टर या सक्सेसफुल लोगों से मिलते हैं. और हर ट्यूसडे, सैटरडे अलग अलग टॉपिक के नाम से प्रोग्राम होते हैं. और हर संडे को है नया टॉपिक मैं खुद लेता हूं. तो इस तरह से इसको बोलते हैं. अलग अलग टॉपिक्स के नाम जो है, कैन यू रीड दीज नेम्स टुगेदर? या कैन यू रीड इट लाउडली? नेक्स्ट, जोर से. जोर से. ये अलग अलग टाइटल्स जो है रोज आपके हफ्ते में 2 या 3 इस तरह से प्रोग्राम होते हैं। तो इस तरह से 30 दिन में 30 अलग अलग टॉपिक हम डालते हैं स्टार्टिंग इवन टुडे। आपको क्या करना है, सिर्फ हमारी तरफ से ये गिफ्ट है, ओके, लेकिन आप हां तो बोल दिए 5 मिनट देंगे, 5 मिनट देंगे +1, लेकिन हमको 100% गारंटी चाहिए। सो आपको हम एक स्कैन कोड करेंगे, ओके, और स्कैन में आप यस डालेंगे तो ऑटोमेटिकली आपको यही चीज जो मैंने अभी आपको बोला वो लिखम में होगा। आप बोलेंगे यस, ठीक है, आपको ग्रुप में ऐड करेंगे। लेकिन ग्रुप में ऐड करने से पहले आपने ग्रुप में ऐड करने से पहले आपको ये 2-3 दिन में फोन आएगा। मैं अगर इधर 200 लोग बैठे हैं तो 200 लोग को 200 अलग अलग बडीज मिलेंगे जिनको बहुत फायदा हुआ है। वो आपको समझाएंगे, आपसे रिकमिटमेंट लेंगे, आप हाँ भरेंगे तो आपको ग्रुप में ऐड हो जाएगा और आपका every day will start. So they will start calling you from today. Today it's now 6:30. From 8 o'clock onwards you will get called today or tomorrow or day after. अगर आपने क्लिक किया तो you will start getting calls from today. आपको हाँ भरना है, इसका कोई इन्वेस्टमेंट नहीं है, आपका 10 मिनट जाएगा, दिन में 5 मिनट, सुबह शाम को 5 मिनट एंड 1 रुपी दिस, ओके। सो ये करने से आपको रोज ये याद रहेगा कि आपको अंदर का नजरिया चेंज करना है, और अंदर का नजरिया चेंज किया तो बाहर होता है। अभी या आई नो बट जस्ट गो। अगर आपका कोड नहीं हो रहा है तो हमारे पास ये शीट्स है, शी विल गिव इट टू पीनल, यूल बी हियर। ये हो गया हमारा, जस्ट बी हियर फॉर 5 more minutes। ये हो गया। Are you able to do it from far? Can you see it from far? Yeah, it's clicking so far. Oh, that's good. पीछे, एकदम पीछे भी? Yeah, oh, good. So ये हो गया हमारी तरफ से एक गिफ्ट आपको। अभी सेकंड एक और गिफ्ट है अगर आप चाहे तो। उसके लिए कितने लोगों को बिजनेस को बढ़ाना है? हाथ ऊपर कीजिए। ये अलग प्रोग्राम है। सेकंड, ये जो हमने दिया ये फ्री है, दैट नथिंग टू डू, 1 रुपी इज एज गुड एज नथिंग। कितने लोगों को टाइम मैनेजमेंट सीखना है? कितने लोगों को ऑर्गेनाइजिंग सीखना है? और कितने लोगों को विजन, सपने, एस्पिरेशन, एम्बिशंस, ये सब सीखना है और लिखना भी है? इसको बोलते हैं द सक्सेस क्यू। द सक्सेस क्यू एक स्लाइड है एंड में, जिधर मैं खत्म किया ना एंड में। तो वो आपको क्या करना है, इसके लिए इन्वेस्टमेंट है, लेकिन वो मैं अभी नहीं बताऊंगा क्योंकि इसको एटलीस्ट 15-20 मिनट टाइम जाएगा आपको समझाने को, उतना टाइम नहीं है। लेकिन व्हाट यू कैन डू इज, वी हैव द box here, box. You can just, I asked you now. You can just keep your visiting card, okay? And Mansi, I'll ask her to speak to you now, okay? She will speak to you for few minutes, और वो आपसे कांटेक्ट करेगी Zoom के ऊपर, लगातार 15-20 मिनट आपका लेगी, आधा घंटा लेगी, अपॉइंटमेंट फिक्स करेगी, ये पूरा आपको समझाएंगे। ये हमने शुरू किया था 2007 में। वी वर चार्जिंग 2007 में, जब हमने शुरू किया था 35,000। आज की तारीख में मोर देन 2 लाख। ऑनलाइन के वजह से, कोविड की वजह से वी हैव मेड इट 1/10, नॉट इवन 1/10, बिलो 1/10 ऑफ दिस थिंग, एंड hundreds, thousands ऑफ पीपल हैव गॉट बेनिफिट। लेकिन मैं आपको सेल नहीं कर रहा हूं, प्लीज डोंट थिंक। आई एम जस्ट आस्किंग यू, अगर आपको चाहिए तो अपना कार्ड गिव इट टू, आई नो बट यू हैव टू शो इट। हाउ विल आई नो डियर? अरे बस ऐसा नहीं है, टेक इट आउट, शो इट। not the way, beta. अरे देओ ना मुझे. Give it to me. Yeah. Put that box here. So here it is. Okay, the box is there. Put it in this. Put it in there.
Yeah. Yeah.
हाँ. इसमें आप सिर्फ अपना whatever visiting card you put, she will connect with you एक ये हफ्ते में. So there are two programs. One is a gift. This is also gift. इसमें कोई commitment नहीं है. हाँ, आपको आधा घंटा या 20 मिनट टाइम देना पड़ेगा. उस टाइम के लिए अपॉइंटमेंट के लिए we will just take the visiting cards. Now I'll give it to her. She can share a few lines if you want.
Yeah. Good evening everyone. So ये जो मनोज जी जो ये कॉन्सेप्ट बता रहे हैं, ये हम दिस पर्टिकुलर प्रोग्राम जब इसमें हम सिर्फ बिजनेस में अप्लाई करते हैं. सो कई बार ऐसा होता है दैट यू आर गिविंग 100% टू योर बिजनेस. आप यू आर डूइंग अ लॉट ऑफ ऑनेस्टी, आपने राइट इन्वेस्टमेंट्स भी किए हैं और आप राइट मेहनत भी करते हो. बट समवेयर कहीं ना कहीं कंसिस्टेंसी नहीं है. पैसा आता है, जाता है, प्रॉफिट्स होते हैं, नुकसान होता है. आप जहां होना चाहते हो वहां आप नहीं हो. जो आपके विजन्स थे वो कंप्लीट नहीं हो रहे हैं या बहुत दिक्कतें आ रही है. सो बेसिकली व्हाट आई एम ट्राइंग टू टेल यू हियर इज कि your success just does not depend on investments or your आपका हार्ड वर्क. समवेयर जैसे मनोज जी बता रहे हैं, कहीं ना कहीं एनर्जी मैनेजमेंट की कमी होती है. मे बी द एनर्जी इज नॉट राइट. कभी कभी हमारे बिलीफ सिस्टम्स इतनी लिमिटिंग होते हैं हमारी लाइफ में, जो हमारी मान्यता है, जो हमारी सोच है, जो बिलीव्स है हमारे अंदर, जिसको हम स्पिरिचुअल लैंग्वेज में ब्लॉकेजेस बोलते हैं. तो अगर कोई ब्लॉक है हमारे में, तो हम कितनी भी मेहनत कर ले, हम कितना कुछ कर ले, तो वो सक्सेस नहीं आती है. यू डोंट गेट सक्सेसफुल इन लाइफ दैट इजीली. इन सो मेनी वर्ड्स आई वुड से कि हर एक चीज में आपको बहुत दिक्कतें आती है. यू विल स्ट्रगल फॉर एवरीथिंग इन योर लाइफ. सो येस, हु शुड डू अ TSC प्रोग्राम? द वन जिसको अपने लाइफ में से स्ट्रगल्स एलिमिनेट करनी है. यू वांट टू रियली गो फास्ट फॉरवर्ड इन योर लाइफ. सक्सेस चाहिए, अच्छी हेल्थ चाहिए, अच्छे रिलेशनशिप्स चाहिए. येस, दे आर द पीपल, दे शुड डेफिनेटली डू TSC because we work on a lot of things. We work on your belief patterns, we work on your vision management, we work on your energy management, very important. और कहीं ना कहीं अगर आपको ऐसा लगता है कि आप बहुत सारी चीजें शुरू तो कर देते हो पर कंप्लीट नहीं कर पाते हो, उसका मतलब ये है कि कहीं ना कहीं देयर इज अ लैक ऑफ फोकस, लैक ऑफ कंसिस्टेंसी, और बहुत सारी चीजें प्रोक्रेस्टिनेट करते हो. तो इफ यू फॉल इन दिस कैटेगरी, डेफिनेटली यू मस्ट डू दिस प्रोग्राम. एंड ऑफ कोर्स दिस इज ऑल एप्लीकेशन. यहाँ पे हम सिर्फ इट इज जस्ट अबाउट एप्लीकेशन. कोई भी चीज आपको बताई नहीं जाती है. यहाँ पे मनोज जी गला पकड़ते हैं और वो आपसे करवा के लेते हैं. दैट इज द स्पेशलिटी ऑफ द प्रोग्राम. जो मनोज जी आप यहाँ पे देख रहे हैं, he is very different over there because he literally makes you do it. You don't have any choice. So when you come to this program, you have to come with a mindset कि yes, मुझे ट्रांसफॉर्म होना है, मुझे आगे बढ़ना है. तो अब ये माइंडसेट के साथ आप ये प्रोग्राम में आते हो, और फर्स्ट डे पे जब भी आते हो तो भी मनोज जी आपको बोलते हैं कि कोई भी 3 चीजें आप लिखो कि what are the 3 things that you want to manifest with me in the next 6 months. कुछ भी हो सकता है. आपका बिजनेस टर्नओवर, आपकी प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी, या किसी को डायबिटीज है, या किसी को कोई मैरिटल इश्यूज है, या किसी को कोई हेल्थ प्रॉब्लम है, कुछ भी हो सकता है. यू राइट इट डाउन एंड जस्ट फॉलो मनोज जी टू द कोर. एंड 6 महीने के बाद हम भी देखेंगे, आप भी देखेंगे कितने शिफ्ट्स आते हैं आपके प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी में, आपके बिजनेस में, आपके हेल्थ में, आपके रिलेशनशिप्स में. So all I'm trying to say is that we are hand holding and we are making you do it. There's a lot of accountability from our end and from your end in this program, and we make it happen for you. But I'm going to talk to you one-on-one for 20 minutes, when you give me the time. So please give in your phone numbers. I will definitely contact you and explain you how this goes about. Thank you.
Thank you, Mansi. So all you have to do is, फर्स्ट वन आपने स्कैन किया, सेकंड वन आपका सिर्फ कार्ड डालो, वो फोन करेंगे, आप मीटिंग करो, अच्छा लगा तो यू कैन ज्वाइन. सो या थैंक यू सो मच. ये जस्ट टू कंक्लूड, ये जो विजन है, सपने हैं, लेकिन सपने को ऑर्गेनाइज करना है, उसको टू डू में, एक्शन में लाना है. So this is called the Success Q program. So thank you very much for your time and everyone, and we can meet after this also. Okay, thank you, thank you, thank you. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Shanti. Thank you.
Thank you, Manoj ji. Thank you for letting us know how changing our outlook is going to change our life. It was very insightful and very self-engaging. I would request all of you to please be on your seats because now...
Sorry, yeah. Continue.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Anybody who wants to get connected with Manoj ji, we can please, down the stage you can speak to them. Yeah. Thank you very much, Manoj ji.
Thanks. I want to thank Gaurav Sangvi ji. Thank you so much for inviting me, and thank you Ankit, thank you Dhara, and you all have been very, very hospitable. I'm extremely honored, and thank you for being here. Okay. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Jai Guru.
Thank you. Everyone, I would please like you to take your seats for the last 15 minutes of the event. It's been a wonderful 2 days of the event, very, very eventful. So many opportunities, so many referrals exchanged. So to have a few glimpses of what we've done in this event in the last 2 days, I would like to call upon our photography partner, Mr. Nayan Choksi from Max Media, to share the glimpses here for all of you to view. May you please settle down, just 15 more minutes. Nayan ji, can we please have you on stage? Yes. Connect kar दीजिए.
BNI.
Something, you about to see something. It's coming, we're unstoppable now.
Can we have the QR code on the screen, please? Yeah.
Yes. So thank you very much. दोस्तों, नयन चौकसी फ्रॉम मैक्स मीडिया स्टूडियो, और हमारा स्लोगन है रहो ना देवदास, फोटो खिंचाओ बिंदास, BNI एल्केमिस्ट से. और स्पेशल हमने ये QR कोड आपके लिए डिजाइन किया है. पिछले 5 साल से मैक्स मीडिया ये इवेंट कवर कर रहा है, और हमने 5 साल में देखा कि बहुत दिक्कत आ रही है खुद के फोटो हमें ढूंढने के लिए. तो इसीलिए हमने ये QR कोड बनाया है. आपको जस्ट ये अभी आप फोटो क्लिक कर लेना, क्योंकि आज के फोटो कल अपलोड होंगे और कल के फोटो ऑलरेडी अपलोड हो चुके हैं. सो यहाँ पे शायद नेट अभी अवेलेबल नहीं है कुछ मोबाइल्स में, तो आपको ये QR कोड स्कैन कर लेना है और बाद में 5288 आपको ये कोड नंबर देना है. तो आपको अपने ही फोटो आपके मोबाइल में या आपके कोई भी गैजेट में दिखेंगे. करीबन कल 5000 से भी ज्यादा फोटो क्लिक हुए हैं. अभी आप समझिए कि 5000 से ज्यादा फोटो में से आपको अपने फोटो ढूंढने हैं तो बहुत बड़ी चैलेंज आती है. तो उसीलिए हमने ये ऐप डेवलप की है. आपको इजीली विद इन 5 सेकंड आपको अपने फोटो मिल जाएंगे. सो रिक्वेस्ट एवरीवन प्लीज आप ये फोटो क्लिक कर लीजिए और आप कल सुबह 11-12 बजे के बाद आप स्कैन करोगे तो आपके अपने आज के फोटो मिल जाएंगे. सो थैंक यू वेरी मच. नयन चौकसी फ्रॉम मैक्स मीडिया स्टूडियो. रहो ना देवदास, फोटो खिंचाओ बिंदास. थैंक यू. और थैंक यू अतुल जी और गौरव जी ये अपॉर्चुनिटी देने के लिए.
थैंक यू नयन भाई. 5 साल से हमारा फोटोग्राफी पार्टनर है. हम जब भी कॉन्क्लेव अनाउंस करते हैं पहला नाम आता है सर मैं करूंगा. एंड ट्रस्ट मी 2 दिन नहीं डे 1 से इनका चालू होता है. शेड्यूल बता दो मेरी टीम तैयार है. और आज हम जो मेमोरीज लेके जा रहे हैं यहाँ से फोटोग्राफी और वीडियोग्राफी के रूप में इज ऑल बिकॉज ऑफ नयन भाई. एंड थैंक यू नयन भाई. थैंक यू सो मच सर.
Thank you, Atul ji. So, to put up with this grand event, none of this would have been possible without the people who have spent months planning it and executing it. We would now like to call upon our Executive Director, Mr. Gaurav Singhvi ji, and also our Event Chairman, Atul Gupta ji, to come upon and felicitate their efforts and energy behind BizFest 2022. Can you play some music, please? Everyone, could you please cheer for Surat Biz Fest 2022?
एक और लाउडर चीयर बनता है. Friends, we missed some of the partner yesterday, so I'd like to announce their name if they are here in the hall. Mr. Kunal Patel from BK Patel Company, they are our printing partner. He is there, Mr. Kunal Patel? Okay. Mr. Nitin Gajera from Sugem. Mr. Rusab Jain from 0 and 1. If he's in the hall, yeah. Mr. Vatsal Shah. Yeah, Mr. Vatsal Shah is here. Yeah. Mr. Vatsal Shah from Aryan IT Solutions. He is our SMS partner. I request our event chairman, Mr. Atul Gupta, to please felicitate. Next, Mr. Vishal Seth from Proven Insurance, if he is in the hall. Mr. Ravindra Triagi from Torque Insurance, our linear partner. Mr. Gaurav Jagnani, Sau Group, our T-shirt partner. He is there. Yep. Yeah, please come fast. Mr. Chintan Shah from Shah Jivraj Nanchand. Mr. Chintan Shah, it is. Yeah. Mr. Amar Panchal from Technotech. He's in the hall. Mr. Mitin Machi from Variety Enterprises. Mr. Mitin Machi. Next we have Mr. Mitesh Mehta from Media Logic, our brand partner. We have Mr. Pratik Gariwala from EcoShield Pest Control. If anyone from Coop Cab is here, I request him to come on stage.
Thank you very much. For any event, to be successful, the contribution Can we please have Mr. Alpesh Shah from Shri Mahavir Healthcare on stage, please? Alpesh Shah from Shri Mahavir Healthcare. Okay. Can we have Mr. Keyur Shelani from Fortunate Pens? Okay. Quote him. So the team who has been working for more than 2 months creating awareness about this event, gaining visibility in various chapters and contributing all their time to this event, let me now announce the name of all the people from the working committee to come and please Atul Gupta ji to show us their love for that. Mr. Chirag Thakkar. Music bajna chahiye please.
Miss Amanat Kagzi.
Mr. Amit Desai.
Mr. Vassal Shah.
Dr. Krunal Parekh.
Miss Abha Shah.
Mr. Jinay Kapadia.
Mr. Kausal Bubna.
Miss Hiral Cholera.
Miss Palak Mehta. Miss Akshi Chopra. Mr. Dheeraj Jindal. Mr. Manoj Patel.
Now to felicitate our admin team, I would like to call upon Ms. Dhara Shah,
So friends, front में आपने इतना सब कुछ देखा, but then we have a core backbone team, the BNI Greater Surat core backbone team, जो ये event की success में unsung heroes कहे जाती है. Let's give a cheers to our core admin team, Miss Kajal Shastri, with a huge enough applause. तो ये वो लोग हैं जो रात दिन वहाँ पे बैठे रहते हैं and they make sure that everything is done precisely proper. Next we have Mr. Harsh Wadiwala. बजती रहनी चाहिए। मिस्टर शरद राठौड़, मिस्टर रजत चौबे, we have two of the pillars who are not right now here because Ramadan shuru ho gaya to unhe nikalna pada, but let's have a cheers for Mr. Huzaifa Chaniwala and Mr. Mazhar Sheikh. We have one more partner with us, Mr. Chintan Shah from TIOX as the beverage partner. And to make this two-day event wonderful, we have our host team, Mr. Neerav Trivedi and Ms. Palak Mehta.
सारी टीम्स का तो हो गया, मेन टीम, कोर टीम जिन्होंने हमें बांधे रखा था उसका बाकी रह गया. नाउ इज द टाइम टू रिकॉग्नाइज द टीम व्हिच इज द बैकबोन ऑफ सूरत बिज फेस्ट, जो आइडिया से लेके एग्जीक्यूशन तक इन्होंने सब कुछ किया हुआ है. सो द कोर टीम आर इवेंट चेयरमैन मिस्टर अतुल गुप्ता जी.
Our co-chairman, Miss Darasa.
Our co-chairman Mr. Pranay Agarwal. Our co-chairman Mr. Divyesh Lakhani. Our co-chairman Mr. Himanshu Talera. And our co-chairman Mr. Ankit Patel. Thank you all. Thank you everyone. Just one small announcement. We have an upcoming event on the 8th of May, which is the Docpreneurs. It's a special event for all the doctors in BNI. All the details would be provided to you shortly. Now I would like to call upon Mr. Amit Jaju to felicitate an event bounce that we had, which was also a big success. Anupji, can we please have you on stage?
So I wanted to talk about the Doctorpreneurs. I think Dr. BizFest has been renamed BizCon, yeah. So Doctors BizCon. This is going to be an exclusively for the doctors event, and it's going to be on 8th of May. Friends, सूरत के जितने भी doctors हैं, हमारे BNI के members, and apart from that, we are going to be having a one complete session for them, and it will be a doctor specific event. और 8th of May morning Sunday का दिन है, तो आपके भी यदि सर्कल में कोई अच्छे डॉक्टर हों तो प्लीज उनको जरूर से इस इवेंट के लिए इनकरेज करिएगा.
So on behalf of Team Bounce, I would like Gaurav Jogi and Dhaval Mehta to take over about a small felicitation ceremony for all our stakeholders. Thank you.
So yes, good evening all. तो ये बिस फेस्ट काफी अच्छा रहा. We had enjoyed a lot. 2 दिन काफी बढ़िया रहे. पर have you ever imagined क्या हुआ था 11 तारीख को 10, 11, 12 when we had a superb cricket carnival. ये कहा जाता है सूरत का biggest cricket carnival BNI Bounce. So we would like to felicitate some of the key winners of the team. So I would like to invite हमारे जो winner थे Baker's Bunch Blaster Mr. Raja Paraswani to please come on the stage. Would like to request our respected ED Gaurav sir and Anup sir to please come and felicitate the winner, Baker's Bunch, Raja Paraswani. They're the winners of Bounce. Now I would like to invite our runners-up seasonal impulse Yodha. अगर आप कोई टीम मेंबर हो तो प्लीज यहाँ पे आ जाएं. Followed by Aura Avengers जो हमारे runners-up थे. Seasonal impulse Yodhas अगर आप हो तो प्लीज first. Would like Gaurav sir and Anup sir please be there. Yes, on behalf of seasonal impulse Yodhas, we are here. Aura Avengers अगर वहां से कोई टीम में हो तो प्लीज you can come up. Okay, moving forward. Aura, yes, please Aura. On behalf of Aura, Niro bhai will receive the trophy. Aura. So yes, the first winner of Aura Avengers. Now moving forward to felicitate our main sponsor, Franklin, Mr. Silas Kumar Sompal. On his behalf, I would like request Kamal bhai to please come up and receive the trophy on behalf of Silas Kumar Sompal. Our main sponsor, Franklin presents Bounce. And our co-powered by Ayush Marodia from the He Ha Studio, Mr. Ayush Marodia. I would like to Shreyansh Jain to please come up and pick up the trophy on Ayush's behalf. Now would like to recognize our event day partner. Would request Shreyansh Jain to please be there to felicitate our event day partner. Sir, please be there with us. Gaurav sir, please be there with us. So, Abhishek Todi. R-Mix, Abhishek Todi. Then we have Mr. Sagar Kheni from Nilkan Enterprise. Would like to request Sagar Kheni to please come up fast.
इवेंट डे में हमारे क्रिकेट के पार्टनर थे मिस्टर सागर खेनी.
Yes, our event day partner Sagar Khani, followed by Naresh Yadav from Phone Merchant. Would like to request to come up Naresh Yadav, Gaurav Jugnani from the Sau Group to please come up and receive the trophy or a token of love. Now to give out the next set of trophies, would like to request our co-chairman Abhishek Chirani to please come up on the stage. Thank you, Shreyanshi. Sir, please be there with us. Yes, Abhishek, you can join us. Our barter partner, Abhilasha Jain from the Abhi Art Gift. Mrs. Nitesh Sevniwala, Fortune Photo Studio, please come up. Then we have Hussain Motiwala from 7th Creation. Nitesh Sevniwala, yes. Dr. Maulik Patel from the Spurs Physiotherapy Clinic. Yes. Dr. Maulik Patel. Then we'd like to request Sanskriti Agrawal, Khwaish in the studio, our choreographer, to please come up. Now I'd like to request our another co-chairman Divesh Lakhani to please come up and give you the next set of awards. Thank you, Abhishek ji. Divesh Lakhani, please come up. Now we have the team owners, Kavita Pasari, if she's there. Raja Paraswani, sir. Raja Paraswani. Raja ji. Alpesh Shah. Sagar Khani. Rakesh Prajapati. Sailesh Kumar Sonpal. Another barter partner would like to request Neelam Pastagia to please come up. Neelam Pastagia. Now would like to request our co-chairman Amreen Kherani to please come up. Thank you, Divesh bhai. Amreen to please come up. Sir, you requested to please be there. Amreen, please. Our another barter partner Paril Sonarupawala. Our event partner Mool Sangvi. Amreen, please join us to give us these trophies. Mool Sangvi, Ravindra Kumar Shah from the First Choice Ice Cream. Jayesh Agrawal, our Victory Water Energy Private Limited water partner, Jayesh Agrawal. Agam Shah, our trophy partner, Guide 3D Tech, Agam Shah. Thank you, Amreen ma'am. Would like to request Dhaval bhai to please join with the Gaurav sir to felicitate Agam Shah. Then we have Neerav Barfiwala. Neerav Barfiwala. Now we are coming with the team owners, Akash Agrawal, Rakesh Mistry, please. Our team owners, Rakesh Mistry, Sudeep Bajaj, Kuldeep Nair, Dimple Chattamani, Dr. Ravindra Singh Raj, Pratik Beriwala, Sudarshan Lunkar. Okay, we have Kavita Pasari with us. Kavita Pasari. Kavita Pasari is coming. Our team owner. Then we have Rajil Jangir, Ankit Buthra, Murtuja Paswala, Kashiram Gamet, Jenny Seth, Anand Desai, Jayesh Patel.
बाउंस के बेस कोऑर्डिनेटर इस बार पहली बार दिए तो वो बेस कोऑर्डिनेटर मिस्टर कमल अरोरा, बाउंस टीम के सबसे बेस कोऑर्डिनेटर, प्लीज वेलकम.
think any other Bata partner or sponsor here, जिनका नाम हमने नहीं लिया, any bounce partner remaining, you can just come up and we have a lot of awards remaining, so we'll give it. Now it comes to the time, the team behind bounce. So Gaurav sir, आपको 2 मिनट और रुकवाएंगे हम. All the co-chairmen जो भी इधर present है, if you can felicitate them. So ready? So first, if you can, Shreyans Jain.
Chairman Anup Jaju, the man behind the bounce. Setback का जवाब bounce back से देंगे. Anup Jaju. Setback का जवाब bounce से दे दिया and be ready for the bounce too. ट्रॉफी भी बाद में कलेक्ट कर जाए प्लीज. थैंक यू.
Abha Shah, working committee of Bees Fest.
मेरे को लगता है कि ये इवेंट कंप्लीट नहीं होगा जब तक कि मैं 2-3 लोगों को तहे दिल से धन्यवाद नहीं करूंगा. उसमें सबसे पहला नाम आता है अतुल जी का. अनबिलीवेबल एफर्ट फ्रेंड्स, उसको शब्दों में बयान नहीं किया जा सकता है. निकू भाई का, दिवेश भाई का और हमारी सारी वर्किंग टीम का. धारा धारा धारा, आई कांट फॉरगेट धारा, आई कांट फॉरगेट. हिमांशु भाई का, सब एवरीबडी एंड देन द एंटायर टीम. मतलब मुझे लगता है कि कोई भी जना ऐसा नहीं रहा जिसने, चाहे वो अंकित भाई हैं, जिनय भाई हैं, सभी ने अनबिलीवेबल, वत्सल भाई हैं, सभी लोगों ने एक्स्ट्राऑर्डिनरी लेवल के ऊपर काम किया है. आशी है वहाँ बैठी हैं, वो देख रही हैं. सभी लोगों ने बहुत ही अमेजिंग लेवल के ऊपर काम किया है. और एक आदमी जिसको कि मैं स्टेज पे बुलाना चाहूँगा अतुल जी के साथ में, रवि रेड्डी. प्लीज both of you should come on the stage and we should have a great round of applause for both of them, because before the event everything was taken care by Atul ji, and after the event everything was taken care by थैंक यू एवरीवन. नेक्स्ट ईयर इससे ज्यादा धमाल करने वाले हैं अपन. थैंक यू एवरीवन.